How are those streams doing?
Yesterday, nobody watched.
Great.
Hey, you shut the hell up. You don't talk to me like that. Oh, hey guys, sorry, I was just practicing being a tough guy. Hold on, I gotta finish this. Get out of my face. Okay, I'll work on that later. Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, what's up, man? You all right? You good? Let me look at you. Hold on, let me get a look at you the way I look at things.
Legends of flying men.
Oh!
And today, you are on the brink of transforming those legends into a reality. With flight and new forms of communication, you can create a small and intimate world. But at what cost? Our competing ideas of how to govern and how to live threaten to bring conflict on a global scale. You must choose your own path through this rising din of ideological oratory.
Oh shit!
Abraham Lincoln,
fine? Because I
you
turned some
rose to the
mods on.
challenge as your country tore itself asunder.
It didn't say they weren't missing.
Seize
So
the power of a new, younger world, one built on rail and steam, on progress.
yeah, I don't have icons on my luxuries. So hang on.
Ooh, very handsome and or pretty. You're out here looking like a combination of
Paul Bet Davidson
and
Hassan Parker.
we'll be right back.
It got so bad at one point she just started glitching out. You could see her
What?
brain start to malfunction in real time.
Are you just
No.
making things up?
Oh my god.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously.
Oh my god.
Next question.
Okay.
No joke, she just froze on stage like an actual robot rebooting.
Hey, give her a break.
Pearl isn't saying anything.
Which is hilarious, but also very on brand.
Okay, man. Okay, man. I remember this. I remember this like a couple years ago. There was some character trending on the online internet. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called. But there was this character that was trending all over the place. You know, people were having her on these like high profile talk shows. Piers. You know that British idiot?
Oh my god, Piers.
Piers.
Oh, Davis.
Piers having Pearl on was one of the funniest things Piers Morgan has ever done for real. That he stunned her. He was the first person I've seen stun and freeze her up like Anna was tying her up yesterday. Anyway, I don't know because I have resource expansion mods, right? But I know that more luxuries than any other luxury are improved with plantations specifically. It's the most common thing to improve luxury resources is plantations. So like Lincoln having a debuff for plantations where they will give you -2 loyalty per turn if you build plantations. But then like
Because of slavery?
anytime you build a building in the industrial zone, you get a free unit. Like, he's insane. Like, maybe in the regular game, when there's not as much resource mods, and maybe plantations are more important, is all I'm saying.
Maybe.
I just... Like, I still get the luxury if it's in my territory, and I don't work it, so... Come on.
This has racked up a legion of online followers.
The New York Post called her the female Andrew Tate.
Oh,
so
they
she
did?
tapped into genuine
Cool.
female
That dimwit Piers Morgan had this character on some other places. I can't even remember. Can't even remember. It's just internet driftwood, you know? But I remember a couple years ago, I was like, okay, I'll do video about this. This seems to be trending. Okay. And it's this girl, Pearl. Oh, yeah, I remember her. Okay. Yeah, this poor girl. She's trending again. Oh, man, I feel a little sorry for her because, like, these are the videos that were coming up for me about this. Look at this thumbnail. It's over. It's over. You're done. She gets absolutely destroyed in a debate. I haven't seen a title like that in a while. Gets absolutely sent to heaven where she's seated at the right hand of the Father. Gets absolutely
vaporized.
It's over is really funny. That's eventually gonna be me in somebody's thumbnail. It's over. He's cooked. We're cooked and he's cooked. Okay, so this lady's back, I guess, in some kind of a spotlight. A toilet light, maybe we could call it. She's in the bathroom light of the internet again because she did a debate with Anna Kasparian. Oh, okay. And it's just like people are circulating these clips of this kind of, I don't know, kind of troubled young lady where she's just like freezing on stage. Anna's like, what the hell are you talking about? She's like, "Meow." And she's just like standing there. This is weird. This is like one of the weirdest debates I've seen where there's just these long pauses.
Yeah.
Where nobody's talking. It's like, what the hell is this? Oh, God damn it. Let's look at her own comments. Oh, you're stupid. Somebody said, hey, you can't say that to her. You show her some respect, please. You got cooked. Hey, no, she didn't. Secondhand embarrassment. Oh my God, what do I see there? What is that there? Oh my God, that's a laughing, crying emoji face.
You can't just throw that around. It'll lose its power and meaning.
The fact that you wanted to resolve to violence shows how much of a loser you are and how badly you lost. Oh, she said she wanted to fight Anna. Okay, this is kind of funny. They're breaking. I don't know. Why would you do this? Oh, it did get 57,000 views. And I can't break 50. Okay, anyway. But this girl Pearl did a breakdown of this amazing debate on her own channel, which has 2 million subscribers. Wait a second. You have 2 million subscribers and 57,000 people? That's like 0.00. Okay, whatever. This little debate breakdown thing is pretty funny. Here we go. Here's a clip I hadn't seen. Here we go.
Comfortable with that, but it's a cheap trick, but she's using cheap tricks too,
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you're just seeing a difference in experience
got
here.
an amazing
Anna
mic.
is used to talking.
Great
in front
mic
of the
from this
camera
guy.
and is
Best audio of all time.
Like the professional at this. You're not.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is.
I think I'm gonna freeze soon. I'll eat it. I think it's coming up. Sorry. Go ahead, Terrence.
It's okay. I'm done.
That's rough. Okay. Yeah, look, this lady, she's just better on camera. It is what it is. Also, I'm about to freeze. When do we hit play again? Okay. Also, we only got 57,000 views with our 2 million subscribers. You know what? I kind of feel sorry. I feel sorry for this person. I feel sorry for this poor lost young lady here. Okay, go ahead.
Done.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny parts in this little a debate breakdown or whatever the hell this is, where there's a funny part where Anna Kasparian accuses this lady of making up a statistic, and they watch this, and Anna's like, where did you get that from? Did you make that up? And she doesn't say anything, and then they pause it on the debate breakdown, and then they just kind of move on. It's like, wait a second, wouldn't you want to say the source of that right now, since you're doing a little debate coverage thing? So, but anyway, it's honestly, if you're an adult, this is not incredibly interesting, because it's like the topic of debate here is, do boys rule and girls drool? And it's like, I don't know, I'm 44. I'm 44 years old. Kind of moved past that 34 years ago. So, we'll come back to this kind of, what would we call this? A brutally mocking internet weirdo. We'll come back to some of these clips, but I was kind of interested in like what's the economics of this, because the actual content is not very interesting, but what's, how did this person get clicks? What's the whole backstory? Does she make any money from it? What the hell is this? And I kind of look back and it's like, oh, right. Like the kind of fresh and fit Andrew Tate thing started trending and she just kind of jumped on that, and huge shocking surprise here. Who's watching this kind of stuff is young, and in some cases very young, 13-year-old boys. And I love the idea of some 15-year-old listening to some, video or whatever about custody about child divorce battles over a child. I'm 15. You know what my main concern is? Custody battles. What % of divorces result in custody battles? I'm 15.
Just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon
This was
as
a scumbag
minors
move
by
right here.
Jeffrey
Hey,
Epstein
shut up, man.
are now experiencing?
Hey, I'm trying to hear this debate, man. Shut up. Shut the hell up.
Okay,
I'm
tweets
that
are
right
done.
into my show every day.
Here comes Sean Bean again. What do you think of Lincoln's tie?
Lincoln's tie?
Mm-hmm.
I don't fucking know. I don't know what it looks
And
like.
he's American, so he gets those fucking wild cards too.
Mm-hmm.
They are yellow policies, which are generally the best. But that's Do I just have like a lens off where I can't see my resources? It is turning them off for another game to see the difference. Fuck me. What happened? Why can't I see my things? Where's that? Show resource icons. It was just off. Woo. Whoa.
What?
You're glitchy.
Every day,
Yeah, I heard that as
just
well.
talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Zip it or you're going to get the
Deshaun Parker
treatment. Whatever that means. Okay.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon
This was
as
a scumbag
minors
move
by
right here.
Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up?
Well, I don't,
Okay, so
Okay.
but you went very political.
You
Go ahead,
could have
Karen.
easily said, well, I'm talking about
Great, Mike.
divorce. You're talking about criminal court. They're two different animals.
Yeah, I'm glad
Yeah.
that you didn't answer this question because that
Guys, hey, shut up, guys.
There is no good way to answer this question. I'm glad you didn't answer it.
well, and I just
In the
don't know.
context, yeah.
I don't know anything about, like, obviously I've seen what's on the news, but I don't know what she's talking about. Like, I didn't follow that.
Taking you to
Yeah.
her. She's taking you to her arena. She knows she's
Okay.
outclassed in this. She's taking you to her arena, which is politics. Yeah,
It's
politician
a
here.
fucking
Yeah.
scumbag thing to do. What is it?
Hey.
What does that question have to do with anything?
Hey, man. Watch the
Or was
language.
it the female's fault for being preyed upon?
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
go
has
ahead.
nothing to do
Not
with
even the
topic.
moderator would
There
let
you
this
go.
one.
No,
in.
There
it
you
does though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system.
Okay, man. There is something interesting here. We can get to an interesting place here because mostly this is just kind of an odd internet artifact of a video. You know, like, oh, look at this. That's odd because it's basically Anna Kasparian who does a political talk show, and then a lady who talks about divorce court and custody battles to children. And this is probably the most, like, I don't know, interesting or like funny part. I thought this part was kind of funny because it's like the Pearl girl is like going on and on. I guess this is like a large part of her content because she goes on and on about this, about like, oh, in divorce court, you know, women get all the custody of the kids or something. Again, you know, 15-year-olds are watching this. They're like, this is a travesty. Now, if you'll excuse me, YouTube, I have a sleepover to make. But I guess as a big part of her content, she goes on and on about like, oh, the divorce courts are so unfair to men. The court, I mean, she does kind of say that the court system is very unfair to men. So Anna does kind of a funny thing where she's like, well, here's an example of where.
That reminds me.
Is the National Guard military?
Yes. Civlopedia. What is it? Access. Level. What is it even called? Access level. Okay, it doesn't come up there. Let me pull it up on Google because I looked this up Because remember I said, I'm pretty sure if you raise the access level, you do more damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, because spies, you do the listening post to raise your access level.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then, diplomatic visibility has military implications. If you attack a civilization, your levels of diplomatic visibility will be compared. If one party's level is higher, they will receive a permanent bonus in every military encounter. This is known as intel on enemy movements and consists of +3 combat strength per level of visibility, leading to a maximum bonus of 12 combat strength. So when you're at war with somebody, put spies and fucking make listening post. And you'll start doing more damage to them.
Okay.
Thanks, Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you want an embassy?
Sure.
Where the court seemed to have been very friendly. And mostly what she does is like kind of anecdotes. Like she brought a guy who's like in the audience or something. She's like, he went through divorce court. That guy right there. It's like, who is that guy? Sorry, man. Oh man, you're part of the small percentage of people who that affects. I'm sorry about that. What are you doing here? But it's all like anecdotal stuff. It's like, I know a guy, and the world was very unfair to him because he's a male. And I think Anna's having a little bit of fun with this one because it's like, here's an example of a very high-profile guy. The court seemed to be very friendly to this guy. Actually, kind of the entire geopolitical system seems to have been very friendly to this guy. How about that? And she's just like, who? I mean, basically, she says Jeffrey who. That's adorable, man.
But what's
We're
that have to do
talking
with
about a
divorce?
guy who got a sweetheart deal. After,
Right. Like she's like a sweetheart. I don't even know what a sweetheart deal is. So I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, you can react to this. It's on World.
That's one, I mean, that's almost kind of cute in a way. Speaking of sweetheart, that's sweet. Bless your heart. You don't know what a sweetheart deal is. I'm going to talk about court for 2 hours. What's a sweetheart deal?
Well, and the other thing too is they want more power. That's why they keep going to data. Is because they don't want you to believe what you see and what's happened to you. They want to be the arbiters of your reality. And so they get...
Oh, God damn it. We're in Pobrecita territory here. This is, this honestly feels a little mean. We're just making fun of a Pobrecita.
For one day.
Pendejo.
Oh my God.
It is funny. I did laugh at this little video a couple times. It's funny. It's kind of tragic. You're competing with a bunch of weirdos for this little baby boy internet audience. You're talking to them about divorce court for some reason for like 3 hours. It's so unfair. I'm 12.
Once
I'm
we
pissed
break
off
this
about
city, she won't be able to
statistics
hold
around
Timbuktu.
child custody.
Yeah.
But I thought this part was really funny because she's like, this is what they do, man. They try to get power by using data. All this data is a bunch of crap anyway. She spends like hours in this thing just like, 20% of this is this, and 40% of it. 77% of is...
You're a moron.
Like literally like an hours of this debate is like 40% of and then it's kind of adorable, honestly. Then you go on your stream or whatever. All this data crap is stupid. Okay, it's fun. You're having some kind of a time on the internet.
You think there's a
trying
way
to get some kind of, I don't know, subscriber money from little kids and angry like
I wonder if there's a
or
way
something.
to see
they can connect
what
with
their
her
access
or
level
something
on
for
me is.
$100 an hour.
But I need more than anecdotes. I need
I'm
more
sure it
than
does.
vibes and feelings.
No, you don't.
Because we're
Anna.
talking about something serious here.
Okay.
We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility.
We're talking about
You're a little baby.
and
Adult baby.
okay, take this seriously.
Adult baby.
They go like this in their dice. I said take this seriously.
Responsibility of raising children.
Right.
That, of course, includes the
90%
cost.
of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
90%. That's a totally made up statistic. Where do you citing that from?
There she is again.
There it is right there.
Okay.
All right, let's take a break there because our time actually ran out.
What are you supposed to do?
This is the strangest. Whole debate is very Lynchian. So yeah, whatever. We're talking to little kids about custody battles. It's funny. It's like we go from like this statistic crap is stupid. Then she like jumps in. For some reason, she just like blurts out 90%. She's very specific. She's getting very legal here. 90% of like disputed custody cases or whatever, women get the child. This is like the whole. I guess it's hard to even figure out what this content is. I guess it's like, you know, hey, the world is very unfair for just guys, and women women are doing great. Like just all of them, I guess. Who knows? But this is like a big chunk of this kind of content that God only knows who's watching. Like go check.
Bro, that gold.
Gold? What about gold?
Buy a cannon.
You're a cannon.
Buy it right in Berlin.
I want to buy it.
You got gold.
They're only $500. That's great.
Yeah, the niter is harder to come by than the gold.
Hey, fuck it. I'll buy 2.
Yeah, you'll buy it next turn.
I'm
'Cause
making
you can only have
4.
one military unit.
I'm making 4 in Hitlerberg, so
Oh, you just got them queued up.
yeah. It only takes
I'll
3 to make them.
I'm literally gonna be, because I'm now in the industrial era, so I'll convert my coal power plants to oil next, and then to nuclear. So I'm gonna have an infinite wave of infantry
Okay.
heading towards her. So if all my production is on production buildings,
Yeah.
and then then all my production is like super upgraded.
Okay, I am now 2, 6, 10 turns from oil power. I haven't built any coal. I don't think I have anyway. Or maybe I have. French Hitlerberg.
If you have a child, go check. He's probably
I don't even
watching
have
this.
coal power
This is a big
plant
chunk of the
unlocked, I don't
content
think.
is when a custody battle goes to court, 90%, like she just said, 90% of the time, the woman gets the child. I looked this up. 10% of like custody cases go to court. And then even with that, nobody knows like the number. It's like between 60 and 90. And this is like, here's a statistic, like half of their content. Oh, during a disputed custody case that goes to court, the women always get the thing. By the way, that's 10% of the cases. And even in that, the number is not like agreed upon. This is our entire content is based on whatever the hell this is.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Go ahead.
Aside from
Go ahead.
the specific anecdote that you
bombard
shared,
died.
which
What?
of course is
Yeah,
tragic.
she'll snipe him, but it's
Can you
okay.
cite some
Just keep
actual
producing. Look
studies
at.
that look at
I
these
also got my cannons in
statistics
position.
and back
so
up what you say in regard to the outcomes of
she's
marriage
got
and divorce
strong
in
walls, so
America?
the cannons will
So
hit you hard.
this is where she's like
Yeah.
literally.
Get a spy in there. Put a listening post up.
I already have.
Good.
Coastal rating is shit, so. I keep wiping out her fucking rock bands too. Somehow, the Mayans got a horseman in my territory. That's okay. I'm about to fuck their day up.
Oh, nice. I can put it right here. Boom. That'll be another bonus for the cheater.
Trying to f you up right here.
Holy shit! I'm
man.
getting 240
So if you had had it all
gold
the stats
per
on 2
turn.
pieces of paper,
I have 172 per turn right now.
How am I producing so hard? That's fucking crazy.
Because you're Germany.
That's fucking crazy. Need builders because I got so many unimproved tiles. I could probably get better.
Oh,
Alright,
Mexico
well,
City ability is pretty good.
Mm.
Oh, you got it. Okay, I'm not going
What
to
do I-
compete for that. Did you read what it
Why do I
does?
Why do I have
What Mexico
Raina
City's
there?
ability does?
No.
Regional effects of your industrial zone, water park, and entertainment complex districts reach 3 tiles further.
Oh.
So basically, because most of your cities are 3 tiles apart, so it makes it so all your cities overlap with entertainment and industry now.
Oh, that's
Mexico
cool.
City is probably one of the reasons why you're so buffed.
Well, because the Taos here and Mexico City are just the ones that were right next to me, so I suzerained them immediately.
They're like the only good ones.
I was very lucky. Damn. Has his tanks already. Oh, when I get my tanks, I can have a Tiger versus T-34 battle. Like World War II. Hell yeah.
Paper where you could flip back and forth.
Yeah.
You would have been a brusher aside, real easy.
This is where I realized
what?
I was asked.
I don't get...
I realized it in this
that's
moment
so
'cause I'm like,
disappointing.
oh no.
And
No,
we
you know what we can
talked-
do?
again, we're
Actually,
talking-
pause it. You know what we can do? Once we take out the Mayans, we can do a German-American war against the Soviet Union. How it should have been.
I love this. You want to be friends? No, stop asking. Because you're next.
Damn, why that tank moving so quick?
Well, even if we don't take her out, see there's all these are improved tiles back here. This second line we're about to go through, I am just gonna be looting the fuck out of her, and hopefully cripple her enough that she won't be able to recover a lead. But that's the thing, is she's on deity. So deity, they basically start with 3 cities.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the AI is stupid still. Like, the AI is too stupid to actually... So there's like strategies that you can implement specifically for the AI.
Oh, damn, look at how she's built her city. It's kind of like yours.
Yeah.
Where I went more for a straight line.
Well, she also has to... She has the perk where she builds...
Yes.
Tight.
Builds tall,
That's the
yeah.
other thing, is these cities are probably too far from her capital in the front, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
I thought it
these
was
are
within
gonna-
6
so-
tiles.
Yeah, of her capital. So the 3 that were in the front weren't in range of that bonus.
1, 2, 3,
You can just use your
4,
lens city overlap.
5.
Oh no, it won't.
6. Yeah,
Oh,
they are.
yeah.
They're two spots out of place.
See if I do. See, look. That's her main city. It's 6 tiles of the capital.
Yes.
So see how far away it actually is. Even these 2 front cities are not going to be inside the bonus. It's only the back 3 that she gets. She should have settled here, you know? She settled
Right in the
here,
middle.
then she'd be in better shape.
Yeah.
Or even here, you know, so you can hold the front. But the thing is that all the chokes are desert tiles.
Yes, they are.
So you don't really want to put a city in the choke because it's desert.
Yeah, guess what I did?
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. I saw a
Put a
lot of
city in the
videos
desert?
about this. People were saying
It's
this.
desert
and like,
hills.
look at this.
This
This
you
is
can
a
build mines on
pobrecita.
all of them.
Yeah,
so
that's
this
what I've
is
been doing.
as long as you don't need the food.
I thought this was funny though. Like they're doing this little
I used
debate.
the fishery lady to give me food and housing.
Yeah, you can also eventually get the
Seasteads.
seasteads, yeah. There's like a combo with her and the Seasteads.
Dude, she took out my fucking bombard. What a cunt.
Right? Mine are only surviving the first shot because they're corpse.
Well, that's why I'm producing a bunch of them. Because I want to make them cores.
That's what you use the fishery
breakdown,
on.
and she starts it off like, "Ah, man, I really dropped the ball on this one." And I don't know, I get like kind of a straight A student energy from this girl, and like half of this debate breakdown is like, "Look, next time we have to have the papers. We have to have these papers organized. Maybe have like different color." They literally say at one point, different color tabs, so you go to it quicker. By the way, we hate statistical crap, but we need that, and it needs to be color.
So if
Maybe
I
like
convert
highlighter
to oil,
organized.
is that gonna-
1.6 million
we'll
men.
see if I build an oil power plant.
has kept committed
If it
to
gives me
it
guys.
since 1970.
Okay.
Similar rates of women
This
also
is the worst.
What the f is wrong with you?
Hey, language,
She
man.
brings it right back to the women.
Tempted. Oh, God.
Okay.
suicide, but fail because they usually don't resort to.
Because they're weak.
Why is it that every time
Great mic
we
on
bring
that
up
guy.
men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out
Right,
statistics
right.
without
But
comparing
it's-
it to
Right,
what the
right.
rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is
Because
Boom.
it is a
I love that.
problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously rather than this weird
but it's,
Right.
sex war.
but it's not going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me?
I love
What is happening? Oh, there you go. Okay, you know, this is kind of interesting. It's kind of an interesting little internet thing going on here. Because there's like this probably relatively small audience, you know, of young and sometimes like 12-year-old, you know, guys.
She's feeling it now,
12-year-old
Mr.
is a
Krabs.
guy. Look at that guy. You know, there's this kind of like audience for this. It's a young dudes, you know, who I guess want to hear, well, girls suck, boys are cool. Okay. So there you go. That's your like task, you know, to make content for that audience, you know. You have your like test cases.
She's feeling
Andrew
it,
Tate,
Mr. Krabs.
Whatever. So you're trying to capture some of this audience, I would imagine.
take her next
You know, it
turn,
doesn't seem
but I
that
think two
hard.
more.
You know, you just go out there, you're like, no, I met a lady once. She was annoying. But this lady is having a bit of a... She's doing one of these.
I'm having a hard time.
And I don't know.
Who's
This is
being hit
just
with
like a
rock bands?
funny
It's you.
moment here where it's like...
It is
Use
me.
your
This is a big
Canaveral to
part of
send those
her-
rock bands back.
I don't know.
I am.
A spiel, you know, video content where she's like, man, things are so...
When you take the city, raise that bitch.
Oh, I'm going to. So
Because
real
I'm
quick,
producing a
culture.
settler.
Like everything in Civ works in blocks, right? So it's like you need a certain amount of food for another block for the population, right?
Yeah.
So that's how the tourism works. So if you like basically imagine everyone has a tower, then like national parks over time do the most. It's like how it's like chopping versus lumber mills, right? Like the national park
Yeah.
is the equivalent of a lumber mill. Over time it will give you more production than chopping. Rock bands and also national parks target the entire game, but rock bands target specific players. So she technically still couldn't win if she was only hitting you with rock bands. She would have to be able to hit everyone who's not giving her tourism with them.
so bad for all these dudes that they're, you know, I'm not allowed to say. I think I'm not allowed to say in videos. They're making, this is the way I'm going to say it. They're
Oh,
making
Giver Valley?
themselves not of existing anymore. And then Anna's like, well, you know, the rates are
Giver
kind of
Valley,
the
the
same
Wonder.
on the other.
What about it?
Do you have it?
No.
Oh. I think it's in where oil is. Where is it? It's with coal.
Yes, I'm getting it next.
Okay, build it. You should build it right now. This city where you're building a bank, French Hitlerberg, because it has mines, so you should build it right here where the only open slot is if you can.
Okay. Sure. I can do that.
That's one of the best wonders in the game. You should try it. If you're doing industry, get it every time.
I
As
pretty
soon
much
as you
do.
can.
I pretty much do, honestly.
Other side. And she's like, what does that matter? What does that matter? Well, you're making this like a gender thing. No, I'm
Isn't
not.
it a German
You know?
thing anyway?
I don't know. It's
I
like,
think so.
I think at that point I would be like, if I were the debate opponent, I would be like, what am I doing here? I better get something out of this. Money, clicks, something. Because this is weird. I mean, the whole thing is like a gendered thing. Oh, men is this and women is that. And these guys have it hard. And it's like, okay, well, the point you're making, it's, that applies to both. Why are you bringing that up? What? Okay, all right.
Got it.
At that point, I would feel like I'm being mean. Like, just even debating, I would just be like, you just say whatever you want. You go ahead. You win. Actually, you win. You win and you're doing great. And
I love you.
But, this is it's a little disturbing because it's like, you kind of see what's going on here. It's like, here's somebody,
I love it.
this
Like,
young...
my line infantry, as I move them up, they get to the bottleneck and then they form the corps and armies in the bottleneck because they're just being produced so
funny.
fast.
Yeah.
Boom, another army. Look, I got another I had 4 industrial buildings complete on that turn, so I got 4 line infantry.
Woman, it's like she's trying to make a career out of this. And, the audience
That
for
cost
this
me
is
nothing.
like, kids, people who are too young to even know what the hell these people are talking about. And the people who are old enough to kind of know what they're talking about, like, they're basically being duped because all this crap
Timbuktu
that
is
they're
already
talking
breaking.
about, all these like statistics and all this stuff, divorce, outcomes for children and all this, it's all tied to income. Even the how was I saying it? The making oneself of unexistence or whatever I have to say, all tied to income. But we're doing this thing where it's like, oh, the girls in the boys. The girl go that, the girl go like that, It's like you watch this stuff, it's like, this seems like a psychological operation, like propaganda to trick the less fortunate and the babies. But it's also so stupid that you're like, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, if it is, you're not putting a lot of work into it. Okay, there's another funny part. I couldn't find it. I was making fun of her earlier about the color coding. I should have done a highlighter. I should have put a little tab on this because I couldn't find it. This is a 3-hour video, though. In my defense, please.
Let me ask you something, please.
There's a funny part where, Anna Kasparian is reading all these, like, statistics. She's like, 20% of this and, whatever. And one of the
That's a
statistics
fun
she
bit of
brings
chat.
up is, like,
You're talking about this
how much of
debate
the workforce is made up
yesterday?
by women, She's like, how
the
do you
last
say
stream.
women suck if they do so much of the workforce?
Certainly
And
brought
this
in
girl
some
Pearl, she
interesting
she
characters.
comments
Certainly
on this.
was.
In her recap, she goes, "Well, this is probably one of the funniest things I've ever heard." She goes, "Well,"
Once Cal wrote the "you should do the thing," I was like,
Yes.
oh, you know what? We need to bring this back. Where is it?
Suicide is badass.
a lot of that is OnlyFans. Oh, that's great. Half the workforce is
Look at
women.
him sending fucking cavalry at my
yeah,
infantry.
OnlyFans. Okay.
You would think cavalry would be really fucking good against infantry.
You would think.
Like, the only thing that's better specifically against cavalry is the anti-cavalry. Infantry would be number 2. The only thing cavalry is really good for is hitting ranged units. It depends on the civ,
Yes.
actually.
Yeah.
Because if you have a COD as well, then any unit is good. A COD is like a broken city-state if you're domination.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it makes it so all your units ignore walls.
What?
It's funny, I feel a little bit
Which
sorry
you know what's
for the...
you know what's oh my god. You know what? I just realized something because Sargon of Akkad's famous battle is against a wall. Right?
Is it? That's funny.
Yeah, so Sargon's troops, they had these people and they had like they were essentially long spears, but they weren't stabbing weapons. They just imagine a really, really long spear that's like 3 feet long. Right? But what it actually was is they were copper-tipped tools, and they would shove them in the bricks on the walls like a pry bar. And so he actually ripped down their walls. So like the herald of Sargon of Akkad says something like he tore down down their walls and washed his weapons in the water. Is when he I think it's his conquest of Ur.
I saw you go. I fucking hell. I was like, what the fuck is that meant to mean? And I'm like, and it's fucking talking about Sargon, the YouTuber.
Yeah, fuck him.
Yes, we're talking about the historical figure because we're playing Civ. And I don't think he's a leader. I think he's just a city-state, right?
Yeah, just a city-state. I also said that he should be a great general. Like, you can have Akkad, the city-state, but also the great general.
Yeah. Play the video. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I'm just looking up this Sargon of Akkad ballad thing.
Okay.
Like, let's see if I found it.
Play the video.
I'm looking at stuff right now.
Well, let's talk a bit about what the fuck is going on. So, what is developed from fucking ICE and all the shit that's happening in Minnesota? National Guard being called in?
Okay, I found it on Reddit.
Great.
But it's literally they're transcribing the actual ballad. So Sargon, king of Akkad, bailiff and goddess of Ishtar, king of the world, anointed priest of the god An. Right, that's our logo. An.
Is it? I thought it was what's it called, like a Dinger or something?
The symbol for An.
Dingia?
The symbol for An is that symbol. So
Spell?
like all gods descend from An, so they all have that symbol in their name.
Is it? Spell it?
A-N.
It's just A-N? Okay.
A-N or A-N-U, yeah. So, and then it's like Lord of the Land, governor for the god Enlil. Enlil is kind of like Sumerian Jesus.
Okay.
He's the direct son.
So it says it says the symbol is called a horned crown.
Yeah, the horned crown, that's what kings would wear. because the ox represented strength.
Okay. In
So-
cuneiform, his sign often read as Dinger is an 8-pointed star.
Yeah.
And that's what our symbol is, yeah.
So, is like there. He's thought of as like the cosmos. So they didn't necessarily think the world was flat, but they thought it was like there was a dome over them because of how the
I love
stars
that idea.
rotated.
Yes, I love that idea. That's great.
So they had the idea that there's clearly a dome. So they kind of knew the world was round even back then.
These people are smarter than most conservatives now.
Well, if you think about, this is why I talk about like why swastikas are so common, because the Big Dipper is so important. And like back then you could see the stars. You could see the Milky
Yes.
Way every night.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
that's
Yep.
not something we see now. And that's why I think there's such a disconnect from these types of things. And,
Yeah,
and
light
why
pollution-
people could even believe in a flat earth.
Light pollution be crazy.
Like, I think just having access to the stars every night without light pollution.
Wait, are you telling me? Are you
on
telling me that
the shape of
fucking the pan star system is why the fucking swastika exists?
The Big Dipper? Not all.
Yeah.
Not all.
What
But
the
yes,
fuck?
some are representative of a calendar. And they're traced out of the sky because it's the position of where that star is. And the
Yes, because I'm literally
seasons.
looking at this picture here. It
Yeah,
says
we've talked
North
about it.
Star, winter, spring, summer, fall, and it's got it around the
We've talked
the
about
center.
it. But
That's
it's not necessarily
fascinating.
always the case. That's just one of the reasons why it is so common.
Okay.
But, circles and squares are also fucking common,
Yeah, because we don't have the North Star in Australia.
I
but
think we
can
still have
see this
swastika
thing.
in our army. Sweden, Switzerland, which one has it?
It's Finland.
Finland,
It's
that's
the Air
right.
Force.
So Anu is considered like the god, okay, and then it's different depending on the myth, but the earliest one, his wife is Kai, and it's like the earth itself. And so like the way it depicts the birth of Enlil, it's either earth or specifically salt water. I'm not 100% sure, but specifically the birth of Enlil, he's the one who brings life to earth is Enlil. So he's the reason why there's atmosphere. So the atmosphere is actually Enlil in their lore. So literally their creation myth is that a cosmic god crashed into the earth and then gave it atmosphere, which is literally what happened. Like, the reason the earth has a tilt and atmosphere is because a cosmic event happened where a fucking celestial body crashed into earth. So I think it's very interesting that it's kind of close to... There's no way they could know this, but I just find it fascinating how close they are with their creation myth.
Yeah.
And considering it's like the first writing. Anyway, right here. Conquered the city of Uruk, destroyed its walls. He was victorious over Uruk in the battle. Conquered the city. Captured Lagolzazi, king of Uruk, in the battle, and led him up to the gate of the god Enlil in a neck stock. Sargon, king of Akkad, was victorious over Ur in battle. He conquered the city and destroyed its wall. He conquered Enimar and destroyed its walls, and conquered its districts of Lagos as
Bro really hated
far
walls.
as the sea. He washed his weapon in the sea. So like this is him taking the last civilization on the this would be like where the wetlands in Iraq were. So like he washed his weapons in the sea after this because he had taken over the entire Mesopotamian region. So it's like a symbol that he washed his weapons in the battle, right? And then again destroyed its walls. So all these civilizations actually had a way to build walls and shit, and Sargon figured out that if they just have this stick with copper on the end of it, they can just rip down the walls and conquer them. It's not necessarily that he was like a great leader or anything. They just had better technology.
So did they design these spears specifically for like pulling bricks off walls? Is that literally what you're saying?
They're like
Crazy.
copper tipped. They're copper tipped pry bars. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And most of his forces used were slingers.
Okay.
And what's interesting is in the ruins, they find balls that are solid and perfectly round, and then ones that are kind of shaped like Hershey Kisses. So they saw that the battle was so prolonged that they were making clay balls and setting them in the sun, and they weren't dry yet, so they were launching them on the city, so they'd be flat on one side because they were still kind of moist. And then this other battle, he fucking literally, they take and they cut squares out of the clay and then put those squares to dry in the sun, and then literally build a staircase over a wall to conquer one of these cities. Just by drying clay in the sun. So
I guess it just further reinforces that you shouldn't build walls.
I mean, pottery further reinforces the knowledge of clay and how important clay was for us.
Yes.
I love
Hey, did you
this.
see the
At
White
this
House
point, it's
posted
hard to
another
deny
Nazi
the United
thing?
States shouldn't acquire Greenland. Okay, I think you're a robot.
The
We're
14-year-olds
talking
who are
about-
watching this, you know.
We're talking
see,
Because I
about
guess like the
Mesopotamia.
aesthetic of this is
Yeah,
like,
did you
I'm
see
getting-
the White House talking about Greenland? The White House posted some Nazi shit again. You know, the which way
we'll look at
Western
it.
man bullshit.
We'll look at it.
Yeah, fucking great.
Who was that science Karen who said the raccoon deserved to die? You remember her?
Yes, but I don't remember who specifically.
What was her name?
I do not remember. Is this the raccoon or the squirrel?
Yes, but they also killed the raccoon.
Ah, yes, the Karen that reported it. No, I
Yes.
don't remember her name.
She has an awesome video on bots that she just did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just want to know who she is. I typed in science atheist girl YouTuber. Think that'll work?
That should work.
It's not.
Well, just Google what Karen reported Peanut the squirrel to the animal murderers.
She doesn't come up in any of these science YouTubers. What was her name? Anyone remember who that lady was? Oh, it's Rebecca Watson. Actually, the Google AI helped me there. Right? Is this her?
I cannot see, so I cannot tell you.
1 second. It is. Okay. I'm gonna open that video for Nexties.
I'm getting the real information. I'm getting the real story of how the world really works.
You're not allowed to talk about
YouTube's playing it in my ear.
You're not allowed to talk about this, but this is
This is the raw truth. Only fans. I can't believe I'm doing this, but like, if you look at the
Instant
OnlyFans
creates a
statistics,
cavalry
like,
unit with one
nobody makes
promotion
any
level.
money on
That is
OnlyFans.
not
Like,
worth
1%
retiring this
makes all the
general.
money. But it's also like, oh yeah, we're getting the real truth.
And he's
OnlyFans,
good for
man.
until the modern
That's-
era too.
That's a real problem. This
one
OnlyFans.
industrial
This is
era.
like Tim
Okay,
What do you
Wolf
mean?
he's
does
What do
almost
you mean
expired.
good
He'll make a
until?
video
What do you
that's-
mean good until?
Okay, can you see the screen?
Not right now. Give me a second.
Okay, well, then I can't tell you.
Need the shit. Give me a break.
I have a settler here. Where'd he come from?
So in the single player German game that I'm playing, I planned out I planned out 9 cities because there was one that they were all around lakes or rivers, and I put city center tax on the little cross section river above my initial territory, and what I did was I built 3 settlers. I hit a dark age, popped the settlers, and then changed the dark age policy to get more food and shit. But I can't can't train settlers. So I literally built three new cities on the dawn of a dark age, and they didn't lose any loyalty as I placed them. So during this dark age period, I'm going to be essentially building up these 3. No, not right now in the single player game. The screenshot that I sent you the other day.
I'm voting for melee.
I'm voting for you for trade routes.
For
combat
let's
for
see,
melee.
1 second. Yeah. So
who's winning? For
nobody
Diplo?
really has any Diplo victory points, so vote for yourself. Sometimes the AI this early will only put 1 point in, and it will just pick anyone at random.
Oh, that's funny. What do we got? World's Fair? What do I have to do?
Just earn great person points, which you're already doing. I just sold all my Diplo favor to Mansa Musa, so if anyone wins those Diplo victory points, it's going to be him.
Can you move your dude off my city center tack?
1 second.
Because I put that there so you could see
settle
it.
that. Wait to settle that until Timbuktu breaks.
Okay.
Hey, you won it. That's crazy. Why did she vote it for you to get it too?
Amazing.
Provide gold to sender. Mansa Musa put 13 votes into you winning that.
What the fuck?
And then 13 votes into he beat out City 6 guy by 1 point to win 2 Diplo points. Okay, now if you full screen me real quick and you're looking at the screen. So on the Great General, down here it says passive ability, right? And it says passive effect, +5 combat strength and +1 movement to industrial and modern era land units within 2 tiles, right? So eventually generals, your units will be 2 leveled up, and that's when you retire them.
Okay.
So this one, his retirement, all it does is create a cavalry unit with 1 promotion. So like, because he's good until the modern era, like no reason to retire him basically ever. Like he'll be with me for the rest of the game. I did I did an Aztec game and I set it on the slowest speed.
Okay.
And then just non-stop produced Eagle Warriors, and what Eagle Warriors do is if they kill an enemy in combat, there's a high chance they take them as a builder, And then you can use builders to spend charges to build districts. So you basically keep producing Eagle Warriors, and then you get a builder, and you switch over to the district and use the charges, and then switch back to the Eagle Warrior, and you'll build up your districts early game like that.
Okay.
And like the strongest person in the game ended up being the one I was Eagle rushing, and it was Vietnam.
Lucky.
But once I got her destroyed, the game was over. I was just so powerful.
Titled like The Downfall
But
of
it took forever because it was a big map
civilization
and
or
it was
whatever.
a marathon.
And he'll be talking about OnlyFans.
But the opening,
Meanwhile,
it was just
like, the
fun. I wanted to
defense
do an
budget is
opening
being
Eagle Rush.
increased by $500 billion. You know, half the economy is gambling, online gambling scams. And
Hey,
crypto
converting
scams.
to oil.
How about this OnlyFans?
Converting to
Man,
oil gave me a unit. If I convert
just
to
we could
coal,
get
does
rid
it
of
also
this
give me a unit?
OnlyFans, then we would all be
guess
going
so.
like this. If we could get rid of this OnlyFans, then you could really
cut your meat.
Okay, well, this is starting to feel a little bit mean. This is starting to feel a little bit like, oh, hey, there's somebody on the internet. Let's all make fun of them. You know what? I say this to Pearl. I say,
I love you.
you're doing your best. We all love you. Very proud of you. I hope you find the 13 to 18-year-old audience that you're looking for, and you live happily ever after with whatever you're doing.
There.
No more
Climate
making
change
fun of you.
debate
wait,
going
hold
on in
Somebody
chat.
just handed me something. What is this? It's a message. Oh, we got a person of the day.
Person of day.
Happy New Year! It's 2026. I'm Tom Elton
Hey,
for this.
whoa, Tom. Tom, I'm your biggest fan, but you really need to
Cut your meat.
with that attitude, man.
Happy New Year! It's 2026. I'm Tom
Look at
Elton
me.
for BizDoc. But now it's
Ba-ba-ba.
10 into 2026. What's going to happen? Where's it going to go? Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow? I'm going to tell you this week.
Okay, man. I do like his energy. Hey, it's me, Tom, and I have to say, and also, and
I'm going to tell you this week.
calm down.
The 10 predictions for 2026.
Jesus, Tom.
Starting with.
Okay, congratulations to Tom on Person of the Day there.
Generally speaking, Chinese people look Chinese.
You're the winner of the prestigious Generally Speaking Chinese People Look Chinese award. Okay, this Person of the Day number 2 right here.
Is there a way to set rally points?
I don't think so. That'd
You
be
can
nice.
queue everything up, but you can't fucking rally.
Yeah, and the queue is like the auto pathing sucks.
I don't know if this is even real.
I stole
But if
robotics.
this is real and this guy has a course or
Nice.
something, I'm in. I'm in.
As I go from the parking lot into the store, I'm transitioning into a new space. So in the parking lot, I've already cleared that it's safe. As I go into a new space, I have to do the same thing. I'm going to go in there, take a few seconds, observe the environment, see if it's changed, see if something I need to pay attention to.
Okay.
So as I go into the store, I take a second. I look, I notice there's a fire alarm over there.
Okay.
I look and see if there's anything out of place, anything I should be paying attention to. Okay. People over here having coffee. Everything seems.
Okay, I'm checking this Wegmans here. I'm transitioning into it, noticing some people having coffee over here. Wait a second. It's 6 p.m. That's too late for coffee. Okay, so God bless those two goddamn guys right there.
God bless you.
For their win, their absolute sweeping win of the Person of the Day. Congratulations. To you, we say,
I'm gonna haunt you.
And
I like women, not men.
oh, it's Friday, and to all of you, please.
Okay, Science Karen. Oh, I'm still full screen. Watch that rest of that RM Brown while it was full screen.
Oh
Oh well. Ah! I'm not sharing. When did I stop sharing?
My God. I don't know.
Corporation, who had just pushed a 16-year veteran host. Last week, I posted a video about anti-trans bias at the British Broadcasting Corporation, who had just pushed a 16-year veteran host to resign due in part to his support for trans people that he has expressed in his private life. This comment, posted shortly after my video went live, caught my eye. At BF Thoughts wrote, "In this video, it seems obvious why an officer could fear she would..."
So, if I was working for the BBC,
because we're missing the entire premise.
That's fine. So if I was working at the BBC and they told me that I had to quit because of my position in favor of trans people, I would tell them to go fuck themselves and fire me, and then sue them for wrongful termination. Like that, it's a very simple way to go about this. This is blatant discrimination for support of a minority group.
Steal technology 2 levels higher.
Like, genuinely, fuck you. Like, you're a cunt. Especially the BBC having employed a literal child rapist for like 30 fucking years and pretty much facilitated this guy raping children for 30 years. The BBC should be much more careful
Mr.
about
Blobby.
this shit. But like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Right? You're talking about Mr. Blobby?
Jimmy Savile?
Oh, that guy. Wait. You mean to tell me?
And on top of that, the BBC...
You mean to tell me this guy... Nope. I accidentally clicked set default. I don't want that. Get out of here. Get these fucking notifications out of here. You mean to tell me this guy right here wasn't the rapist?
No.
Mr. Blobby
I don't know
is
what
innocent?
This is. I don't know what this is.
Just a fucking nightmare creature from the UK.
Makes sense. What the fuck? Okay. So I just looked it up. Yes, the BBC was aware of allegations against Jimmy Savile, but the culture of fear and reverence for celebrities prevented staff from reporting these concerns to management. So the BBC knew about this child rapist, kept him on, and only came out after he died, and now they want to be like, oh, you support trans people? You can't work here anymore. Shut the BBC down. Fuck these guys. Refresh it. Burn it to the ground. Raise that shit. Make it again. Get rid of every fucking cunt that works there. Unfucking real. Alright. Rant over. You can go.
Where is this? It's all the way over there. I can't reach it from here. Okay.
Get the fuck out of my territory, you stupid rock band. Fucking cunts. Damn, could have a super farm. But there's bananas here.
Bananas are really good.
I already cleared one of the bananas. I needed it for an aqueduct.
The banana tile. Okay. You ready?
I posted a video about anti-trans bias at the British Broadcasting Corporation, who had just pushed a 16-year veteran host to resign due in part to his support for trans people that he has expressed in his private life. This comment, posted shortly after my video went live, caught my eye. At BF Thoughts wrote, "In this video, it seems obvious why an officer could fear she was going to run into him with her vehicle. Wow,
You following? Why would they comment this on something that's about the BBC firing somebody, huh? Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
I hadn't seen this angle. He had a reason to feel threatened. It is done." That comment clearly is not about the BBC pressuring a radio host to resign over his remarks supporting trans people. If you're watching this video at a much later date or from another dimension. That comment is quite clearly referencing the recent murder of Renee Nicole
90%
Good, a
chance to steal
37-year-old
tech.
woman who was gunned down in cold blood by American Gestapo agent Jonathan Ross in Minneapolis as she was legally
Get outta here,
observing
rock
the
band.
unconstitutional actions of ICE shortly after she dropped off her child at daycare. At the time that BF Thoughts wrote this comment, I hadn't even begun to write a video on Ross murdering Good. It's clear then that this comment was posted as a mistake, a bot mistake. As of this recording, it appears as though BF Thoughts has realized the mistake and deleted that comment, replacing it with a completely unintelligible but fairly standard transphobic comment about how it's lesbophobic to suggest that trans women should be able to compete in sports with cis women. Excuse me, I mean lesbians, the only kind of woman who plays sports. I didn't mention anything about trans women in sports in that video, but I mean, hey, at least the little clanker's new comment was somewhere in the same general universe as the topic of the video that the comment was left on. I begin this video with that story because I think it's important that you understand immediately that the discourse you see online about this and other headline-grabbing topics is artificial. There are probably, by this point
The Ottomans are
in
giving
this
me all
very
their
video,
gold
just
for
a minute or two
22
after it
barrels
goes
of
live,
oil.
already
Amazing.
comments saying
I had full
inflammatory
oil.
things
Oh,
like
well, now
what
what's he giving
BF
me for
Thoughts
oil?
had to say.
Giant war against
You can
massive
reply to them
Musa.
to debunk them if you want. You can ignore them, but
Are you gonna
I'm
do
going
it?
to advise you to not waste your time engaging in a back
I said,
and forth
make it
argument
more
with them.
equitable,
That
and
is
then he
probably
changed the
not
deal
worth
to
it.
giving me Niter.
And I'm serious
giving
about
him
that
Diplo
because
favors.
I'm the uploader of
Oh,
the
no,
video.
I was
I
giving
get
him
more
Diplo
money
favor.
the more these bots go back and forth with you or each other. It's still not worth it. I'll back up for a bit for people who aren't in the United States or maybe aren't getting an accurate picture of what's going on here from the mainstream news. ICE refers to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They are essentially the Gestapo of the Trump administration. They descend on American cities wearing
I
masks
accidentally clicked too
with
many
no
times and sold all
identifying
my Diplo
information,
victory for an
often not even
underinflated
badges
price.
signifying the
Uh-oh.
branch of law enforcement
It's
they're
okay.
representing, and they violently abuse U.S. citizens in the name of finding and apprehending and abusing and disappearing undocumented immigrants. Last week, a patron from the EU let me
DEI.
know that they have absolutely no idea that any of this is happening, despite the fact that I've been talking about it for the past year, warning about it for much longer. And because of that, I just really want you to know that this has been happening for many months now in Los Angeles and Portland. Briefly back in October, they were here in the Bay Area, but I'm pretty sure our politicians are chummy enough with the theocrats that the Gestapo was redirected elsewhere pretty quickly. I also need you to know that we are not just sitting back and letting it happen. People have been in the streets, not just protesting at big events like the No Kings rallies, but doing real community organizing to protect one another. People have been passing out flyers with information on what our rights are regarding ICE, giving contact information for pro bono legal advice to immigrants. They're 3D printing whistles and spreading codes about those whistles so that neighbors will know if and when ICE is on their streets and if and when they are apprehending someone. Every day, people have been putting their bodies on the line to protect each other, with U.S. citizens physically stopping the Gestapo from disappearing people off the street, out of workplaces, while they're delivering their DoorDash.
I can get a canal
fine, but
next
I
to
don't
this
want to open the door
industrial
if they don't
zone.
have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now I ordered fucking food and there's people outside my fucking house.
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay? All right.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared. James, come downstairs.
Cheyenne.
What? I literally ordered DoorDash and now there's ICE agents around my house because the lady ran in my house and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were gonna get one.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do.
Don't let them in your house.
The police are on their way. I can't ignore it. I have a baby here. And they have guns
hold on a
pointing
second.
everywhere in
Pause.
my house. I have some random lady. In
Okay, so if I know it's not quartering, but if they don't get a warrant, are you able to castle law your house if they break into your house and don't have a warrant?
It depends on the state. I believe it has happened before, and it also depends on if you're white or not.
Okay. Because there was a situation, and I wrote about it on my Substack when I was doing just like basic news stories, sort of practicing. There was a situation where the cops broke in, opened fire, killed the guy's girlfriend, and he shot back at them and got off. Because it was a no-knock raid. So it's like, I guess it really is dependent on the situation.
Yeah, lawyers too, you know?
But it wouldn't be what's the quartering amendment? Third?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a breach of the third. No. This is a different one. This wasn't Breonna Taylor. Give me a second. I'll find my Substack. No, I want the other one. News. Just screen share while I find it. Might have been the first one I wrote. Yes, this one. So, 27-year-old Andrew Coffey IV has been found not guilty by a jury after police killed his 21-year-old girlfriend during a 2017 no-knock raid. Coffey tested that he was shooting in self-defense, had no idea what was happening, and insists there was no verbal commands. That no verbal commands were heard. Coffey was charged with and acquitted of second-degree felony murder, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer by discharging a firearm, and 1 count of shooting or throwing a deadly missile. A grand jury ruled on the police officers involved and ultimately...
the missile?
I don't know. Let's see if the story I linked. Okay. Shooting or throwing a deadly missile. I don't know. I don't even know what that could have been. It's not specific here. A grand jury ruled that the police officers involved on the police officers and ultimately cleared them of any wrongdoing in the death of Woods. I was trying to protect me and Alteria, and I thought I was doing that, but I feel like I didn't protect her. I can't sleep with that. They killed her, he said. Initial reports said Woods was pregnant, with sheriffs claiming Coffey used her as a human shield. Of course they did. The chief medical examiner refuted these claims,
ghouls.
And the sheriff's office is literal ghouls. And the sheriff's office maintained that the human shield story. Coffey faced 30 years in prison for felony possession of possession of a firearm because the law still denies the right of people to bear arms following time served. Black firearm ownership has risen by 58.2%, according to the National Shooting Sports Foundation. Following the Rittenhouse trial, some have questioned if self-defense subsisted through white privilege, but the Second Amendment doesn't contain any stipulations on the right to bear arms. Yeah, so, you know, short little story that I did that like flew under the radar, because I'm like, this is like pretty interesting that a black dude shot at cops and got off the charges. Like, that's very intriguing. So it's like this was something that kind of piqued my interest when I was writing. Yeah, that was the second story that I did. The first one was a Uyghur genocide one.
Okay.
Anyway, but yeah, so that's yeah.
In my house, I have my child barricaded.
They're looking at our backyard too.
They're looking at everything.
People have been comforting the children left behind, finding contact information for the people who are being disappeared, returning their empty cars to their families and letting them know how to begin finding their fathers, mothers, cousins, kids. And they've been pulling out their phones and recording what the Gestapo would prefer to do in secret. That's what Renee Nicole Good was doing, legally observing the actions of ICE in her neighborhood while her partner recorded them. Good was driving her car when she stopped in the middle of the road.
The damage she's already doing to my troops in these back territories compared to those front is completely different. But I'm too big to fail.
Accept my deal.
She don't got nothing on me. I have too many guns. I'm America,
Let
bitch.
her wife out to record the ICE agents in unmarked SUVs behind them. The agents exited their vehicles and began recording Good, her wife, and their car's license plate. As Good's wife assured them that, unlike ICE, they don't swap their license plates to hide from scrutiny. And Good herself reassured ICE officer Jonathan Ross.
I'm not mad at you.
Her last words that she would speak to her murderer. More officers then charged Good's car, with one reaching his hand through the window and attempting to open the door. With Ross off to her left, Good turns the wheels of the car to the right and attempts to pull away. Unfortunately, Ross had already drawn his weapon. With his gun in one hand and his recording cell phone in the other, he shoots Good 3 times at point-blank range, causing her to accelerate forward and crash into cars parked down the street. As Ross calmly walks away, he calls Good, the woman he just shot, a fucking bitch. Bystanders rushed to render aid, including one person who identified themselves as a physician, but the agents prevented anyone from trying to save Good's life, and she died from her gunshot wounds. Ross climbs into a vehicle and the agents leave the scene. None of that is debatable, what I've just described. Not only was this all witnessed by a dozen bystanders, but it was also caught on camera from at least 5 different angles, including Ross's own cell phone. The only way for a fascist state to stop average people from seeing these videos, being horrified, and taking actions to stop it from happening again is to lie loudly, boldly, and often. Lucky for them, they have a lot of practice doing that already. On Shitter, aka X, aka Twitter, aka the website that has now become an avalanche of AI-generated pornographic images of unconsenting women and children, the Vice President of the United States posted, "Watch this, as hard as it is. Many of you have been told this law enforcement officer wasn't hit by a car, wasn't being harassed and murdered an innocent woman. The reality is that his life was endangered and he fired in self-defense." He then attached the video taken from Jonathan Ross's cell phone, which again does not show him being hit by a car because he clearly wasn't, as you can see from the wider angles. And does not show him being harassed, though I'm sure both Ross and J.D. Vance consider it harassment when a woman good-naturedly suggests that they relax. As Margaret Atwood famously wrote, "Men are afraid women will laugh at them. Women are afraid men will kill them." Another relevant quote here is from Walter Langer, a psychoanalyst who lived in Germany during the rise of Adolf Hitler,
I built
and
my
produced a thorough
industrial zone on
analysis
top
of
of the
Hitler
oil
for the
here.
Office of Strategic Services, in which Langer wrote that
there's one
Hitler's
deep in your
primary
territory.
rules were never allow the public to cool off, never
not
admit
friends?
fault
Our
or wrong,
alliance
never
expired.
concede that there may be some
I
good in
already
your
sent you a
enemy,
deal,
never
like 3
leave room
terms
for
ago.
alternatives, never accept blame, concentrate on one enemy at a time and blame him for everything that goes wrong, and crucially, People will believe a big lie sooner than a little one, and if you repeat it frequently enough, people will sooner or later
She's
believe
offering
it.
me a
Wenger
shitload of
also
great
correctly
works.
predicted that Hitler would commit suicide once he knew he was beaten. So that's a fun bonus fact. Anyway, with video evidence contradicting them at every
We can
step,
only
Trump's
hope.
administration has worked hard to repeat the biggest of lies over and over and over again. Renee Good was a terrorist. She was trying to run over Jonathan Ross. Ross acted in accordance with the laws regulating these agencies. Shooting someone 3 times in the face as they are attempting to leave is self-defense. People who protest what ICE are doing deserve any violence that is visited upon them. And it's simply not enough to have these big, obvious lies repeated from the top down. As Hitler knew as well, good propaganda can boost a campaign from the bottom up. And so the same bot networks that researchers have proven in the past to have been used to destabilize democracies, perpetrate genocides, and even make you hate famous women are now in the comments here on...
It's going to be level 3, the highest level.
Conservatives
Maybe
are now
that's
bitching
why
about...
she's been doing more damage to me. I fell out of that alliance.
Maybe.
YouTube, as well, of course, on Shitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, probably LinkedIn, who knows, agreeing with the Trump administration that the big lie is actually true. Does this mean that everyone you see spreading this lie online are bots or part of the Trump administration? Of course not. The purpose of the bots is to provide the illusion of a grassroots support network, a safe space for idiots, bigots, and cult members to ignore their lying eyes and go along with the Trump administration's propaganda without feeling that pesky cognitive dissonance. They don't need to watch the videos to know what happened. They can just upvote and support that guy over there who says that he watched it and it definitely proves that the lie is the truth. Helping all of this? The grifters, of course. All of the guys who called themselves capital L libertarians 10 years ago, like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Skeptic Magazine's Michael Shermer, smell the money to be made from spreading this big lie in the right-wing grift machine, and so they don't hesitate to suddenly switch sides and throw personal freedoms out the window. In between posts about how scary trans women are, Shermer backs up his new right-wing friends, pretending that a more reasonable interpretation of these videos is at first one that suggests maybe things are more ambiguous than they seem. As he's confronted with more and more evidence against the big lie, like cleaned up audio showing that Good told the agents she was going to pull away, he desperately reaches for more reasons that she actually deserved to die, like how someone, her wife, exited her car before she pulled away. Exiting cars, of course, it's understandable that that's punishable by death. Why not? Shermer was clearly struggling, as even the poor Nazis who still comment on Shitter were pointing out this is a pretty clear-cut case of a murder caught on camera. He was rescued when the Trump administration sent out this memo to all of the bots and grifters that this latest video release, the one shot from Ross's own cell phone, was in fact the one that actually proved Ross was innocent and Good, the woman he shot to death, was a criminal. New footage makes this tragedy less ambiguous. 1. Renee Good was not an innocent bystander.
I didn't tell you to get in the ocean.
Wandered into
it was
ICE
like,
actions,
oh, you could attack this thing in one turn. Okay, I'm going to get in the ocean.
Good was simply
you could have ran to it, and instead you got in the fucking ocean, and there's no undo button. Fucker. I hate that shit. That's why I won't research the sailing technology. A lot of games, because I don't want my shit running in the middle of the ocean.
Bystander who didn't know what was going on. She was a legal observer who was legally documenting ICE's actions. 2, she and the other activists were not peacefully protesting from the sidewalk, but taunting ICE agents, show your face, and standing in the road.
Oh no!
Again, wrong. We knew she wasn't on the sidewalk protesting because she was in her car when she was murdered. And we also know that taunting ICE and standing in a road, neither of which are shown in the video he's referring to, are in fact peaceful actions. If you're interested in learning about the history of bigots and fascists pretending every protest they don't like isn't peaceful, check out this video I made back in 2020, which happens to be the last time law enforcement officers murdered someone in that same Minneapolis neighborhood for no reason. Number 3, she was not in distress, smiling. What an insane thing to write.
What is the QSD?
The only way to parse this is...
I don't know. In context of what?
This guy says SDF YPG militants execute prisoners before leaving. ISIS did the same. I looked at the video that they used. The source says QSD militia executes prisoners in the prison before its withdrawal. And I have a feeling that that's not Kurdish.
Couldn't tell you.
And I can't find anything that talks about what the fuck the QSD militia is.
I'd guess Quds Force.
That's what I'm assuming as well, which is not Kurdish.
Well, according to the a lot of the Jelaniists, they are Iranian-backed, the Kurds, because they have bought weapons from Iran. A sanctioned terrorist group bought weapons from a terrorist state. That shows they're in line. You know? Stupid.
To suggest that the
Hold on.
Gestapo can
This piece has
murder
been
you as long
updated
as
to
you aren't
reflect an
crying.
editorial
Like,
policy change. The Syrian National Army was previously abbreviated to JWS, now abbreviated to SNA, while the Syrian Democratic Forces were previously abbreviated to QSD, but are now SDF.
Hmm.
But why the fuck were they called QSD? What the fuck?
It's probably the name in a different language. Like something. The Q is something, and then it's democratic.
Yeah. Okay. Takba prison. Who were the prisoners? Who was held at...
When was this?
I'm assuming today?
Oh. I know that one of these Asaish girls who died was 17, and her mother didn't want her to join the forces and stuff, so there's been that going on lately. The usual.
Oh my god. Oh my
narrative
god.
around that shit.
Okay. Okay. This is the AI overview. Granted. But listen to this. Based on reports from early 2025 and late 2025, early 2026 surrounding the evolving security situation in northern Syria, Tabqa prison and its associated detention facilities under SDF lead held a variety of detainees before and during the withdrawal of Kurdish forces from the area. In 2025, the following individuals and groups were held at Tabqa prison and the surrounding Raqqa countryside under SDF control. You ready for this?
Yeah.
ISIS members,
Yep.
detainees with ISIS ties, political opponents, local residents. Reports indicate that SDF continued to hold local residents, including those accused of supporting the transitional government or harboring opposing political views. Okay. Pro-transitional government individuals. What's the transitional government?
The current government.
Like Syria? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
Jelani.
Jelani's forces attacked the Kurds and the Kurds put them in prison. We don't know why they're in there.
That's the thing, is that, like, what we need to understand about groups in the PKK network is, like, They might have a solid philosophy at the top, but I mean, it's like Jelani as well. Like Jelani might be trying to work things out at the top, but the local forces and stuff, right? So like the PKK will kill families who oppose them. Like it's a terrorist group, you know what I mean? Like these they imprison political opponents, yes, but it's fucking Syria. You know what I mean? It would be like Hamas imprisons political opponents, and that justifies what?
Well, and this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. I'm like, well, who were the people in the prison? Because I'm just going to respond to this guy. I'm like, who were the people in the prison? Daesh, people who attacked the Kurds, loyal to Jelani. Like, what are you implying by comparing the SDF to Daesh? Seems disingenuous. Because he says executed all prisoners in the prison before withdrawing. ISIS did the same. So I'm like, okay, who were the people in the prison? Daesh, people who attacked the Kurds, loyal to Jolani. What are you implying by comparing the SDF to Daesh? Seems disingenuous. And this guy's like,
okay, we need to close Twitter.
Middle East Eye. AJ Studies, this is all in his bio, Atlantic Council, The Diplomat, Clash Report, Acta Fabula. I don't know what any of this are, but he seems like somebody who would know what they're talking about, so I'm just like, what?
Clash Report is a Turkish op.
Well, that probably explains it.
Anyway, we need to close Twitter.
No, I just opened it because I was looking for Kurdish stuff.
Advance the game.
Yeah.
Don't open Twitter when you're working.
Okay.
Like, what the actual fuck is wrong with Michael Shermer? Yeah, she was being really nice to the guy who was about to murder her. Checkmate, libs. Fuck. Number 4, her partner got out of the car to further taunt agents in the road. You want to come at us? Yeah, her partner got out to film them, which is what legal observers do. When they approached her in a threatening manner, she made a joke about license plates. Checkmate again, I guess. Her partner deserved to die. Number 5, her partner stated they intended to harass ICE agents later. This is such an obvious and stupid lie. Anyone can debunk it by watching the video that he links to.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking country. You want to come at us?
She literally says their license plate will be the same when the ICE agents come to harass them later, because that's what ICE does. She wasn't threatening to come to ICE later. She was acknowledging that ICE was recording their license plate because what they do is take note of who these protesters are through license plates, collecting ID, or using facial recognition technology, and then they come to their homes later to abuse them. That's what she was talking about. Number 6, when commanded to get out of the car, Good's partner yells, "Drive, drive." You know, it does sound like she says that. Drive, drive. Probably because earlier the agents told them to drive away, and now agents were rushing the car with assault weapons, reaching through the front window and trying to open the door. So for that, an innocent woman is dead, and Michael Shermer wants you to think that this is simply the consequences of her own and her partner's actions. fuck Michael Shermer and the rest of his right-wing, pro-murder, pro-fascism sniveling grifters who spread this lie, even as we see ICE is now enabled to literally go door to door, breaking into people's homes, dragging them away with zero accountability. These grifters are filling their pockets with no concern that they are personally supporting Nazis. Tim Pool and Dave Rubin at least got paid millions of dollars by the Russians as a reward for spreading these obvious lies. I wonder if Shermer is getting anything other than a handful of views on his shitty YouTube channel. I'm not sure which would be more pathetic, if I'm to be honest, if he was doing it for Russian disinformation money or for free in the desperate hope that he might land another gig on Joe Rogan.
I figured it out.
Besides the Trump administration, the
Turkish.
grifters, and the bots, you will find a few people here and there who go along with whatever lazy lie these pieces of shit are handing to them. But
with
don't
anything about Syria on Twitter.
Yeah, fair enough. It's all just Turkish, is it?
No, it's just even like good sources on Syria are like so slanted. Like Kurdistan Watch is really, really good, but like he's obviously got a bias against the regime and stuff, you know?
Yes.
So it's very hard to figure out what is actually happening in Syria
Without being on the ground there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, even on the ground, it's hard to figure it out, if not harder.
I bet. Yeah, even more confusing.
That's the thing. Is like really, we'll figure out what's happening later.
Yes. Yeah, and that's kind of why I don't want to look at it right now. And it's kind of why I don't want to look at the Iran stuff right now.
Like, you know, eventually the smoke clears, people are dead and people are alive, and that's how you fucking figure out what's going on in Syria.
Yeah.
You fall for it.
Like they
There
never
are
know
more
who
of
shot
us than
first
there
in
are of
any
them.
event that happens.
I need you to keep fighting and to keep spreading the truth. If you want to support the people that ICE is brutalizing in Minneapolis, a friend on the ground pointed me.
Nice. My spy here that has the steel technology perk just got, if caught on a mission, has a much higher chance of escape +4 levels.
Damn.
So even if they do get caught, which is rare because they have such a high
Me to
percentage.
this great thread on Blue Sky, which links to mutual aid funds for families and the communities hit the worst. Hey guys, post-production Rebecca here.
Got a lot of
I
wanders
was
in
editing
here.
this video, I went to find that clip of the DoorDash driver who was being targeted by ICE hiding inside someone's house. And for the first time, I had only seen a short clip. For the first time, I watched the entire thing, and it actually brought me to tears. I'd love to show you the whole thing, but it is over 10 minutes long. But I suggest you go watch it because it actually illustrates part of my larger point here about why do they use these bots? And I'm sorry if this is a little disjointed.
Okay. With your settler, is there even any place that you can settle that's not going to instantly lose loyalty right now?
Yeah, right where I am.
It doesn't have a -20 there?
No, I'm gonna settle.
Okay.
I'm gonna settle on this. On
That's
this call.
one of the things I was waiting for, is for it to break and then see what it looked like. Damn, it's still leaning to her, it says.
What the fuck? That's wild. How?
I don't know, because it's not showing up on any.
That doesn't
of the
make any
stuff here.
sense because she's got no pressure. I've got more pressure than her.
I don't know. It might be clear in the future.
I'm just speaking off the cuff here. As I mentioned, they use the bots to give people a false sense of the idea that a lot of other people are on their side in believing this obvious lie. And in this video of the
Can I put
woman
an aqueduct
who is
to
protecting her
a
DoorDash
volcano?
driver, she
Probably
starts out really
see why
scared,
not.
obviously. ICE agents are at her door with guns drawn, and she has a child in the home. She doesn't know what to do, so she calls the police, and the police tell her that there's really nothing she can do, even though the ICE agents don't have a warrant. They tell her basically they're going to come in there anyway. The ICE agents tell, I don't know if it's her partner in the video, but they tell
Sounds
him.
like her kid.
Literally, they say, waiting this out is only going to make
Lava
it worse.
duck.
You don't even know her.
Can I just get a warrant? I just want a warrant, man. I got my child in here. This shit happened yesterday, and
Nothing happens. If we wait, it's gonna get worse. Our SWAT team's gonna come. We have an active warrant for this person. Why do you make it worse?
Do you want to go and take this city?
Finally, this couple, they reach their breaking point.
Just leave it.
They feel completely overwhelmed. They are ready to give up, and they go and they get the DoorDash driver and they bring her to the door, and she is in tears. And this is where I started crying. I actually had to wait a little bit to record this because it made me cry too. Because the DoorDash driver is also terrified. She says she's a citizen, but she knows, that doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter anymore. She is Hispanic. And they're ready to give this woman to the ICE agents because they don't think they have any other choice. But when they open the door, they see these men in their armor and their big guns here to take this crying, terrified woman away. And the neighbors now have gathered, and you can hear the whistles blowing.
That way. You don't even have a fucking warrant. But I'm not gonna go to fucking jail because y'all pieces of shit ain't got nothing better to do because your wife still wanna suck your fucking dick. Fucking puta. Pendejo. No.
And that community, along with the community that the woman filming has online on TikTok, she announces, she says, all these people are watching on social media, and all of the neighbors are watching, and they're using their whistles and they're intimidating the ICE agents. And when it seemed like all hope was lost for that DoorDash driver, suddenly the homeowner finds the strength to stand up to them and to say, no, get the fuck off my lawn.
Love it.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are modern day Nazis. My fucking family got killed. Native Americans got killed for you guys to put on that fucking shit. Bullshit.
No, mis hijos, yo me voy con
fucking
mi niña,
bullshit.
yo no me voy sin mis niñas, sin mis niñas.
So nowadays we can't order DoorDash without ICE showing up to our house, right? I have a baby! A baby! Get out! Until you guys have a warrant!
I love how the baby's not crying.
Get off my
Yeah.
fucking property now!
Yeah, get him. You fucking tell him.
I want
Fuck those
junk
cunts.
papers.
I want a signed paper! You don't come near my house because you're the one that has your hand on the gun the whole time! I have it all on video! I have 11,000 TikTokers right now!
Why can't I send you an alliance?
11,000 TikTok followers that I have!
I haven't accepted the friendship.
11,000
I keep forgetting.
followers I have on fucking
Cunt.
TikTok!
You guys aren't
Get
wanted
the
here.
fuck off my yard
All right,
until you
enough.
have a
You're
judge's
annoying.
signature!
Off my property.
Just kidding.
I hope you guys sleep real good at fucking night. Don't ever come back to my fucking house. Cause I will sue you. I will sue the fuck out of every one of you. You don't know who the fuck I am, remember that?
You deserve a police vest, motherfucker.
Where's your badge? You ain't got one?
Where's your papers? Where's your badge?
You guys are illegal
Why
on
are you
stolen
hiding?
land! You guys are illegal on stolen fucking land!
Go hard.
Illegal on native fucking land! I am Midwaka Dakota! Midwaka Dakota!
Is she speaking in tongues?
Do you know what that means? I am not illegal! Get the fuck
This is
I
the
don't know that she
the
could
anger
have
that you should hold towards these fucking Nazis.
Bro,
Like,
because of our military alliance,
Mm.
all our units start with a free promotion.
great. That's excellent.
Okay, you were saying?
This is the attitude that people should have towards these fucking Nazis. Like, it is literal Nazi shit. And, like, this is the kind of anger that you should have when these cunts turn up. Some fucking ex-general was having a big sook about people in Minnesota bearing arms against them. And I'm like, well, Second Amendment, bitch. What are you going to do about it?
Damn, her
Cry.
borders off the coast are massive.
Yeah, I know. That's because I've set it up that way because of the way that I've spaced out my cities. They grew
No,
out
but
instead of...
her specifically. Her border is massive in the water.
Ah. Ooh, industrial zone adjacency.
Found that strength had her neighbors not been there and had people not been with her on social media. That is the power of real grassroots support. That is what this administration, these Nazis, are trying to imitate with bots and with grifters. They don't have it.
No, they do not.
Did you build River
We
Valley
have
where I
it.
told you?
It is our
Not yet.
strength.
Bro, you're
I'll
going
do
to
it
miss
now.
out.
Okay,
I just looked at
that's
your
all.
production.
Here's
you didn't
the
have
end
it.
of the video.
I need a
As
factory.
always, links to everything I talk about are in the transcript, linked below at
Give me a second.
patreon.com/Rebecca and at skepchick.org. Please stay safe and
I forgot
don't
that you
let
can
the
buy
best.
shit. I'm going to have to wait until next turn. Not to worry.
Intense protests
that's a
raged
radio
in
call.
Minneapolis. There was another ICE shooting. Thankfully, it appears like he is now in stable condition, but this was a Venezuelan immigrant. There was an interaction at a traffic stop with an ICE agent who shot him. The ICE agent is, and the Department of Homeland Security is claiming that he was swinging a shovel. We'll see what the evidence
Don't
shows.
believe any of that
I
stuff.
just, yeah.
It's almost like, you know, they're going to say a lot of things because they're defending murderers.
And with all of this kind of community uprising and people in Minneapolis and Minnesota standing to protect their neighbors, the Trump
Get outta here,
administration
rock
is
band.
frothing at the mouth to try to find a reason to invoke the Insurrection Act. Fascists need to exaggerate the scale of protests and drum up the fear in order to justify their repression. Trump's been doing this for years, and throughout this entire second term in particular, talking about how blue cities are war zones, playing up the threat so that he can crack down on these areas. And they're just begging for a pretext to be able to do this. A reminder that the Insurrection Act was last used, I think, in the early 90s by George H.W. Bush in response to the riots after the police killing or beating of Rodney King. But it had also previously been used during the civil rights movement, or during that era, when it was Eisenhower and JFK trying to using the Insurrection Act to enforce what the courts ordering desegregation of parts of the South, schools in the South. So normally the U.S. military is not supposed to be used on American citizens. That's the Posse Comitatus Act.
Pussy?
But invoking the Insurrection Act suspends that rule. And the Trump administration has been circling around this big red button to use the military against U.S. civilians for years at this point. And once again,
he wants to buy a great work off me.
Truthed it out last night. Here we go. If the corrupt politicians in Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before me, and quickly put an end to the travesty that is taking place in that once great state. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Why does he keep ending his truths with thank you for your attention to this matter? Like he's sending out an email blast at some sort of startup. But anyway, they're trying to create this pretext. They're trying to make it so that the Trump administration can use Minneapolis as a testing ground for further authoritarian actions, because as our more progressive members like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar have been saying publicly, ICE is being used as an anti-civilian force by the Trump administration. Immigrants are on the front lines, but it's not just immigrants. Of course.
I mean, who just got shot in the face?
Renee Good, shot in the face, murdered by ICE. And here's another example of ICE's abuses. This is a legal observer speaking about her experience less than a week after the killing of Renee Good. They were, this legal observer and another individual were observing ICE, which is a protected First Amendment action. And she held a press conference speaking about, and her name's Patty O'Keefe, what happened when she was arrested and detained by ICE.
My name is Patty O'Keefe. On Sunday, this past Sunday, January 11th, myself and my good friend Brandon Seguenza were violently arrested and detained by ICE. During that encounter, we had an ICE agent spray pepper spray into our windshield vent. They then broke our windows, dragged us out of our vehicles, handcuffed us, and put us in separate cars. On the way over to the Whipple Detention Center, I was taunted, mocked. Also, on that same ride, one of the agents said that you guys got to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead. Speaking about Renee Good.
Cool guy.
I think it's important, though, that people know that this is what agents are saying. When we got to the detention
Can you pause
center,
it for a sec?
we saw
I just want to emphasize that point. I know that it's been something I've been pushing on the show here, but it's quite immensely clear that Jonathan Ross, the agent who murdered Renee Good, was triggered and enraged by both the women that were speaking to him being outspoken, but the fact that they were clearly in a same-sex relationship. And when you look at the characteristics of fascist movements, you see that it's this promise of a national renewal, really, and pride in the face of humiliations that are brought by the hand of a marginalized group, usually minority groups, immigrants in this country, but also it branches off in a bunch of different directions. And fascism always has a misogynistic, hyper-masculine undertone, led by a strongman figurehead that channels that kind of energy. And you crack down on leftists, minority groups, but also women and their rights. And you see that this administration
like almost completed the entire culture
looks at
tree.
Viktor Orban's model.
What the fuck?
For governance as something that they seek to emulate, and his right-wing vision very much includes a domesticated female barefoot in the kitchen, and that is what they're talking about here. So if there was a good faith reading of this murder, it would be investigated as a hate crime as well as manslaughter / second degree murder, basically. Keep going.
Got to the detention center. We saw probably about 100 people in holding cells. We heard screaming, crying, just visceral agony from many of the people who were there. You know, someone saying, let me go, let me go, let me go, please let me go, begging. We heard a child crying. My friend Brandon was
Blizzard in
brought
the
into
desert!
Another room for questioning
Watch
where
out!
he was offered money or legal protection for any undocumented family members that he might have in exchange for names of other undocumented people or names of protest organizers, a bribe, essentially. And another person in his cell, a Hispanic man, was offered that same deal. They both said no. I had a short conversation with a Border Patrol agent who, you know, was wondering why we were here, why we were so passionate about this. And at the end of it, he goes, you know, I think, you know, I kind of just think that we thought all you guys are crazy, right? And so you have people that are desensitized or okay with dehumanization, and also think that people that are out here trying to defend their neighbors are crazy. And that's a really dangerous combination, and I think that is coming across in the way that we see that ICE officers are conducting themselves with people across the city. So I am just one example of many. I luckily got to come home from that detention center. And most of the people there did not. This is craziness, and it needs to come to an end.
Go ahead, Matt.
I don't know if it was Will or Felix from Chapo Chapos, but they called ICE agents a revolt of the unemployable against the unemployed. And that's the real issue there. When you hear her say that thing, we thought you all were crazy. These are scared men whose fathers failed, and the only thing that they understand how to give to the world is violence. That's a broken man, every one of those guys, and they're organized now by the government.
There have been some data leaks that I've seen media organizations being slow to verify. I think that there's a chill here, but unverified information here, but data leaks potentially showing that there are Proud Boys in these ranks, which is stuff that, of course we already knew, but I'm waiting for confirmation to fully confirm that, of course.
It's enough to me for Jonathan Ross to be arguing with his family about whether the Proud Boys were good or not.
And white supremacy more broadly on Facebook. That was the nature also of that debate.
Same thing.
The American Immigration Council put out a report just to speak to what she's saying about the detentions, and I can't even imagine what the conditions are like in there. But we know that there are reports of sexual abuse. We know that last year was the deadliest year for people in ICE detention. Over 50 people that we know of that have died in ICE detention. And this same report just has some of these staggering statistics here that the changes in federal law here and the arrest practices has resulted in per the American Immigration Council, a 2,450% increase in the number of people with no criminal record held in ICE detention on any given day. Also, when you look at the amount of money that's being
forces got hit by two
shuttled over
blizzards.
for ICE detention, you see that ICE has an average annual budget of around $15 billion of the next 4 years, over the next 4 years for detention alone. And when you look at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, their budget for the entire federal prison system is $9 billion. ICE detention is dwarfing the entire federal prison system from a budgetary standpoint. And we're still being like, should we call these concentration camps?
That was co-signed by the Democrats.
Let's go. I got the Steel Great Works.
Thanks for passing that into law. And yeah, the logic about concentration camps is if you don't stop them soon enough, they'll become death camps. And every one of these ICE agents will absolutely staff death camps too. And if they decide we're not going after immigrants, but we're going after gay people now, they're all up for that too.
Put your package shot in the water.
We're on the same planet that had the Nazis. We're in the same country that had Jim Crow for decades and decades, and had a media that called itself free that both sides did.
And the same country that committed genocide against the Native Americans.
Indian Removal Act.
The Whipple Detention Center is on the same place of the concentration camp of the Dakota that I put on screen from 1862.
Is that the Fort Snelling one that I was? Okay, so that's relevant here because just this other horrifying facet to this story is that as ICE is terrorizing Minneapolis, there's now, it's been confirmed by the Oglala Sioux tribe
that
at least 3 tribal members have been arrested in Minneapolis. Apparently, ICE rounded up some homeless men living under a bridge in Minneapolis, and they took 3 to 4 members of the Oglala Sioux tribe. There's around 50,000 indigenous Americans that live in Minneapolis. And to Matt's point, they're reportedly being detained at this ICE facility set up in Fort Snelling, South Dakota, which was the site of the concentration camp for indigenous people in the 1860s, housing them there. The image that Matt has shown on screen a few times. Here it is. All right, well, we'll show it in a second, but you can see how there it is, this larger image. I mean, this is the model of concentration camps around the globe.
If you've flown into Minneapolis Airport and when you go over the water, that's the same. That's the Mississippi River right there.
In the memoriam about this story sent to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, the president, Frank Starr, comes out, released a statement about basically the tribe members being snatched up by ICE. In this memorandum, Starr comes out, said that when the nation reached out to the agency, DHS,
she's trying so hard to
only
get
the
these rock
first names
bands out.
of the men. Homeland Security refused to release more information unless the tribe, quote, entered into an immigration agreement with ICE. DHS did not immediately respond to a request for comment Tuesday evening. Starr comes out, said the tribe has no plans to enter an agreement with ICE. They're holding, or attempting to, hold multiple members of the Oglala Sioux tribe hostage unless the tribe agrees to participate in ICE activities.
To accept that those men are, or whoever's detained as, are illegal aliens despite being indigenous Americans.
And, but they're indigenous. But that doesn't matter because this is not about this is not about immigration. This is a white supremacist ethnic cleansing project. Let me repeat that. This is an ethnic cleansing project based on white supremacy. And this is abundantly clear in an experience from another indigenous American. This is a Red Lake descendant. He's 20 years old, named Jose Roberto Ramirez. His mother is a Red Lake tribal member. And this is a short video here speaking about their experience in Native Americans being harassed and detained by ICE in and around Minneapolis.
Just said, we are Native, we're Native American, we are U.S. citizens, and it just didn't matter.
You help us! We're citizens! Beto, get your ID! Okay! Stop! Okay, Beto! Ow! Beto!
Can you explain what happened last week?
Yeah, this is literally just the day before when Renee Good got shot. I was just freaked out. Like they don't want to stop nowhere where nobody would see. You know, it felt like I was getting kidnapped. Like they literally rushed me out of my aunt's car and handcuffed me, threw me in their car, and tried to keep me down, put my hoodie up. And they don't even care if you got your identification. They'll take you. Like they're just evil people. I didn't think I had nothing to worry about because I was a U.S. citizen. You know, I'm half Mexican, half Native. You know, that didn't matter though too.
How does it feel to be stopped by federal immigration agents as a Native American?
We thought we were safe. You are from here. We are Native. We are the original. Don't be scared. They can't do anything. Can't touch us. We are untouchable. Seeing what had happened to us and to my nephew, we are a nobody to these agents.
Just getting that XP from shooting this city that's going to flip to me anyway.
And I was coming up to a stop, and I didn't know it was ICE agents.
It's been
and they were, and they started yelling, and I rolled my window a little, and I said,
keep that
"What?" And he said, "Coming for you." And I said, "I'm Native American." And he says, "Yeah, you're next." Any immigrant, I can imagine the fear that they are living currently.
I just wanted to get those two quotes kind of to be the pillars of our segment on this morning, today, is the gratuitous comment by the ICE agent about Renee Good being a lesbian, and then the very telling comment recounted by that woman of the ICE agent saying, "You're next," to Native Americans. Because I think that colors things pretty clearly.
I mean, it is frankly and straightforwardly and objectively a white supremacist, white nationalist movement, and that includes all the Latino guys that are doing it too. They're Nazis as well. Look at your history of South America. Like, some people seem confused by that. Like, Steven Crowder, I think, got sued over something like that. Yeah, like Latino guys that joined ICE, they're Nazis too.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
I put a bunch of stuff on the list if you want to go through that and see what's there.
Hi, Gowan.
Finally, I can build my fucking fisheries. She's finally established.
President now calling the Venezuelan opposition leader a fine woman. The president keeping the Nobel Peace Prize, but still not backing her as Venezuela's new leader. And tonight, the president also doubling down on his effort to take over Greenland. This evening, U.S. allies, including Germany, the UK, and France, now sending troops to Greenland to protect them from U.S. threats to take them. Mary Bruce at the White House.
Tonight, President Trump heaping praise on Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, one day after she gave him the Nobel Peace Prize she won and he wanted.
I never met her before, and I was very, very impressed. She's this is a fine woman.
But Trump still won't back Machado to lead Venezuela. Today, his CIA director
Get out of
John
here, rock
Ratcliffe
band.
in Caracas meeting with Nicolas Maduro's former vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. After Maduro was captured by the U.S., Rodriguez becoming acting president. Today, Machado not mincing words.
She's a communist. She's the main ally and representation of the Russian regime, the Chinese, and the Iranians.
Trump wants to work with
That's
Maduro's
convenient.
former vice president anyway. Today, telling me another government shakeup in Venezuela would create chaos.
Why align with Delcy Rodriguez and the remnants of the Maduro regime and not with Machado, who has the support of the Venezuelan people?
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired, every
God.
single person, the police, the generals, everybody was fired, and they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS. So I remember that.
The opposition leader who gave Trump the Nobel
Okay.
Prize still convinced she will be elected president of Venezuela.
I believe I will be elected. when
She's
the right
offering me
time
less
comes
great
as
works now.
president of Venezuela.
It comes as Trump redoubles efforts to take over another country, Greenland, a territory
Stingy.
long controlled by our NATO ally, Denmark. Now, 6 other NATO countries, including Germany,
Do you say
France,
need
and
oil?
the UK,
What do you
moving
have
forces
oil?
to Greenland in a show
What's
of
running out of
support
oil
for
over
Denmark.
there?
Trump today threatening to punish NATO
I'm
allies. the debt in his
transitioning to
way.
oil power, so I will need some kind of oil.
And again, David, NATO countries now sending troops to Greenland
Until
to
I
help
research
protect
plastics,
against
and then
the
I can
US,
get
and
oil.
the president threatening those new tariffs if our allies
One
try to
oil well.
interfere with his plans. David.
Mary Bruce with us all week long here. Mary, thank you.
Kelly, he does have the power of the veto.
Rami, appreciate you keeping us updated on this. All right, well, the Trump administration is also dealing with the political upheaval in Venezuela. Now, the president praising Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, but did stop short of endorsing her as the country's next leader. Willie James Inman is in West Palm Beach traveling with the president. Willie, good morning.
Kelly, good morning
fuck
to
are you doing?
Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina.
You know you can just select the number and type in the number.
I
right?
like clicking.
Gift that she publicly expresses her thanks.
And
Hey, you sent
as
me lots of stuff.
Venezuelans,
Thank you.
We are absolutely grateful to President Trump, his team, his administration.
That was just a
and
gift.
The people of the United States.
I was gonna get you
Following a
Diplo
meeting
favor
with
for it,
President
but
Trump
fuck
at the
you.
White House this week, Maria Corina Machado presented the president with
Losing
her Nobel
Diplo
Peace
favor
Prize
every
in
turn, it would just be a
framed
waste.
plaque. The president previously stated
Why
he
sell
would
it?
declare for a
-7
Nobel
Diplo
Peace
favor.
Prize for himself.
Good, sell it.
I thought it was a very nice gesture. And by the way, I think she's a very fine woman, and we'll be talking again.
Machado
How do you get
now she's
negative
suddenly
Diplo
the
favor?
swag bag with the president's
How do I get
signature in
negative
gold
Diplo
written
favor?
on the outside of the bag. Despite Machado's
Excess
gesture to the
grievance,
president, the Norwegian Nobel
carbon
Committee
emissions.
says once a Nobel Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked.
I got a
shared,
lot of
or
coal.
transferred to others. Before the meeting, the president had
I
publicly
skipped
backed
coal.
Venezuela Vice President Delcy Rodriguez as interim president over Machado.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country.
Now President Trump appears to have softened his tone on Machado, but stopping short of a full endorsement.
I had a great meeting yesterday by a person who I have a lot of respect for.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president's viewpoint on who should lead Venezuela for now hasn't changed.
They have been extremely
I still haven't
cooperative,
researched
and they have
astrology
thus far
and
met all
irrigation.
of the demands
You know why I haven't
of the
researched
United
irrigation?
States and of the president.
Nothing to do
It
plantations
just gives
with.
you plantations. I don't want those.
Yeah,
and sell
that's fair.
millions of barrels of
Because you
oil.
said it's
According to an
debuffed for
administration
America,
official,
right?
This week, the U.S. completed its first
Mm.
sale of
Ah,
Venezuelan
okay.
oil valued at $500 million.
give you -2
On
loyalty
Thursday,
per
the U.S.
turn.
also seized a
Per
sixth oil tanker
plantation.
linked to Venezuela.
Also this week, CIA Director John Ratcliffe became the first Trump administration
Wow,
official,
she put the
cabinet
rock
level
band in your
official,
territory
rather,
and then
to
ran
meet
away
with
and got in the
Delcy
water
Rodriguez
with it.
in person
Yeah, she'd be
in
doing that. She's been doing that a little bit,
Venezuela. This
actually.
comes after the ouster of Nicolas Maduro, and a U.S. official tells CBS News that Ratcliffe was there to deliver a message that the United States looks forward to an improved work.
The commission hereby declares the elected president declares candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni
Yeah, a bunch of interesting
the
stuff
duly
today.
elected president of the Republic of Uganda.
We are very happy for our Excellency Musei Kaguta General for the win for the win he has got.
The White House on Friday announced the names of President Donald Trump's Board of Peace that will supervise the temporary governance of Gaza. Trump himself will oversee
Hilarious.
the board, which includes U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio,
Board of
Special
Peace.
Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Trump's
That's what they are.
son-in-law Jared Kushner.
Board of Peace.
Former British Prime Minister Tony Blair was also confirmed to be involved. The White
What?
House did not detail the responsibilities of each
The Iraq
member.
War
However,
guy?
Nikolai Mladenov, a former UN Middle East envoy, will be the High Representative for Gaza. The names did not include any Palestinians.
What?
Critics have said Trump overseeing a board to
I'm
supervise the foreign
shocked.
territories' governance resembled a colonial structure. Palestinians in Khan Yunis on Saturday expressed both their concern and hope. Anwar Musa believes the board will introduce long-term hegemony, splitting the Palestinian people and their geographical locations between the West Bank and Gaza. Bilal Radi hopes the border crossing will be opened as a priority, describing Gaza as, quote, in a catastrophic situation. The White House said more members will be announced over the coming weeks. Israel and Hamas have accused each other of ceasefire violations in Gaza. More than 450 Palestinians, including over 100 children and 3 Israeli soldiers, have been reported killed during the truce.
The latest on anti-government protests in Iran in the face of a violent crackdown that's killed, according to activists, more than 3,000 people. ABC News chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell is joining us from the region with more. Ian, good morning.
Ian Painel?
Yeah, good morning to you, Whit. After 3 weeks of turmoil in Iran, it does appear that the protests have been crushed. A brutal and bloody crackdown, leaving thousands dead and arrested. Despite President Trump promising help is on the way, he's now thanking the regime and appearing to back away from military action.
What?
Saying, I greatly respect the fact that all scheduled hangings which were to take place yesterday, over 800 of them,
Oh, this
been
fucking
cancelled by the
scientist
leadership
sucks.
of Iran.
I don't
Now,
have
it's
artifacts.
not
Go to
possible
sleep over
verify
there. I
his
should have
claims,
passed on
and
him.
Despite President Trump's words of respect towards Iran, this morning, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah
Maybe I'll
Khamenei
have
slamming
artifacts
President
soon.
Trump on X, saying he's the main culprit for the killings.
We'll rip him out of
writing, we find the
this
US
lady's
president guilty
corpse.
due to the casualties, damages, and slander he inflicted upon the Iranian nation, and in a sign that the crisis may not have entirely passed.
So if I was-
expected to send more military assets to the Middle East.
If I was to
possibly
say,
including the
so
USS
because
Lincoln
Minnesota, like
carrier
people are
strike
open
group
carrying in
following
Minnesota now,
towards the region.
and Minnesota is an open carry state,
Our thanks to you.
would you,
Is the
if
US
I was
going
to
to
say
intervene militarily in Iran? That's the
that people who claim that they're pro-Second Amendment are actually not pro-Second Amendment because ICE are clearly domestic enemies and the government is breaching the 10th
Well,
Amendment
the
by
immigrants
sending
are the
these...
domestic enemies to these people, so...
Just, that's not what I'm just phrasing it like this to see what your opinion is of this rhetoric specifically, right? So ICE are the domestic enemies. The federal government is breaching the 10th Amendment, reducing the autonomy of a free state to make decisions. Therefore, what Minnesotans are doing by open carrying is essentially, to the word, the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that kind of rhetoric?
I mean, whatever. I don't really care.
And yeah, it's like this domestic enemies appeal to the oath of office kind of thing, because that's what I'm sort of trying to get at, is this appeal to the libs who are authority bootlickers to be like, yeah, you like authority, and these people are abusing their authority to do fucked shit. You should not be in favor of this. You should be in favor of militias ensuring the security of said states. But I think, and the one thing that could probably trip me up on this is the word state. Because I'm pretty sure the word state, when referred to in the Second Amendment, is the term state as in like nation state. I don't think they're talking about states as in like California, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Stop dinging me.
question that we're going to try to answer today in this video.
Dude,
now,
just
many
guess
of
what
you
I
will
just
probably
got. I just got an engineer that gives me production towards wonders, and I'm about to
Yeah.
build that wonder, so it actually worked out quite well, provided I can actually build it here. And I
you
can.
Get sniped. I hope you get sniped after wasting the engineer's charges because you didn't build it when I told you to. I could
Nah,
have built it in
it-
10 turns, just so you know.
It's only 16.
I was nice
It-
and let you have it. And
Okay,
I've been
you want to know what
looking
the
for
problem
10
was?
Turns, every production
You know what the problem
queue.
was?
I could have
You know
put
what
it
the problem
right
was?
here.
You know what the problem actually was? I couldn't build it anywhere in my city except for Berlin. It's the only place I had to build it, and I had to wait for a factory to get built.
Well, it's improved by mines, so
Mm.
if you don't have mines around it, it does nothing really.
Okay.
So buy builders, and then on every hill around it, build a mine.
Well, there are no hills, so that's great.
Where are you building it?
The only place that I can. This is what I'm fucking telling you. There is no place to build it.
Okay, is it right here? Where is it?
Hold on, I'm putting a fucking thing. I just have to find the actual... Where the fuck is it? Yeah. That's where it's going.
Where?
In Berlin. Look at Berlin. There's a tack on the map.
Oh, it can only go on that side?
It's the only place it can go.
Interesting.
Unless I build it on the district here. But even... Okay.
Oh my god, I can build Golden Gate Bridge. I can build the meme wonder. Let's go.
Alright, I'm not gonna stick to that location for now. I need to build the factory.
Must be along a river adjacent to industrial zone district with a factory. Well, you could probably remove districts to get it visible elsewhere.
I can't remove districts, remember?
You can remove them, you can't move them.
No, even removing them doesn't work.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna build the workshop, then I'm gonna buy the factory, and then I'm gonna see where I can build it here. Because if I can build it, because look, if I can build it here, all right. I put another tack on. If I can build it on
I
this
promise
stone
you the
here,
AI's already building it.
probably. There's literally nowhere I can build it. I don't know what you want me to do.
Even Saladin is probably on it now. Someone's gonna build it.
Probably. I can't build it anywhere.
Buy that workshop. Don't even build it.
I don't have enough money to buy both.
Already aware there's been a lot of troop
'Cause
movements.
the only way
there's a
I can
bunch
see
of
where it's placed is
pre-positioning
by
and
buying the
repositioning of all
factories.
kinds of stuff going on. There's been some increased rhetoric from President Trump, and the protests and anti-government movement in Iran is now
Hello.
experiencing its like
Adam
third
Bum Bum.
week of protests, because it started in December of 2025, and as of January 15th of 2026, it is still continuing to experience significant unrest in the country. Now, this is primarily triggered by a catastrophic economic collapse of not only their
Regulates,
currency there,
besides
but
the
also
opening words of the
food
Second
shortages,
Amendment, there is
all
a
kinds of
Federalist
stuff.
paper that implies this, and that the 2A is clearly inspired by the English Bill of Rights. Okay, because I was implying that like the people crying about people open carrying in Minnesota are hypocrites essentially, because they're saying, "Oh, over my cold dead hands," but this is literally a cold dead hand situation, and they are choosing to arm themselves. And in theory, that should be enough to make ICE question what they're doing. At least hesitate. And that at the very least, that's all we can hope, is for that hesitation. Because at the end of the day, armed populations are harder to oppress. And if they're actively armed on the street when they're trying to do their oppression, I just don't think that they will be as confident in getting away with this shit. But time will tell. Dan, Mansa Musa sent 17 envoys to Fez.
Stuff, hyperinflation, and this is the largest protests and unrest in Iran
Do you think
since
Trump
the
will give up on
2022 Women
Greenland?
Life
No.
Freedom movement that was fueled over the death of Mahsa Amini, who was killed for not wearing a burqa in public, not
Wrong.
covering her face. Now, obviously,
Jesus Christ, bro.
Very incorrect.
War on Terror, vet-brained. Everything burqa.
Mm-hmm.
as you're probably also aware, the Iranian government has cracked down severely, resulting in a reported death toll ranging from hundreds to potentially thousands of people. There's a lot of reports that are out there saying that there are, you know, between 500 to 12,000 people that have been killed throughout this whole thing.
Amazing.
I've
That's
seen
where I'm
tons
going
of videos. I can't put them in here, but what looks like hundreds of body bags just lined up and corpses and tons of stuff. I mean, it's just insane. Obviously, they've had a significant nationwide internet blackout that started on the 8th of January of 2026 that the government imposed upon the people to stop them from leaking out any atrocities that are happening in the nation, because then it's obviously going to enrage the international community, because these days it's very hard to get away with just committing mass genocide in your own country without people seeing it, you know, just kind of the way it is right now. And so because the government has imposed this telecommunications blackout on the people of Iran, anybody that has Starlinks is trying to leak out as much stuff as they can to people across the world to let people know what's going on right now, because there is some serious stuff going on over there. Now, all while all this stuff's going on, the president of the United States, Donald Trump, has sharply increased his rhetoric. I would say that he's escalated rhetoric pretty significantly, with some people suggesting that he's framing the protests as an opportunity to pressure or potentially destabilize the Iranian regime. Now, Iran's leadership has also countered this rhetoric with defiant statements and threats against U.S. interests in the region, specifically U.S. military bases that are, you know, in the Middle East. Iranian authorities have also labeled the unrest as foreign-backed riots that have been orchestrated by the United States, Israel, and Western intelligence. The Ayatollah Khamenei has essentially accused protesters of seeking to quote, please Trump, and vowed not to back down. Now, currently, the regime has their, you know, military deployed into multiple cities with imposed curfews, canceled flights, and they've been conducting mass arrests all over the country, in addition to just like openly firing upon their people with live rounds. Some of the escalation in rhetoric from President Trump, though. Let's talk about that. So on January 2nd, President Trump posted on Truth Social saying, quote, if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. He also warned Iran that they would be, quote, hit very hard if killings continue, and encouraged protesters to persist, saying, quote, help is on the way. Then an additional escalation on top of that, on the 12th of January, he imposed a 25% tariff on any countries that were trading with Iran to intensify maximum pressure. By the 14th of January, President Trump had slightly softened rhetoric, noting that some of the reports coming out of Iran were saying, quote, the killing in Iran is stopping, and that the U.S. would, quote, watch and see before acting. Now, there's been a lot of reports floating around saying that the White House has discussed military options, including airstrikes, cyber operations, seizing Iranian oil tankers, and CIA covert operations. The president's also consulted Elon Musk about using Starlink to bypass the blackout so that the citizens of Iran can continue to get information out to the public to let everybody know what's going on. Now, the State Department is concerned about like fears of imminent executions and urged global
massive
action.
religious
and
war
there's been a lot
going
of
on.
folks out there that are, you know, urging that right now is the time to push for regime change strategy, because there's no better chance at changing the regime than when they are completely destabilized in their own nation due to hyperinflation, devaluation of their currency, and extreme civil unrest. Now, the supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, as well as Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, have urged de-escalation through negotiation while accusing the United States of fomenting unrest. Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf threatened that all U.S. senators in the region are legitimate targets if intervention occurred. So if the United States tried to intervene in any way with strikes or doing anything direct, then they would attack U.S. military bases in the region. Additionally, Iranian sources have suggested that there is readiness for cyber attacks or strikes on U.S. allies as well, while some people speculate that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps might provoke hostilities to rally domestic support. Now, as a result of some of the rhetoric coming out of Iran, saying that U.S. military bases in the region could become targets if the United States acts in any way, there were reports circulating all over the internet on the 14th of January of 2026 that there could be potentially an evacuation of Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Now, this started as like rumors on social media, and then initial leaks quickly gained credibility through confirmations from major news outlets, as well as U.S. officials and Qatari government. Now, Al Udeid, which is located southwest of Doha, is the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East, hosting around 10,000 U.S. military troops, as well as personnel from the United Kingdom and other areas, and is a key hub for U.S. Central Command operations, including air missions across the region, which is not surprising why Iran targeted this base, you know, once the United States involved itself during the brief war in 2025 between Iran and Israel when they bombed the nuclear facilities. Like, they responded by attacking the U.S. military base in Qatar. Now, this alleged plan for evacuation at Al Udeid was not described as a full-scale evacuation, but more as a, quote, posture change or precautionary relocation of non-essential personnel to mitigate risks from potential Iranian retaliation should the United States insert itself into the situation in Iran. Now, again, like I said, Iranian officials have explicitly warned that U.S. bases would become legitimate targets, including Al Udeid, which was previously struck or attacked by Iranian ballistic missiles in June of 2025.
Not a real country.
Following the U.S. airstrikes on the Iranian nuclear
Not a
sites.
real country.
Now, a bunch of mainstream media organizations were reporting on this yesterday, including NBC News, Reuters, The Guardian, Air and Space Forces.com, Politico, all these tons and tons and tons of like...
Man, boy, is this a boring video. At the, like, bro, it, like, had some charisma in the beginning, but since then it's just like, sounds like he's an old man reading a newspaper.
To summarize, Reddit moderators...
Okay, hang on. We gotta go to Charlie before we go to this one. Do you know about this Reddit story?
No.
You're gonna fucking love this, bro.
A Reddit moderator just made a video directly speaking to and tugging on the heartstrings of the CEO of Reddit. He's making a big call to action after he had been stripped of his position as top mod on r/livestream_fail. I'm kind of at a loss for words here. I can't believe what I just watched was genuine and not a skit. But this seems authentic. What you picture in your head when you hear the term Reddit mod is exactly what you are about to see unfold in the flesh. The reason this mod just lost his position is because he was promoting a scam on the subreddit that he was the top mod for, Livestream_fail. I made 2 videos covering this. It was the $1 Million Fan Show, which was paraded around as a $20 million reality television show for streamers' fans to sign up, and even paid entry into it to compete for, $20 million prize purse. Turns out the whole thing was a load of baloney, as it appears everything has been wiped off the face of the planet. So some viewers paid money for actually nothing. They flushed it down the shitter, and agencies that brought this to streamers were left embarrassed. Most notably, Mythic Talent was the one that was named by some of the streamers as their agency that took them this deal, where seemingly no due diligence was done on behalf of Mythic to confirm whether or not this was even legitimate in the first place as a paid promotion. It was supposed to be an Amazon production, but clearly it was not an Amazon production, and it took 2 seconds of going to the website to deduce that this was fraudulent, but they took this deal before the website even existed. It's a whole mess. I've already covered all this, but Livestream_fail gets roped in because there was this inexplicable
it's so
partnership
funny
that
that nobody
fully
likes
understood, where
Stalin.
$1 Million Fan was
It is
in
right.
bed
What's
with
his
fucking deal?
Livestream_fail and the top mod of Livestream_fail.
Likes to have a
made
strong
a post on the
military while being
subreddit pinning
high
it to
as
try
science.
and get more
Stalin's
suckers
just a
into
dick.
it.
It's like
And now this
civilizations
is his
that have a
response after
different
being
government or a high
fundamentally
in faith.
fired from his free position of Reddit janitor.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email.
Public video that
If
I
not,
have created.
I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
Oh my god. This is Reddit's Manhattan Project right now. The moderators are rising up against the CEO of Reddit. I'm actually at a loss for words. This couldn't be a more lame start to this video. The topic he's about to cover is how he believes Reddit mods don't have enough, elbow grease from the Reddit upper echelon, like Spez here, the CEO. He believes they should be entitled to, like, brand deals, talent
can you please
managers,
move your
lawyers,
dudes
and
off
stuff so
my
that way
shit?
they can better be utilized as Reddit moderators. It's
I need you to
I'm not
move
even
it so
kidding,
I
by
can
the
make
way.
the
I'm
fucking
not
wonder.
exaggerating. Like, these are points he was making in this video, and that's what he's talking about with deadly seriousness here. He talks about Reddit moderators like they're fucking G.I. Joe commandos. Man, please come back to reality. Like, I don't want anyone to harass this guy, so I'm not going to be like showing you his channel or anything like that, because honestly, I kind of feel bad for him that he's put so much weight on his personal life.
I
into
want
this
democracy
position,
because all
which
my
is just
green
a
cards go
thankless
wild card.
job, and it's not really a job. At least it should
that's a
never be
good idea.
considered a job, because all he is doing is moderating a fucking subreddit as a volunteer janitor. I really thought this was a skit, and I'm still, a small part of me, you know, on the copium here, is hoping that this is like satirical and not real, but I don't know, it feels genuine.
I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason.
I was the top
and that is
Red
because
somehow.
I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators
Shut the fuck
have
up,
massive
nerd.
power and influence, and for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company.
You know, that's not really a good look to say the sole reason you pursued this path of heroism as a Reddit moderator is because you believed that it held so much power. So you're basically just saying that you were power hungry and wanted to take this spot so that way you could
I just
feel
got an infantry
powerful.
at max
He
level.
believes that Reddit communities and specifically Reddit moderators hold a strong level of sway and power, and that's why
Fishing
he became
boats.
one himself.
I have productions from fishing
That
boats.
I don't think is a good look, man. It's not even coming from like a place of passion or something for communities. He is literally saying he did it because he wanted to be strong. Come on. I understand that Reddit communities, like Reddit as a whole, is a platform that does hold like legitimate influence over like conversations and topics and stuff like that. So by extension, moderators have a lot of ability to control narratives by hiding things or boosting things, and that is something that I've talked about in the past, and a lot of people have made mentions of many times. It's been a pretty big yapping point for a while. This is the quintessential Reddit mod mentality. You know the stereotype that exists of power tripping Reddit mods? He is, in the first minute of this video, confirming that is exactly what drives him, is power. Like this small modicum of power that he was bestowed for the Livestream Fail subreddit. And it's... the level of self-importance is sickening.
In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me
killed my
due
governor.
to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a
fucking care. I
clear
don't
lack
need 'em.
of direct material support that the company
that guy.
gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you
She's
Spez can
gonna
do to
snipe
fix
that
this
cannon
problem,
in one
as
shot,
well as
by
what
the
I
way.
and other communities can do in case
I
Reddit
hope
does
you're
not
ready
solve
to
this
just see it
very
disappear
serious
instantly.
mismanagement problem
She always
regarding
does.
the lack of support
She
that is
took
given
out
to
my
moderators.
artillery
So
in
here's
one
the
shot.
spoiler alert. He is
Right.
going to be playing as a sad song on the world's smallest violin about how he's been removed now as
Fishing
top
boats.
mod of Livestream Fail because he was promoting a scam through that subreddit, which did ultimately result in people losing money. There were actual victims of this scam, so he has been removed of his position at the top of the food chain on Livestream Fail, and he is now putting a decent chunk of that blame on Reddit itself for not giving him the tools
What
to
was I on top
avoid
of?
this from happening.
You moved already. Don't worry.
Like he,
You were on top of
at
my
a certain point,
my.
there's like a brief moment of self-awareness,
Valley
like this lightning
production.
bolt of self-awareness, where he's like, "Yeah, you know, this
Well, I'm moving
fucking
every
was a little
turn,
fishy."
so...
But then he like immediately pushes it onto Reddit, like, "But if Reddit had given me access to brand deals and lawyers, this probably wouldn't have happened." It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a Reddit mod.
She can't
Why
snipe
would
this
Reddit
cannon.
be giving
What do you
you
mean?
access to lawyers and brand deals and
Game might
shit?
be crashing.
That doesn't make sense.
First, I will go over
Game-
the
oh,
code of
no,
conduct
load screen.
action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestreamfail. This sounds like
I can't
stupid
believe I was
internet drama,
removed as
I
a top
know,
runner,
but
huh?
I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example.
You know, I
about
should have
how
actually taken her peace deal for those great works because I've actually spent 10 turns anyway pulling my line infantry back to upgrade them, and now I'm
Oh, that's
pushing
funny.
forward again. I should have taken the peace deal. In fact, if she
Nah,
presents
wipe her
another
out.
one, I will take it.
Okay.
Just so I can build up my forces.
Wipe her out. No mercy.
Yeah. Give me these great works, honey.
You should do it again.
Yeah, so I'm going to take the great works, and then 10 turns, I'm going to just go back to war.
Oh, that's funny.
Reddit's
in the other
mistakes
game that I was
cause-
playing, because the one that I played with Germany, I gave open borders to Australia because I put Australia in the game, and I just turned out to spawn right next to him. Gave him open borders. He moves his troops into my shit, declares surprise war, and then I sacked his entire fucking civilization, and the barbarians almost killed him. He done fucked up. Because I was dealing with a barbarian camp on the west edge of my empire, and then he comes in through the southeast, and I just rapidly produce units, and my city defenses were strong enough that I basically just decimated his army. And then I built a knight in my city-state city that I took, and just sent that in to start ransacking his shit, and he instantly bailed on attacking my cities. That was fucking hilarious. And now he's going to be fucked for the rest of the game. Because I could have taken Canberra and taken his capital. Could have. But I was hoping that the barbarians would have done it for me, but he survived. Unfortunately. You go.
Causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole.
It was your mistake, buddy. Fucking Spez wasn't behind you massaging your shoulders as you signed the deal with $1 Million Fan Show, which turned out to be a scam. He wasn't like the Sith Lord projecting into you, trying to convince you to go to the dark side to, sell out Livestream Fail to get more people hooked on $1 Million Fan Show. It was not the CEO of Reddit that forced you to do that, and even if you did have access to lawyers and other brand deals, it wouldn't have prevented something like this from happening. You made the choice.
Here's what happened. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming.
I only have 5 people in my empire who are foreign tourists, based Americans not ever leaving America. Try and win a Diplo victory now, haha. Or a culture victory now, haha.
If that isn't the stinkiest load of horseradish I've ever heard with that description of LSF. Do you go on your own subreddit? Have you ever been on your own subreddit? That's not what it is. That's not what you just described at all. That is the most blatant misrepresentation of that subreddit I've ever heard anyone try
built
to squeak out.
Stonehenge.
If this was Pinocchio,
Amazing.
his nose would have just went fucking Wumbo Insano style with that lie right there. Anyone who has ever visited LSF in the last, 7 years
Bro, where
will
the
tell
fuck
you
did
it
all
is
my
not a
money go?
subreddit for crazy, wacky clips of gaming and, stream fails or anything like
Spy?
that. I don't know why he's even
I had
trying that
thousands
angle.
of
Everyone
dollars.
knows that's not what that
Yeah.
subreddit is.
I have
So when
one.
I heard about this, I was very
You gotta
excited.
spend
I
it.
immediately reached out to the organizers to see
What do
if
you
we
mean?
could
I
set
had
up some
thousands.
sort of a collaboration.
And now I
Does it
have
say
This
a
one.
spy
collaboration
hit you?
would just be to get cool content on the subreddit. No, financial
I'll tell you the
incentives.
city the spy's in.
No, there's nothing about spies. It just glitched out and took my money from me.
Huh. How much you need?
Just wait until next turn. Just hold on.
Hey, the competition's ending. You're gonna get 2 civic boosts. Nice. That's actually better that you came in second. Because it'll catch you up on civics. Oh my god, the religious war is insane. Literally, every city in the center just now was hit because people were getting killed in theological combat. So many of the apostles have 1 hit left.
Amazing.
No moderators being paid. Basically, none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit.
What? That's what happens already organically on every other stream. Why would this, a potential $20 million reality TV show, be any different? Obviously, things would already be being clipped and posted on the LSF subreddit. Why would you be reaching out about a collaboration to ensure that happens when you know for a fact it already would if this fucking show ever actually existed in the first place? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, trying to be extremely charitable here, maybe he was under the impression that this would be exclusive to Amazon Prime, thus they wouldn't have the rights to post it on LSF. But on the flip side of that coin, he said he heard about this from streamers, thus he would have known that it was going to be streamed on Twitch in the first place, thus it would still be clippable for LSF. Like, that's just business as usual. I don't know why he would reach out about a collaboration to do what was already no doubt going to be done already. It just, that doesn't pass the smell test.
Yeah, my money just be
But I also
gone.
had a
Like, what the
stretch
fuck?
goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal, though.
Why, though? LSF Best Clip is just the best clip from the event. Why does LSF's name need to be attached to it? This guy is treating Livestream Fail like it's his
I can
personal
sell her
brand.
resources.
Like, this is his baby, this is his product. So all the clips that hit LSF
Oh, yeah,
are
I bet you
actually
need this
Top
Niter.
Mods clips as well. I just don't even
Oh,
get
view deal,
this
huh? What are you
stretch
gonna
goal
give me?
here. I think
Great
he
works?
just wanted LSF's name out there more because it gives him more power in some capacity. Because this
I'll
is
take
totally
that.
useless.
Thank you for the great
Again,
works.
whatever would win
Now she
best
can
clip
fill more
would
of her
just be
slots.
someone else's content. There doesn't necessitate a live stream fails shout out there for some reason.
She's like, I've
even
been
if they
trying
were
to
the
make
ones
room
that
in
were
this
like
bitch.
hosting votes on what the best clip is, who gives a fuck? That could have been anything in any one where people, like the actual communities, would vote on it, not
She's
just
offering
his
all
subreddit.
her
Anyway, though,
gold
he goes
for
on to explain that they
22
accepted
barrels.
this proposal. He was super hype about it because it meant this was a big
we'll
moment
take
for
that.
the subreddit. And he even made a mention that
what
he
does she want
believed he
for
could
40
turn this
Diplo
into
favor?
even more opportunities
Another great
for
work,
the
I'll take
subreddit
that from you.
going further, snowballing it into even more LSF prominence.
So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows, and, you know, I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but, you know, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And, you know, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. You know, maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought.
It sounds like you weren't thinking at all, though. Why would Amazon be spending $20 million on like 8 streamers and their fans on Twitch and only a $5 million grand prize for Mr. fucking Beast? What sense does that make, man? That isn't really checking out either. Also, he's making kind of like a joke about, you know, maybe my involvement alone
You
would
should
make it worth
accept
the
peace
investment.
with her too, because it
But
will
that's
give
how
you
he
better
actually
yields.
feels, by the way. Like, that's
War
his
weariness is gonna lower your yields. So if
Mm.
you make peace, it will give you more time to build stuff up. Besides, you haven't done anything in the war anyway, so you've just been hurting your own yields.
his tone throughout this whole video. He
Gonna
truly
establish this
believes
resident
that
embassy,
he is
huh?
like God's gift
She
to
doesn't
streaming
want it.
because
She
he was
doesn't
the
want
top
her.
mod of live stream fail. Like, it is
yeah,
a
'cause you haven't
very
done
like
enough
scary
damage to her.
mentality to have, and I do genuinely feel bad for him that he has like poisoned his own brain to this level, deluded
As
himself
per
into thinking
promise
that
not
him
to
being
spy
a
on
top
me.
mod on a subreddit was like something of significance and like something of like grand importance.
I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to
I
take a
guess
couple $1,000
rainforest
bribes from
for clearing.
you know, random internet scams. Okay, I was doing
Gives
this
you gold
because
for
I
clearing
legitimately
choice B.
care about the subreddit, and that's
Chosen
why I
player
spend my time
generates
on it.
grievances.
So he
Obviously,
debunks rumors
Stalin,
that he was paid
because
to
nobody
promote
likes
$1
him.
million show from the organizers, saying that he doesn't need to be taking bribes. He's
All right, and
financially
then vote
well
Mansa
off.
Musa
He then
for
goes on to say
losing
that he was
Diplo
addressing
points.
like some of the deleted comments because that was a specific mention in why Reddit canned
Don't spend
him
too much
because
money on it though, because the AI might still be, because they'll spend a shitload of money on the other side to give people Diplo points. So their spending on the other side combined might make you waste your favor. Or you could vote for yourself to win 2 Diplo points. And spend a lot of Diplo favor.
potentially showed malice because he was involved in this promotion that ended up being a scam.
That's the main way you win
and
Diplo
so he wanted to
victories
address
right
like the
there,
deleted
is the
comments.
World
He then has a
Congress.
section dedicated to me where I talked about the scam, and then the organizers were talking to him like, well, since Charlie talked about this,
like one of the main things that gives you Diplo favors is also not conquering city-states and putting emissaries in there. So you get Diplo favor for all the emissaries, and then you also have the Diplo corridor as well, which will give you more favor if you want to go for a Diplo victory, which you easily could.
Scam 5 streamers dropped out, so we're no longer doing this anymore. Pack your bags, take down the post. And then he says I
you're
didn't
in
do
second place
enough
for
research
Diplo
on it because
victory.
I didn't reach out to him or the
Mansa Musa
organizer.
definitely lost because I'm now first and you're second.
Yeah. Notice that.
But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers.
she
he certainly
voted for
didn't reach
herself
out
to
to me.
gain.
And I mean, I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers. And that
Damn,
important
Stalin
point
put an 8
is that
for
nothing
Mansa
in
Musa
this
to lose.
situation has yet to be
Damn.
definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation.
Brother, your level of research was cold calling the organization dick in hand, begging to be associated with them, and then that was the extent of it, because apparently you heard one of the streamers promote it. And yet he's going to be causing a hubbub because I didn't reach out to him for his perspective. Brother, I didn't even really talk about you in my video, just that you were associated with this shit, roped into the same scam that they were. And for what it's worth, if you watch the video, you would know I did get in contact with 2 agencies, one of which got the exact same contracts that Mythic did, and got information on that, as well as getting one of the actual offers that Mythic was taking to the streamers. So I was very well familiarized with everything that was unfolding behind the scenes. And again, it doesn't take a super sleuth to go to their website and see that it's just fucking barnacles, man. One of their partners didn't even exist. There was no website and no business. Their about section was AI-generated mumbo-jumbo. Every single paragraph ended in triplets and also had the telltale sign of, it's not this, it's this, over and over and over again. Their first image on their site was literally an AI-generated mansion, and he mentions that in this video, but then goes on to say shamelessly that there's no definitive proof that this was ever a scam in the first place. That's a wild statement. Why don't you ask the people who spent money on this how they feel? Do they feel like they got their money's worth? Did they get the product they paid for? I imagine not, because this event is not even potentially in the cards and doesn't seem like it ever
I'm gonna take
was to begin with,
Machiavellianism.
man. Their socials are removed. The website is down. Amazon hasn't made a peep about it. From what I've heard, the agencies are pissed about this. All signs point to this being a scam. Like, any sane, sensible person would look at all of this evidence and reach the same conclusion that this was horseradish. I don't know why he's trying to present something otherwise now.
The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal. None of this is proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words.
Brother, you're eating your own cock right now. What are you talking about? And then everyone clapped. Like, this is just fanfic. Where are you getting this information? There was an explicit no refund policy on their website baked into it. It was very boldly stated there are no refunds once you make these purchases. Who got a refund? I haven't seen anyone, posting receipts of getting a refund from the money they spent on this. Where are you getting that information from? That's a genuine question. Maybe he's seeing things that I'm not seeing somewhere. Because I even looked into it after he made this video, wondering like, whoa, they refunded? That's pretty surprising. I can't find any proof of that. I would love to see where he found that.
It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And apparently,
you know what, dude?
All of that
I will
are
take the
lies.
Research
No, man,
Alliance
this
from
feels
you
like the
because
perfect
you're not a threat.
implementation of that protocol.
So I'm not going to put spies in
what
your
seems
shit.
to be from all possible evidence.
The only other threat right now is Mansa Musa, and we certainly that last World Congress handicapped him pretty hard.
Good.
But he's still pretty high with the tourism as well.
Evidence a scam. I don't know why he is trying so desperately to persuade to the contrary. Maybe it's because he believes that if he can try and prove that he really believes that it's not fraudulent, he can get his position back as top mod of LSF. I don't know. Or maybe getting really conspiratorial, maybe he worked with the organizers in a deeper capacity than he's letting on. But that's just a possible game theory. It's just extremely peculiar how hard he is fighting to try and convince himself and others that maybe this wasn't a scam, when all available evidence points towards this being
So what does Rare Valley
and
do?
if this video is him trying to make a case for himself, why he should be reinstated and get that
Mines
power
in the
coursing
city or
through
Mines
his veins
adjacent?
again as a moderator on
In the
Reddit,
city.
then this is a terrible job. Because what he is doing now is showing that he is willing to even defend what seems to be, by all possible accounts, a scam that he was directly associated with, maybe
If I can move
unknowingly.
my territory up
and now
further,
he is
I'll get a
doubling down
bunch
on
of
it.
mines from
That
these desert
is
tiles.
a terrible look, and that makes you look like an unhinged
put the,
moderator
territory
who, even when
expansion girl
proven
there.
to be incorrect, will not see that, will not take the accountability there. And now he's getting mad at the Code of Conduct team for enforcing their rules. He deleted comments that were critical of his decision to promote this.
What I'll also do is I'll put
What are you talking
multiple
about?
traders
City
in
expansion. What?
The fishy lady. That's her main power, isn't it? Land acquisition. Acquire new tiles in the city faster. +3 gold
No,
per turn for each
that's
foreign
Reyna.
trade route passing through this. Is she not the one? Oh, okay.
No.
The other one's the fishy lady. I thought she had it because she had Harbor Master here. I don't use them too much. I'm still learning
enough.
the governors. Even the fishery thing, I wasn't even doing that. You figured that one out.
Sketchy game show and promoted a sketchy game show that
Sewers.
resulted in people spending money on something
Finally.
that didn't exist, doesn't exist. So I feel like it's a pretty
can now
justified termination of his moderator status.
Annex
Here's the most important part of the
located
video,
city
Spaz.
state for
This is
free.
a direct message to you and only you.
Oh, really?
I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the
one
lack
is
of support that
she
Reddit, the
in
company,
control of?
gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this as much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should not have. And I did delete comments,
she's in
which
charge
I
of the good
thought
ones.
would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there is
There's
still
no way I can hold that. I'm
massive
gonna lose loyalty
kind of
on it.
problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support that caused this.
Now, this message may have been only for Spez, but I've intercepted the broadcast here. Now, I've put my ear into it, and I'm taking a listen, and what I'm hearing is fucking wild.
Fish.
He almost gets into a level of accountability where he's like, yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into it. I didn't do any research on it. And then he immediately falls back into, but it hasn't really been fully proven to be a scam. And also, it's actually, in a large part, Reddit's fault that this happened in the first place because I wasn't given enough tools. at my disposal to avoid
I
making
guess we'll
stupid
try to
decisions.
take Fez.
Reddit moderators
because that will put the
have
most
power.
pressure.
They have influence. If you're one of the people who is joking about like internet janitor duties or whatever, I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny jokes, but you are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care. Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer
Nobody gives a
careers
shit, bro.
that have been created
Poke harder.
because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about like something bad that they did.
He made you, and he can tear
Fuck them
you
rock
down
bands.
as well. This is top mod LSF. It giveth and it taketh. And he also said doodities, which actually had me giggling. I don't know why he said doodities, but that was fucking hype. Anyway, this is now his spiel.
Another
about
fully leveled
why Reddit moderators are extremely powerful dragon level, adversaries and should be taken seriously, and no one seems to notice. It's not that nobody notices, it's that nobody's happy about it. There shouldn't be people like this that can just power trip and control a conversation and control what people are
I'm just
able
like
to
Russia
opine on
invading
or not,
Ukraine.
like with deleted comments or deleted
Stuck
posts
in
and
traffic.
stuff like that, where they can hide certain things or boost certain things. That's a bad thing. Everyone knows that it exists, and everyone knows that there is actual power in that. I don't think anyone actually disputes that.
I have had major live streamers who are effectively
Don't move on to my
celebrities
aluminium
come to
there.
me and beg to kind of
You're gonna
remove,
have to mark it. I don't
negative
have
posts
flight.
about them.
I don't see
An
aluminum
even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch, partially because at the time LSF was indeed being used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way.
That's right, you better bow down. Every Twitch employee, when he walked through the door at TwitchCon, got on their hands and knees, instantly groveling at his feet, begging, pleading with him to stop the attack on Twitch, the multi-billion-dollar organization. Dan Clancy came in and sucked his wiener, I heard, in order to try and appease him so that he would stop using LSF to destroy the multi-billion-dollar corporation that is Twitch. Like, come on, man. Like, look at how you're talking about this. This is exactly why you shouldn't have a position as a top moderator of a subreddit. Like, this, you are demonstrating the caricature of a Reddit moderator right now.
Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF
Just
caused
shave
all
it.
of the streamers to drop
know what
out
I mean?
and destroyed a $20
Like,
million
come on, brother.
opportunity.
Commit. Just shave
Sorry,
it.
Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it
Or-
was, I guess, a
love this.
scam through and through. 20
He
posts
has
on
a fucking road mic too.
LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroy
Why is this guy-
a $20 million opportunity.
I want to give
Sorry,
this guy
Mythic.
a fucking
My
wedgie.
bad.
Damn it.
I dislike this
wait,
guy
listen.
so much.
Just listen to this part. It's funny.
Single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity. Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it was, I guess, a scam.
Guy is
Just
very
shave
salty.
it, bro. Just shave it.
Yeah.
Did you change the tags or are we still gay?
No, I changed the tags way long ago.
Good. Are we still gay though?
Yeah, of course I left gay there. What do you think I am, a fucking peasant?
I was like, you can get flight without aluminum?
No, I've researched it already.
No. But like, you can. Because I haven't researched aluminum yet. Like, see, it's not on my text to research, but lasers and flight is. So I can get the, like, bombers and shit.
Interesting.
You need to research flight and then radio.
Mm.
To get aluminum.
Yeah, I needed radio for a boost, so I built radio.
through and through, well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and destroy it before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all. Guess things ended up okay.
Why do you keep saying that? Where are you finding that information about everyone getting refunded? Are the organizers telling you that? Like, I really don't know where you're seeing that. But again, man, yes, it is a big subreddit, which means things like this information about a $20 million potential scam will have naturally blossomed there. As it would anywhere
Are they
else,
selling
on like a
all the
big Twitter
fucking,
community or a different subreddit.
All the amenities to you, the luxury items?
No, I haven't bought any in a minute.
They're not giving me any.
Well, Stalin only has dyes.
Great.
Lady Six Guy only has dyes. Mansa Musa has tobacco, which I've already given you.
I have tobacco as well.
Suleiman only has dyes.
Wow, this map sucks for amenities.
I have diamonds, dyes, ginseng, jade, mercury, tea, tobacco, truffles, and toys. If you... Okay, I'll just keep in mind that you need amenities, and I'll let you know when I have them come up when the deals expire.
Yeah.
Okay? Right now, I'm selling my enemies gunpowder. What's this deal?
Like
Another great work for Cole? I'll take that off your hands. Thanks for using one of your artists.
LSF just happens to be the biggest one. It has nothing to do with you. This is just natural when there is a big community. This would happen on another platform or another subreddit. It is not your achievement for creating the LSF ecosystem that shares clips about a potential scam. And in fact, you could even make an argument
at all
that you
her
have
rock
actually been a
bands that
hindrance in
can't
some
move.
cases in the past with certain things that weren't allowed
Have we
to
blocked her
blossom
in, have
there.
we?
Like, this is...
Pretty much.
I don't even understand the
my
point he's
pike
making.
and shot.
People
Rip.
know that big subreddits or big Twitter communities or whatever do have a lot of influence. But that happens with or without this guy as the top moderator.
You wrote
of the
aluminum
subreddit.
on it.
That is just the result of a ton of people all in a similar space, in a similar vertical, that are sharing things back and forth. Like, his point is one that everybody knows.
I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the
Nobody
Reddit
cares.
partnership program from the start. I took advantage of every opportunity that I could. I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them for help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time.
You already said at the beginning of the video that the sole reason you pursued this moderator status is because of the power that it afforded. I don't know why he's now trying to say that he's just so passionate. And even in this section here, he's talking about how he was trying to utilize every possible advantage to like get like brand deals and stuff, man. That's self-enrichment through this position. This doesn't really seem like it's coming from a place of a guy who's trying to like better communities or improve subreddits or make things better for others. This feels like you were chasing power and trying to use it to continue to climb that Reddit ladder, whatever that may be.
I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help other subreddits or help the company that a whole, and it didn't matter. I failed, and it failed because of how mismanaged and how little support Reddit, the company, gives to moderators. None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. You think that I want to be the guy, like, going out, like, messaging random people in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships? I don't.
Then don't fucking do it, buddy! Chalamet! I'm gonna drop an Adam Sandler impression on you here. You are a moderator in a subreddit. Why are you chasing down brand partnerships and collaborations, buddy? The whole point of subreddits is just for a community to come together and talk about certain things.
This is good.
Share certain things. And your job as a moderator, and I use job very loosey-goosey because it should never be misconstrued as a job. It's supposed to be filled by very passionate fans of similar mind in the same
polluting
space
on both
that would then
sides
just
of my
enforce
border,
like
you
certain
cunt.
rules about like, you know, making sure
Me?
someone doesn't get like doxxed
Yeah,
or
you got
something
two
sensitive
coal
being
power
shared
plants
like that.
spewing
Like that is
smog
supposed to
into
be
my
all it is.
territory.
Why are you trying
told
to
you
even
the
find
climate is
partnerships
fucked.
and deals like that? That doesn't seem, in my eyes, to ever benefit
I'm
the
on
community.
everything
It only
oil-powered
feels
now,
like it would
so-
benefit the mods that
Here
are chasing it
here
down.
comes climate
you like
change.
to use examples, so I'll use one for you.
Oh, the
Let's
first
say
level
you
kicked
chased
in
down
finally?
this partnership with $1 Million Fan
It's okay,
Show,
I'll clean it
and
up
it
in a
wasn't going
second.
super well, and the organizers and you, well, you
And
like to
I'm
exchange
gonna start
back and forth,
building
and they're like,
planes
look,
now.
we really need a favor here. Can
and
you
then I'm gonna
only
start
post some of the
bombing her.
positive stuff from $1 Million Fan Show and get rid of like the pesky, you know, maybe clips that are negative about it? That would really help us. And let's say you object to that and they're like, okay, well then we're not going to work with you in an official capacity anymore if you don't do this. You see the conflict that this creates? It leads to, I can't believe I'm going to use this word when talking about fucking subreddits and mods, but it leads to very blatant corruption.
Hey, steal
where
boost
you are
for
now
flight.
in bed with some of these
I'll research it in one
organizations
turn.
or someone
Nice.
that could benefit from you gamifying your subreddit to cater it more towards them. Maybe it wasn't financial in this case, maybe you weren't paid for it, but extend this thought process to another type of subreddit where maybe there is someone paying for it. Like, let's
Hey,
say
she's got
I'm
a
a music
governor in
artist
here.
and I want to be featured on like the r/,
Can't be
you know,
having that.
rock, hard rock subreddit, and I want to make sure my single gets out there. So I reach out to a mod and like, hey, look, I'll pay you some money if you can try and like boost this up a little bit. And this is something that I've read reports of happening in the past. And I think you would agree that that's a problem, right? Now imagine if those mods are also chasing down other artists like, hey, I see your Spotify streams are a little low. If you toss us a little money here, we can use our subreddit and the influence of it to try and boost it up a little bit higher. That's not a good thing.
If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like
your
reading over these
fucking
contracts,
great
reading over these
merchant is
agreements,
literally
none
where
of
I
these
need to go.
very real mistakes that I made would have happened.
I don't. I
needs
need
to be
to just sit in here
professionalized,
for a minute.
and it
so.
starts with the mods. This is
One
going to be
second.
controversial, but the people who are running your multi-billion-dollar website
actually,
are unqualified nobodies like
that'll
me.
work.
That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault,
Lumber mill.
Spez.
Damn, what a mic
Lumber.
drop.
There's a lumber
Brother,
mill on uranium.
There are
over
no
here.
qualifications to be a Reddit mod. That is a position that the community is supposed to like decide upon, like, hey, here's our rules and here's who we would like to enforce them, and that's it. It should never be this deep. I just don't understand why he can't grasp, and maybe he can, and he's just pretending not to, the concept that if you have mods that are financially
There
incentivized
we
to
go.
work with brands
Aluminium.
in collaboration
Gimme-
with them
gimme them
to use the
fucking
community
planes.
for their collaborators' purpose, you now have a very disingenuous subreddit that is very easily influenced based on who is paying for it. That should be a very clear conflict, a very obvious issue. It should be pretty obvious why Reddit wouldn't want to invest in a suite of resources like lawyers and brand ambassadors for Reddit mods to look over contracts and shit for Reddit mods securing deals to sell out their subreddit. That's not
hey.
a good thing.
There's a
That
national
means
park I can
access
build
to
here.
anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an
We'll do
access
that.
to a bounty board,
While we
or
pollute the
ad
world.
deals, or
Hell yeah.
lawyers, or event organizers, or professionals, or anything that actually matters.
To you, personally, actually
do-
matters to just...
Like, while it's more useful to see these percentages, I think we should go back to the other climate screen because I like the pie chart.
The pie
There's
chart is
room
good.
for a pie chart, you know? Like,
I
want
do like
that
the pie chart as well. I do agree.
It just tells me 59%, though. The pie
Hmm.
chart doesn't tell you the percentage,
No, but you can say it.
but 59% from me.
The
Soviet
the
Union, zero.
artifacts. The
They
artifacts.
Soviet
are
Union hasn't
fucking me over.
industrialized.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, sucks to be the Soviet Union, I guess.
You, the guy who is
Wait.
benefiting from the ad
Advance,
deals
don't
and
walk away.
brand partnerships and shit. That does nothing for the community you are supposed to be moderating for.
Didn't I
brother.
press next?
What are you not
I don't know.
understanding there?
You tell me.
Like
It
he
probably
is
has a
only
unit that needs
arguing
orders. Shift
to
enter.
help himself under the guise of it being to grow his subreddit. It only grows you, man.
To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers. Not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power
This guy
and
is a
influence.
fucking
I mean, if not for
loser.
the world,
I
at
told
least
you it's
over
so
your
good.
$50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support.
I didn't even
it could
watch
go-
all of Charlie's video. It's a long Charlie video, and Charlie rarely makes videos this long. Do you see Charlie's reaction to Renee Good, by the way?
I did
sent
not.
it to you.
I do not believe that I did. Can I only have one archaeologist at a time? What is going on?
You can only build them in the place where the archaeology museum is.
No, I know. I had 3 lined up and the production queue just died.
You can only if click your Great Works, okay? And then you can click Artifact inside that Great Works.
No, I know how it works.
Is there
I'm saying
any
that-
slots open though? Or are they all
Yes. I don't even know where the Great Works are.
full? Okay, so it's at the top.
That
on the
doesn't
bar,
help me.
Next to climate change. On the top
I
bar.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 slots open.
For Artifact?
Flowers
specifically?
surround me. Flowers
No.
surround me.
I have 2.
For Artifact? It should still let you have one.
That's what I'm saying. But I can't make another archaeologist.
I don't know if this is the video. It was just a short thing where he's like, whatever you say,
Can you speak
dude.
on Renee Good?
Yes, this is it.
You to speak on Renee Good?
What's going on? Why is it all...
You mean...
What did I do?
You invert the colors or some shit?
When you full screen on Reddit, it inverts the colors, I guess.
Like in a video or in general? Because that shit is... You to speak on Renee Good? You mean like in a video or in general? Because that shit is horrible. I still can't believe that anyone thinks that that was defensible action from ICE. But as for a video, I'm not sure yet. I was gonna do like a bigger one, but I just haven't yet. Of course, Charlie is a lib. It is incredible how someone can watch a video and depending on like their political brain, they'll see 2 different things.
Yeah.
An ICE agent putting himself in front of a vehicle, and when the vehicle starts moving, putting himself in front of the vehicle, like the least smart thing ever. That is like the anti-protocol. And when the vehicle moves and turns to the right, just immediately starts blasting, then it's like, yep, justified. I don't know how anyone watches that and think that that's fine.
So I started
An
blasting.
insane society. Because it was justified. Whatever, brother. You got a crazy set of eyes on you, man.
Like, that's the energy I have for it at this point.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's
whatever,
great.
dude.
Because it was justified. Whatever, brother. You got a crazy set of eyes on you, man. Order the Trump phone. That shit's unhinged. I'll tell you, if this happened on Joe Biden's watch, it would be a very different tune right now. If an American citizen got gunned down in her fucking car because the agent put himself in front of the vehicle in the first place, I tell you, I think you'd be singing a different tune. Dumb situation, but maybe don't drive at police officers.
Oh my god. Fucking bootleg.
Again, brother, you're surrounded by masked dudes giving you a bunch of different conflicting things. It's a stressful situation. People panic. It's normal. What you're not supposed to do as an officer is fucking put yourself in front of the vehicle in the first place. That is
But a tile needs to be fixed. Did I cut down trees on here or something? What needs to be fixed?
entirely on him. Yeah, it's not the smartest thing to like drive away from a scene or anything, But people panic. It's extremely normal. Happens every day. A trained agent shouldn't be putting himself in front of that car to begin with. Awesome.
Correct.
Politics on the line. I don't view it as political. I don't know. I don't view that thing as political. I feel like it's just basic common sense when you watch that video. How many police stops do you see of a police officer then getting in front of the vehicle with his own body? With the suspect still behind the wheel of the car.
Places that you can dig
Probably close to zero.
anymore.
Do you know why?
No, that's not what it is. There are literally some on there.
You gotta be a fucking moron to do that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
And yeah, again, driving away not the smartest thing in the world, but it's very
now I can't
natural
even
for
select
people
to
panic
build
in
another
a
one.
high-stress situation with a bunch of masked dudes surrounding you.
This
and
happened the
shouting
other
and shit at
game
you.
as well.
Like, it happens. You should never put yourself in front of that car to begin with.
Yeah, I don't queue units, so
You
I
gotta
don't
be a fucking
encounter
idiot.
things like that. I never queue
It's
anything.
not justified to put yourself in danger and then execute the person when they panic. We used to watch those goofy police videos from bumfuck nowhere, and even they would know what to do. Yeah, because there's standard protocol and there's common sense. Nowhere are you taught to get in front of a vehicle of a suspect and like try and block it with your fucking hand like you're using the force or something. Fucking stupid.
Good take. All right.
Well, from
my
50
oil.
million to 100
brother.
billion.
It's just
I mean, it
such a
certainly
funny thing to
deserves
say.
to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets.
Yes, a high-level financial growth strategy here. The way to double your company is by spending resources to connect your subreddit moderators
now?
with
Another great work.
talent
You got a deal, lady.
managers that will chase down brand deals.
You keep
for
painting them, I'll keep giving
so
you
that way they can
gunpowder
feel like a
for
celebrity
them.
and I guess cash in on their mod status.
What do you got here?
Yeah, I'm
Diplo
really
favor.
seeing the line now. The pieces of the puzzle are coming
I don't
together
want your
nicely.
Diplo
I get
favor.
it.
Go paint some more
To the
paintings.
community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not going to fix any of this. All of this is up to us to solve.
He then tries to address the community about like this problem, and I really don't even understand the problem he's trying to portray here, because all he keeps hammering home is that he is a top moderator, wasn't given enough resources like lawyers, and he wasn't treated like a celebrity enough, and he didn't have the ability to chase down brand deals, which led to him making a poor decision here with the $1 Million Fan Show. How is that a problem that the community, like, would rally behind, man? You just shouldn't have done it in the first place. Reddit shouldn't be a platform where mods are selling out big communities for the sake of brand deals. I don't see a whole lot of community support coming for that kind of message. He keeps presenting it as a problem, but actually I think this video demonstrates exactly why Reddit made the right call removing him from his position. Like, I don't know how he's not seeing that.
To solve all of the problems that I have laid out, we will create tools and resources so good, so useful, that everybody will have to work with us. Think talent agency, but for subreddits. You have the big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially, that means connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs,
I put a bunch of France
running
24
events,
videos about
doing mod recruitment,
Syria and the
cross
Kurds.
collaboration with other
Do that
relevant
next.
subreddits, that kind of stuff.
He then pitches his new thing here, which a talent agency for subreddit mods, I guess. I don't want to get into it. I've been yapping about this for so long. It's just this video blew my mind that he would actually post something like this. Again, I do actually feel bad for him because this is clearly a position that meant a lot to him, and I'm wishing him the best going forward now without his, sheriff badge of LSF. But I do not think a talent agency for mods is the right path. But, I'm not his dad. He can do what he wants. It's just, this was a mind-boggling adventure watching this one. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Bye.
Okay. I do, just real quick before we get into the serious stuff, Hassan also has a take on this, and it says, "This guy tried to ruin my life." It's an hour long, so I'm not looking at it. I just want to hear Hassan if he gets really upset about this guy.
Should be treated like celebrities.
All right, we gotta talk about the top orbiter mod. Destiny fan and Reddit livestream fail moderator Stale 2000 has been removed as the top mod of the subreddit after promoting scam contest $1 million fan. He has posted a video demanding legal support from the CEO of Reddit. The full video is 21 minutes long.
Hello.
And a bunch of people are watching it. We have to
Battleship
talk about this.
Armada.
This is Stale, former Twitch
Who's got that?
staff. Stale.
Fucking
he used to work at Twitch.
the Mayans.
And also, not only that, but Omega Destiny Orbiter.
Is my
looking and
U-boat
sounding
stealth?
Exactly
Can they
what-
see me?
Yes.
Exactly how you would
yes. They can
assume.
only see it 1 unit away, I believe. Let me just look up. Okay, common abilities. Invisible except within sight range of destroyers, other naval raiders, or when there is a unit in an adjacent tile. So they literally have to, only destroyers can see them, or you have to be 1 tile away to be seen. So the
Okay.
battleships can't see them. And then
Neat.
reveals stealth units within sight range. So if she does have any stealth units, you'll be able to see them.
Okay.
Ignores enemy zone of control. Does not exert zone of control.
Cool.
Combat strength on ocean. It's also has better sight range and lower production cost of a submarine.
Are the U-boats?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was playing Germany in my solo game, I founded a religion, and because I'm
Yeah.
Germany and there's U-boats and tiger tanks, my religion is Nazism.
So, slightly cheaper version of the submarine with a situational combat strength bonus ability to and the bonus ability to reveal invisible units coming slightly earlier than a destroyer. It is the weakest piece of the German arsenal, not because there's anything inherently wrong with it, but because it replaces a unit that doesn't come into play very often for a number of reasons, and fixes none of the problems of the unit. Probably that submarines aren't very strong.
Yeah. In theory, I should be able to hit her
Children?
Civ from. I should be able to hit her Civ with my bombers from my airports. I shouldn't need to deploy them. Because I put an airport down in Berlin and I've got one in South Hitlerberg. And I reckon I can hit her territory from my territory.
I mean, you can also just use a military engineer to build airports.
That's true. A forward deployment base.
Yeah, you build a fort, you build an airstrip, and then forts around it.
Oh, that's interesting. I tell you what, man, this repost feature goes hard.
So
on
like,
on Instagram.
you take the airstrip, and then you put a fort next to it, and then on that fort you put the artillery, the drone, and a general, and then if you can also, obviously, like, the best thing to do is actually not even to use the fort, but to get a harbor where you can get a battleship in there, and then do the battleship drone artillery.
Yes.
And so both the artillery and the battleship will use an attack. So it will only do the damage of the artillery, but the battleship can't also attack. It's using its actions points to give that extra distance to the shot.
Ah, okay.
I didn't even know it was possible. I just learned it was possible in that game against Russia.
Interesting. Oop.
Still haven't researched irrigation, and there's no reason to. It doesn't unlock anything.
No. I would do it just for... Don't you get era score for researching?
I don't know. Don't need it.
I want a dark age. I am in a normal age again. Hell yeah.
I'm going to a dark age. It doesn't matter. There's nothing I can do.
I've been killing it on the ages. I don't think... I think I've been in one dark age. No, not even. I don't think I've been in a dark age this game.
I had a golden age, and
all I ask.
So you don't really get era score. Plus, I've built all my districts and shit. Like my shit's like already teched out.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting era score for that. But
I got 5 era score because I built a bomber.
She's like one of the worst civs in the game, but Georgia's ability. If you get a golden age, she also gives you the normal age bonus too, so you can still earn era score. So you can keep her in a golden age easier.
Interesting.
Reddit moderator, like a perma Reddit moderator would look like. Here's what happened. This guy overtook Livestream Fails a couple years ago as the top moderator of Livestream Fails. Now, if you don't know what Livestream Fails is, because I never go on this website. It's because I never go on that subreddit any longer. It used to be a subreddit where people would gather and check out the top news stories of the day, or top clips of the day from Twitch. It was a place where like a lot of Twitch watchers congregated. Obviously, there was like a heavy slant on harassing certain villains on the subreddit. Alinity, one of them. Pokimane was another consistent one for years and years. But once Destiny took over the entire subreddit in this forcible takeover, they turned it directly into the Hassan subreddit. Oftentimes, this is the DGGer of the year. I don't know why we can't actually watch the video.
Hi, I'm Stale2000, and I'm running for DGGer of the year on December the 3rd. In this video, I'm going to be talking about how all of my opponents are way worse than me, using facts, logic, and most importantly, evidence, as in chat logs. Here,
Shut up, you
Albert
fucking
FCB is asking
oh
people
my god,
to give
Hassan
him
has
subs.
receipts on
A
this
real
guy.
DGGer buys his own
My
subs.
rival.
In the month of November, Fitz spammed the Miano hype emote over 500 times. They're clearly a weeb. Need I say more? Will Kill Forever admits to
watching
having a
this
job.
fucking Reddit
No
mouth breather.
truly dedicated
I just wanted
DGGer
to see what
could work
Hassan had
a
to
job
say.
and dedicate themselves enough to DGG to be deserving of winning this competition.
You gotta sometimes see the ops,
Why does it
Sometimes you gotta
say
take a
I
look,
could do a national
good,
park
hard
here if
look at
tiles
the
are
ops.
fixed? I don't. There's
Lucky for
uranium.
us, some of our
Is that
ops
what the deal
openly
is? I can't
post
remove the
videos of themselves on the
uranium.
internet. No, this is not
I
satire.
planted
This
trees,
is a
that
person
didn't
who
work.
is in the DGG cult.
Fuck it, I'll
that
plant a
is,
tree. I'll plant
actively
trees
trying
here
to
too.
win this award as the greatest cult member for that year. I forget which year this is. The reason why I'm showing you all of this is because this is the guy at the direction and at the behest of Destiny, in order to serve his master, his
Oh
cult
my
leader,
God.
took over Livestream Fails and turned it into a smear machine. And
Hassan is
once
such a
he
fucking
took over,
baby.
he basically kicked out all
This
of
guy
the
is my
people that voted
cyber
against him
bully.
becoming the top moderator of the subreddit. And then he
This guy
hired
is
a
my
bunch of
number
other
one
moderators
cyber
to
bully.
operate the subreddit that were also Destiny's fans. So as far as I understand, the LSF subreddit is not going to change. Jay Stalk, 2024 DGGer of the Year, was head of the Hassan Bad propaganda with Dan Stalkman. Even he says all of it was bullshit. Stale was too deep in the cult. Yeah, JSTLK was the
Hey,
previous
if,
DGGer of the
Timbuktu
Year. And now I
rebels,
think
do you
he
want
is
me
one
to
of
take
the
it?
Orbiters who actually turned on Destiny and is actively trying to pull people out of said.
Shut up. Okay, that was about as funny as I was expecting.
Mm-hmm.
My number one enemy. One time I played Pokemon cards. Like, uh-oh. Hang on.
All of my trade routes go to you.
Hey, we got a new video. It's called Black Fascism is the Only Solution.
Oh my god. Is this the same dude? Oh my god, it fucking is. Oh, I'm so excited.
So yeah, I like they had like the actual official Pokemon League, right? And you would like if you played enough games, they would give you free cards and stuff. Right? So, like, I knew how to actually play Pokemon as a kid. And one time I sat down with this kid, and he literally thought he was, like, in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. And was like, "You've fallen into my trap." And, like, was doing all this. And I was just sitting there as a kid, just being like, this dude's a Reddit mod. And Reddit didn't even exist yet, you know?
No, it didn't. That's great. What a nerd.
I'm going to put an inland harbor here.
What, like in a lake?
Yeah, because I already have the canal.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so I built my cities one slot away from the coast so I could build canals on most of them.
Yeah, okay.
And that way, like this one I didn't settle. These ones, none of these I actually settled. And then these ones were just pressure cities. But so I made it so I could put industrial zones next to those canals.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if this one is next to it.
It is unlikely that you've ever interacted with a black person who openly proclaimed the ideology of fascism before. But today you are going to interact with one. That is me. For many years now, I have liked the idea of fascism for the black race. When I was about 18 years old, I was a supporter of Donald Trump. I was a...
Did his mic just change mid-video?
Maybe.
He's like good looking too, so it's a shame his brain is broken, you know?
You've ever interacted with a black person who openly proclaimed the ideology of fascism before. But today you are going to interact with one. That is me. For many years now, I have liked the idea of fascism for the black race. When I was about 18 years old, I was a supporter of Donald Trump. I was a Republican. I believed that the United States could be a multiracial unity, that people could let go of the past, and that race did not matter, and that you could engage in something like civic nationalism successfully. I clearly do not believe that anymore, if you're familiar with me whatsoever. In the modern day, race has triumphed over nation, and I only wish for race to triumph more clearly and more openly so that we can get past this middle ground stance where there is so much confusion.
Why is it telling me I could
Because
put a
I believe for the
national
black
park
race to succeed,
but also
it has to acknowledge racial existence.
Like if you look at the
and all these
naturalist
ideologies,
lens, right?
these ideas.
Like it's just a mod, so I don't know. It says this tile could be used if some other plots is fixed. Do I need to remove the pigs? Is that the issue?
Possibly.
The truffles? Because like I can't remove the uranium.
Are you unable to place it?
See the lens. It says this could be used if some other plot is fixed. So one of these tiles is wrong.
Well, it
and
would
not
have to be
letting me make
it would have
park.
to be the truffles, right? But you can't.
So I planted
remove
trees on
luxury
both these
resources.
tiles, thinking maybe I cut down trees. That didn't work. So.
All right, let's see if I can hit this shit from here.
Yeah.
Yes, these properties of fascism, which have been tied to evil, are ideas I think we must destroy. Or rather, what I mean is the idea that these things are evil must be destroyed. These ideas that blood unites people is not wrong. The idea that centralized leadership, looking up to a single figure which leads the race to success and victory, is not wrong. This is not a bad thing. You should not look at force, you should not look at power and think evil. You should think, what has went wrong? Did we lack this force and did we lack this power? That is what should go through the minds of all black men. You must let go of the Christian worldview, this religion that comes from Semites.
Mansa Musa has
Abrahamic
a spaceport.
religions have been an intoxication on the black race.
He has
The black
launched
race
the first
must
satellite. He's on
overcome
his
these
way to the second.
intoxications and go back to this primal worldview that blood matters, leadership matters, humanity matters, that force matters. Because above all things, force does matter. Too many black men depend on these civic ideas, these policies and these letters, and these proclamations, these treaties, these so-called amendments. The idea that there are God-given rights. These ideas that have been pushed to the black population are nothing but intoxicants that put the race to sleep.
Stop
Most
hitting the
black men
desk.
have never seen their greatest form because they've never been pushed. In order for us to reach such lengths,
Do you think
we
he
must
made the
recognize that
flag
in this
behind
world,
him and his
race
button?
has chosen your side.
Because
Your
like we
blood
looked
has
this shit up and
decided
like it came
which side you
back
will
to
be
him,
on.
right?
Your skin
Like
is
all
your
the like
uniform.
he's like the Zemet order or something, and he calls
Z-
black people
Zamin.
the what?
It's
being unavoidable,
Zamin.
the black race will
Uh.
show strength like it's never shown before.
Anyone ever hear that before?
And I believe at that time, fascism will be the great player. There will come a time in which someone will make use of the energy that the black race produces through circumstance. In order for fascism to succeed, if you are someone interested in it, or you want to understand.
You know what's the funniest part about this? He's advocating for racial fascism. That's not. That's not what fascism is, bro.
That's called Nazism.
It. Number one, you must acknowledge that race is existent. It does exist. Race is not only social, but it is biological. It is something that is unavoidable. And it is only the worldview that history has come to an end that allows you to think you can let go of your very skin, your very blood, your origin, the uniform you wear without permission. That you can somehow supersede this and move on to a nonsensical identity, which does not arise from blood. You don't know what to defend unless you acknowledge that thing even exists. With this racial consciousness, we can uplift our image. Every black child that is born will be uplifted. If you were a black man or woman, you have to acknowledge that our ancestors lost a fight. We are living in a fallen age, an age in which your very own parents may have told you your hair is not proper, that you shouldn't go out in the summer to darken your skin. This is only something that happens in a fallen age. This isn't normal. The Germans lost the fight, and today they are not allowed to even be proud Germans. What you don't realize is that exact same thing happened to us. We are living in a fallen age. And it is not until you're open to acknowledging that fact that you can play a part in fixing it and bringing forth our victory. We must be able to put black children first. There must be a development of an empire where black children are the center. Where the black man and black woman are the center. And it must be open and moving outwards towards the entities which wish to destroy us, who wish to diminish our race more.
No, I'm not going to be friends with you. I'm
The
about to
idea
fucking
that we
attack
are
you,
all
Mansa Musa.
individuals comes from the 60s.
Gotta take that
When
production away from
MLK,
your
the
little
puppet,
space race.
was brought forth to say that people should not be judged by the skin, but by the content of their character. This idea was fundamentally individualist.
The black race became strong, and the only reason the United States government felt it needed to even pay attention
Oh shit!
to the
I
black
just showed
population
luxuries.
was because every black man,
You
woman,
needed
and
those.
child recognized their race came first. When everyone saw them, it was their race. It was nothing else. And today is it exactly
It's alright, I
the
already
exact
fucked up
same
and
thing,
accidentally
but
sold
it
a
is
great
now
work, so-
behind a smoke screen. So they still see race first. They put their
mean,
race
if they're
first
paying you
in
for
the
it.
government, in the businesses, in the military. It is what benefits their race that comes first. But
Except
for
my
you, they have
friendships.
told you
I
that race
can't
does not
move
matter.
ships
that
through
race does not
territory.
exist.
Yeah,
that
hold
if
on.
only you can play a part in their capitalism, you'll be just fine. And how does that turn out? How is the race today? Is it better or is it worse? Do we own more land or do we own less? Is our community more united or is it more divided? Are our families more put together or are they more broken down? Are we richer or are we poorer? Have their troops been removed from our continent or has there been more troops? Have they built more nuclear weapons to defend themselves? Have they built more chemical weapons to defend themselves? Have they put trillions of dollars into their own defenses while telling you that militarization is barbaric and it is an old thing? Today, are they not authoritarian in measure? When a European country wishes to leave the European Union, do they not punish them severely? When the United States faces anyone who tries to secede from their union, do they not use force to stop it? Whereas they tell you, be individuals. They tell you,
this
do
city
not
might kill me.
recognize
This city
you
might kill
exist
my U-boat.
as a common entity.
Okay, so next great general, I'll pass on it. It should go to
Go
the
to me?
Maya might get it actually. You should see if you
I-
can buy him because it will give you
I-
1 oil per turn.
MacArthur?
Yeah.
I am 400 faith off, but I'm going to let it sit for a little bit. So let me know when you're about to approach it, and I will look at how much faith I have. I'm going to
How
steal
much
this.
faith per turn
Okay.
do you get?
70, but I'm going to spend 700 right now to steal this merchant from the Mayans.
Faith?
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually-
a merchant? Wait, hang on.
I'm going to use gold, actually. That's a better idea. All right, I took it
Yeah.
with gold, not faith.
Hey. I'll take that one.
Which one?
It was the makeup merchant.
Ah,
And
yeah.
then
That's
can you
that
buy
is a good one.
MacArthur?
No, not yet.
How much?
That's what I'm saying is I'm gonna
How much gold?
hold off. Gold?
Yes.
2,500.
That's how much
I
you
get-
need?
Yeah, I get 400 per turn. But I have enough faith that I might be able to use faith in
Okay.
4 turns.
Just don't spend anything.
Yeah. So it says that they're gonna get him in 36 turns. Mine's in 22. So when you pass on him, let me know. And I will reassess and see how much I can buy him for.
Yeah. Just advance.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm just upgrading my shit right now.
She's used a
It-
few of her. She's just got great writers now. She's used a
I'm-
few of her great people. Timbuktu
I
still
am-
rebelling. Mansa Musa's sending rock bands now too.
Hey, there's a tank in my territory. What the fuck? What do you think you're doing, you cheeky little cunt?
Yeah, buy MacArthur and then retire him because he'll give you 1 oil per turn.
Yeah.
When you retire him.
Give me a second. I just need to produce a unit real quick.
They tell you that the idea of centralized leadership is evil. Was Germany its most powerful when it was a united people or a divided people? Was the Soviet Union more powerful when it had a greater number of people under centralized leadership or as divided entities? The United States itself, will it allow a single state to secede or not?
Damn, Stalin is in
Was
the
the Malian
information
Empire
era,
most
but he still
powerful
sucks
when it
dick.
was a united entity, or is it split amongst different tribes? That is a question.
Stop
to ask
hitting your desk.
Fascism means there is centralized leadership. There must be a single figure. There must be a single identity. We must be one people with one goal. We must operate as a single body, not divided. The leg cannot do what it wants, and the arm does what it wants, and the heart does what it wants. All must operate with the head. If it does not, it ceases to exist and it will die.
I'm about to bomb my own territory.
Socialism.
Why?
Is a net positive for any society.
Because there's a
the
tank
idea
in my
that
territory.
Socialism is a negative.
Barbarian?
Is also
No,
a modern
it's a
idea.
it's the Mayans.
It is a negative idea. It is a stupid idea.
Oh, they drove it over there?
Only the
Or
capitalists
floated it over?
look at their
Yeah, they
own
must have, because there's a
people
rock band
and
with
say
it, too.
capitalism is more important than this. Socialist values are nationalist values. They are racialist values. They're familial values.
You hear what he just said?
It's a unitary
Nationalism is a socialist value. He's not talking about
Socialism
fascism, ladies and
comes
gentlemen.
From a great internal value that you should care for your people.
Bro doesn't
That
even
you should
understand
care for
fascism.
the community around you. That you do not wish for your brother to be small.
Should I write?
brittle, and in
Hey,
a
I
weak
don't think you
position.
understand fascism.
Yeah.
Benito Mussolini said. Dude, while actually you're not fascist, this guy
Is very funny. Well, you're actually a Nazi, but yeah.
No, I won't say that. I'm just gonna quote Mussolini in his comments. Okay. Will you start streaming? Question mark. His comments say. Zemit Power. I don't think.
Holy shit. It just gave me fucking 4 trade
I
routes.
don't think you understand. He's gonna be like, that's what a white guy said about fascism.
That'd be amazing if that's the response. Damn, everything is producing
Burrito Mussolini said.
Burrito Mussolini. Ah, good. Traders are 1. Fascism! Yes.
Okay, I commented that.
Excellent.
Because that hurts
Hey,
you.
I stole a
that
great
hurts
work.
your nation as a whole. It is for people who are historically aware, nationally aware. It is not for the individualist. It is important that if socialism is not mixed up with liberalism. Liberalism is capitalist at heart.
Not necessarily.
Liberalism is the idea, again, that you are an individual and that you do not care for your surrounding. That the surrounding does not matter, in fact. That the surrounding is not important. The nation is not important. What affects the nation as a whole should not affect your decisions. Your decisions are your own to make, and you should not have to consult anything or anyone before making them. You should not concern yourself with how these decisions of yours may affect the people around you. That is what's led to the modern world. That's what's led to the modern state of the black race. Socialism comes in 2 types.
You should add he also doesn't understand liberalism. I don't think you know what liberalism is. In the Leviathan, they said.
Social socialism or cultural socialism.
Social
is
socialism.
A virtuous idea. It is a noble cause.
I have balloons.
And
Balloon
with
time.
this initial thought is how you get to economic socialism.
Balloon time.
This means there should be
Ooh, it's
farmland
almost
which is
gone.
nationalized. That if there is a space program, that space program should be controlled by a national effort, a national mind, not a single capitalist mind. It should be that farmlands, much of it should be owned nationally to ensure that no citizen in this nation of this race goes starving.
Let me know if you get a
It should be that
disrupt
certain land is
rocketry.
nationalized to ensure that there's always a supply of homes which are hyper affordable for men of that nation.
Oh, no,
to ensure
Stalin
that
denounced
none
me.
of our brothers, none of our fathers, none of our sons are homeless. To ensure that none of them are ever starving. To ensure that none of them are left out. Because again, if your race is weak, you are weak. If your nation is weak, you are weak. If your nation is
You're
divided,
weak.
you are divided.
You're
And if
divided.
your nation does not stand
No, you.
strong,
I
expect
just bombed
those
my
who
own
can
fucking
stay strong and
territory.
united to come in and conquer you and
fuck
destroy
with my people.
you. Socialism is a noble idea. And the
Bro,
black race absolutely
With
should
that
follow
fucking great
socialism.
person getting
And
makeup,
anyone who engages in this
I fucking now
nonsensical
have
capitalist
11
idea
happy cities, one
are the same
ecstatic.
people who would turn on Malcolm X.
That's pretty good. I have
because
two
capital is
happy.
involved. They
All
will
of
do the
my
work of the
ones
enemy
are
for
in normal
capital.
growth,
They will work
and I
against
have
the
5
greater
content.
good for capital. These
And,
people
honestly, I'm
are
surprised.
animalistic at heart. They don't follow any
'Cause I've-
ideology. They don't have a
I've been
worldview.
unable to buy
It
amenities
is
so far.
animalistic in the sense that a pig will follow you into the trap if you will sprinkle grain on the ground on a track.
That's not how
The
pigs
sheep will
work. They're
follow
actually
you
really
along.
smart.
Are you trying
to the trap? It cannot
do
pay
poetry?
attention to any greater thing than immediate gratification.
I don't even
It
need
is
to
an
gain
animal.
sources, and I'm
Capitalism
90%
is
for
animalistic in the
Damn.
worst possible
siphon
way.
funds. So I gotta gain sources to see if it goes to 100.
Fascism opposes this, and don't ever let anyone tell you fascism does
Meant
not
to say as
oppose it.
modern infantry. Mechanized
Fascism
infantry,
is an
I mean.
ideology for the people. Fascism is an ideology for the nation. Fascism unites. Fascism uplifts. That's the purpose of fascism.
No, it doesn't.
He also
The last of
doesn't
this is I wanna talk to
understand
all black
animals.
men who
I
have
don't think you know
opposed
how pigs
fascism,
work.
Because your mindset
Seeing a lot
is
of
that
holes
their
in your
fascism
facts
is
and logic,
against
pal.
us. Once again, if there is strength, you must ask yourself why this strength is not present among
There's an
us.
infantry army coming.
Not why do they have strength and that they should not be strong. The white race is
Well, lucky
strengthened
I have
by
a field
fascism.
cannon
Germany
corps.
was strengthened by fascism. Germany would
And
not
some
be
artillery
capable
down
of
here.
invading and conquering and unifying, rather, all of Europe without fascism.
How did that work out?
Before Adolf took control of Germany, it was divided, disunited. The female employment was increasing at a greater rate than the male employment. At that
Okay.
time, degeneracy was rampant amongst your nation. They were being
You're a
bullied by
degenerate.
all the other European powers. They were being occupied like an African colony.
Well, maybe they should have started.
Necessity
Maybe
for
they
unity.
shouldn't have started World
That
War
they got all
One.
these people together, people who were divided in
fucking
political
moron.
ideology left and right.
Maybe if
People who
Germany
were
didn't
trying
start
to split
World War
apart
One,
Germany and have small.
well, it
independence
technically
movements.
wasn't Germany, but like
It wasn't until
Austro-Hungarian
they recognized
Empire,
that unity was
whatever,
absolutely
same
necessary,
shit.
That all those who opposed unity
Punching my
were
mouth.
enemies and had to be taken down. That Germany again.
Well, I'm
became
telling this guy to
powerful.
stop hitting his desk.
And to say that we should not unify, that we should not have centralized leadership, that we should not be against degeneracy because Germany did so, would be the most idiotic thing ever. Why is it that we put
Dumber
hawks
than
and
being a
eagles on
fascist?
flags? Why is it that we
not
put
quite.
lions on flags?
Where did this fucking infantry
Because we
army go?
admire
Huh?
this capacity. This capacity is innately good.
Hey, you got a submarine just chilling.
Does
here,
that mean
a
you let a
battleship.
lion destroy you? Obviously not. Does that mean you let an eagle come and steal your child and bring it into
Bro,
the
you're so
sky
cringe.
to eat? Obviously not.
I can't remove
We
the
want
pigs
to
from the
emulate
tile.
strength. We want to be strong. We want to be capable.
I could
my
remove the
artillery
woods, but
one-shot
not
that
the
bitch.
Mindset. You should not have
Maybe
the
I
mindset
already
of
did it
prey.
this turn. We'll wait.
You should have the mindset of benevolent predators. That is what black men need more than anything else today.
I thought there was Zemet or whatever it's
If
called.
you agree with these ideas and you want to interact with others, follow the link in my description.
Goodbye, line
And
infantry.
again, be a part of the Zalmatis consortium.
I can hit her
Zalmatis.
We are
forces.
accepting membership, and we particularly are in search for people to join the Zalmatis security.
Woo!
If you want to be unified,
Zalmatis
fucked.
security.
if you want to be
She's
around
fucked.
people who agree with
I
such
can hit her shit.
ideologies, you want to interact with black men who are
Oh,
unlike the others.
looting her luxury resources.
This is the place that
See you
you're going
later.
to begin to find them out. Have a nice day.
Bye.
I hope you don't.
Oh my
You
god.
know how they love to talk about blood and soil?
Bro.
You know what I really love? Their blood in
What-
soil. That's great.
Bro, look at this.
Food. Hold on. What
You
am I
can
looking
see
at?
the outline
Oh,
where he like cut it out.
that's hilarious. Oh, look, he's even going with the synthwave design as well. Very retro fact.
Yeah. Excuse me, is this a joke?
It does seem like
Go.
some sort of potentially satire, but I don't know.
I mean, if that's what he's into, I guess.
Stuff off list. Insurrection.
Watch, I
acts. There's a
totally
bunch of-
break him by quoting Mussolini.
A historic step for the Kurds and perhaps a turning point towards peace. Syrian President Ahmed al-Sharaa formally recognized Kurdish as an official language of the country on Friday.
Today I have the honor of issuing a special decree for our Kurdish people that guarantees their rights and distinctive characteristics under the law.
The announcement comes as violent clashes between the government and Kurdish forces have been taking place in northwestern Syria for
Mussolini
several
was black
days.
since he was Italian. Okay.
Since the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad in December 2024, President al-Sharaa has been attempting to reunify the country. However, he's been met with mistrust from the Kurds, who are reluctant to place themselves under the authority of a government led by Islamists. After weeks of deadlocked negotiations, the Syrian army ordered civilians to evacuate several Kurdish-controlled areas before opening fire. Since Thursday, thousands of them have been fleeing the region, some crossing a rickety bridge over a branch of the Euphrates River.
We're afraid of the strikes, that the conflict will start and become violent. We've left everything behind. We want peace, and we hope that our two governments can reach an agreement without spilling the blood of the people.
Something funny?
But international mediation led by the
Yes.
United States seems to have resulted in a compromise. Shortly after al-Sharaa's announcement, the predominantly Kurdish Syrian Democratic
Oh my
Forces
God.
confirmed they'd evacuate the area Saturday morning.
Okay.
In his speech, the president addressed them directly.
I
Pause
invite
it.
you to actively participate in building.
This is fucking hysterical.
So we can't show that shit. We can't show shit like that. What are you doing?
It was a dummy. What do you mean?
Jump scare. Oh my god, level 2 climate change. Who's doing this to us?
It's fucking hysterical. I'm fucking losing it.
Who was that? Ukraine or
Apparently it
Russia?
was North Korean dummy.
Dummy.
Yes. Not a real person.
Uh-huh.
All simulated.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Building
Yeah,
his
I'm
homeland,
one
preserving its
era
security
score.
and unity,
You see
and
that? Look at
rejecting
chat.
any alternative.
Off
A
goal.
Just
sign
advance.
of hope in a country which has been ravaged by civil war since 2011.
Loading up what little they have in trucks, these Kurdish Syrians are leaving a place that could soon become a war zone. Fears of escalating violence between the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces and the government have forced tens of thousands from their homes in recent weeks, and humanitarian groups estimate that half of the displaced are children. Many are now seeking refuge in government shelters outside of territory run by the SDF, but getting there hasn't been easy.
The main road is closed. It's forbidden to pass. The SDF has blocked the road with rocks. We've been waiting since 7 a.m. and people are just sitting on the road. No one will let us out.
Kurdish civilians are now trying to flee an area east of Aleppo near a place called Deir Hafir, where the Syrian army has brought in reinforcements to push the SDF east of the Euphrates River. The SDF still controls territory in the northeast and has resisted efforts to be integrated into Syria's new government run by President Ahmed al-Shara.
Wasn't the deal that the
fall.
territory east of the Euphrates was Kurdish? Wasn't that the whole deal? Is like east of the Euphrates?
I don't know, bro. You have to understand that this guy doesn't actually run the country. Like he runs just as much as the country as Assad did at this point. Maybe more. Because at least he has Idlib, you know?
Like surely it's more.
Probably Idlib, Damascus, Homs. And then they're currently Aleppo is the issue. Aleppo's always been the issue.
Is it a Kurdish city?
Well,
Not
here's
necessarily.
Here's the thing. Basically, there is not a single province in Syria that is not Arab majority.
Okay.
So, this is what the nationalists defend it being Arab Republic type of stuff.
Yeah.
Is that it is an Arab Republic. We're all majority Arab. And I just think it's so weird to do an ethnic republic of any kind. Like religion in government is already there and like trying to like blend in, and also the nationalism is there. But like anyone would have told you like Al-Nusra Front under Julani was far more nationalist than jihadist.
Yeah.
It's really the mercenaries in the north with Turkey and shit that are the ones that are fucking wackos. And they're fighting under like being fed by like Turkey's network to fight, right? But it's like, if you're Arabic, why are you fighting for Turks? Because they think that they deserve the land, so they'll take whatever support they have.
Yeah.
Right? This is an Arab supremacy thing. And so, like, Arab nationalism was integrated in with jihadism because of Saudi Arabia, right? Like, even Pakistan, the madrasas were all opened by Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah.
So this it's like when we interviewed Adam from the Darkened Hour podcast, right?
Yep.
He kept using Arab extremism because, and then I kept saying Islamic extremism. It's a little outdated to say Arab extremism over Islamic extremism, but the reason why the rhetoric being Arab extremism is there is because it all goes back to Saudi Arabia using their soft power to open these schools all over the Arab world and Muslim world that pushed this fundamentalist ideology that led to all these Islamist groups.
What the fuck, Stalin?
And they had one guy who was like, real Salafis love the king of Saudi Arabia. They literally have their own philosopher, like how Dugin is in Russia, right?
Yeah.
And like nobody likes that guy. Like no Salafi is actually like thinks that guy's legit.
Bashar al-Assad in 2024. Turkey's foreign minister said on Thursday he hoped the conflict could be resolved peacefully, but understood that might not be possible.
The use of force by the Syrian government when necessary is no longer an abnormal occurrence, because as you can see, there is no other option left.
Despite a ceasefire, fighting in Aleppo last week was said to have killed dozens of people. More than 150,000 fled as the Syrian army retook control of 2 pockets of the city that had been held by the SDF since the start of Syria's civil war in 2011.
We're in Ruk Nadin, a Kurdish majority neighborhood in the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. Syrian Kurds have been living here for over a century, but many say they feel cut off from their Kurdish roots and their language. We're talking to people here about the ongoing crisis in the north of the country between Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces and government troops. We're also asking people what they think about President Ahmed al-Shara's recent decree to protect Kurdish rights, linguistic, cultural and national. Here's what people had to say.
I am like any other Kurdish Syrian living in this country. I wish for peace. We Kurds really don't like war. I hope the latest conflicts and confrontations end peacefully from both sides.
My mother is Kurdish. I can't tell her that I'm afraid to take her to celebrate Nowruz. I'll take her wherever she wishes to celebrate. Now it's a recognized holiday.
The decree is very important to guarantee the rights of Kurds in Syria. Now people feel that they can have equal rights like other Syrians living here. Learning the Kurdish language is a great decision. Most Kurds living here have weak Kurdish. When our grandparents first came, a long time ago, they used to speak Kurdish, but slowly we began losing our Kurdish identity and language. We wish to always preserve our language.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay ahead.
There were no surprises in this election. President Yoweri Museveni was declared the winner with 71% of the total votes cast, extending his 4-decades-long grip on power.
The duly elected president of the Republic of Uganda.
His main challenger, Bobi Wine, got 24% according to official results. The main opposition party, the National Unity Party, has already rejected the results.
The coastal raid gave
Stalin
me
declared war on me.
Procedures and
he declared war on me as well. Maybe that's why I couldn't ask him.
Its leader Bobi Wine, who says he's gone into hiding,
I'm moving my
issued
bombers
a
to my east
statement
coast
saying that his home was raided by security forces on Friday.
And we want to call upon the people of Uganda to non-violently protest and reject any effort to subvert their voice and demand that the rightful results are announced.
Ugandan police gave this version of events.
It's okay, I literally can kill it with infantry.
In his home.
Oh, that's funny.
That's the first statement we want to cement.
Are you just going to keep your guys there to block her in?
People are asking about whether there are restrictions on his access and matters incidental to that. Certainly, he is a person of security interest.
There were widespread delays on voting day. Biometric kits where voters' details are keyed and retrieved
I'm about to spawn a tank army
Officials had to check people's names against a manual list. But the Electoral Commission says
fucking golden age.
No
He declared war on
impact
me as I'm
on the
going into a
outcome of the
golden
poll.
age. He's fucked.
On the streets,
Oh
the
man,
president's supporters
I was
celebrated.
going to go into a dark age,
Catherine
but I'm
Soy,
close to a
Al
golden age as
Jazeera,
well.
Kampala.
Oh yeah.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture.
When's the
Subscribe
age
to Al
turning?
Jazeera for reliable news, expert
3.
insight. Like,
Okay,
share,
I might get it.
stay ahead.
Hold on. Go to the Insurrection Act video from PBS.
أتشرف اليوم أن أصدر مرسوما خاصا
Send it.
لأهلنا الكرد.
It's in the list. It's on Streaming Fun. Under the
Okay.
Syrian videos. There's a bunch of videos under the Syrian ones that I put on that I wanted to watch. A couple about Trump, a couple about Venezuela.
No, you don't. I'll just go to PBS because I don't really see it there. Ugh, not that one. PBS NewsHour, you silly goose.
Machado presents Trump a Nobel Peace Prize. What is the Insurrection Act? No. These are the PBS ones.
Yeah.
Machado presents Trump her Nobel Peace Prize.
I saw
What is
that
the
one.
Insurrection Act? News wrap: Trump threatening tariffs on countries. And then there's a bunch of her speaking. All say watch or Machado urges U.S. leaders. Blah 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 blah. Those ones.
What we know about the Insurrection Act.
It suspends posse comitatus, does it not?
Pussy comitatus.
Trump just threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. What does that mean? The seldom used 1807 law allows a president to deploy the military to enforce the law, particularly in cases of rebellion or civil unrest. This could include making arrests or conducting searches. Invoking the law would override the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which bars
City-states also have luxuries.
Domestic law
If you want to look at what luxuries they have, you can put Amani there to get a copy.
Well,
Yeah.
it can be invoked in situations where a state's governor or legislature requests the deployment of troops. But on the
Stalin,
flip side,
what do you?
it can
Stalin
also be
literally
used
is like,
against
no, I
the
want
wishes
them
of
to
state
win.
leaders. Like if a president thinks an unlawful obstruction or rebellion make it impossible
I
to
have
enforce
double his
federal law
military,
through the
and
normal
you
judicial
have.
I don't know why he
Or
did that.
If the president
Why
thinks
did-
that the
what was
face
he
of an
thinking?
insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful
Stalin,
combination,
you
or
fool.
conspiracy,
This
state
is
officials are
why-
unable to or are refusing
This is
to
why
protect the constitutional rights of a
he
state's
made a
residents.
deal with Hitler,
But here's the
because he's
thing.
a fucking
Words like
retard.
insurrection, domestic violence, and unlawful obstruction are not
He's got the
explicitly
Panama
defined in the
Canal,
Insurrection
and it's
Act.
like
And
a
that gives the
two-tile
president
Panama
a
Canal.
lot of
Pathetic.
flexibility in deciding when to use it. Now, the Insurrection Act
Another
has
great
been
work.
used before. President Abraham Lincoln invoked the act at the start of
Oh,
the Civil
another
War,
great work?
and
I think I will
Presidents
steal
Dwight
it.
D. Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, and Lyndon B. Johnson all invoked it against Southern states' wishes at various times during the Civil Rights era. But it hasn't been used in more than 3 decades. For PBS News, I'm Dima Zain.
Wait just a second, we have one more thing to share.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS News.
Without you, we simply wouldn't be able to provide the news and the information that you...
Stalin's bombard is now bomb gone. What?
It's just so fucking stupid. Doesn't even make sense.
It was not meant to. Get the fuck away from me, Rock Band. Get the fuck away from me, Rock Band. A fighter. Oh yeah. Air power time, baby.
Condemn Harricate.
Pigeon coming inside. Get out, pigeon. Silly pigeon. Inside is not for pigeons.
All right, I'm gonna buy another naturalist.
Nuclear! Amazing. Can I condemn the heretic?
Yes. They hate that.
Oh, it's Mansa Musa. Never mind.
I love this center tile where I told you to buy the coal or you'd be fucked.
Yeah.
You see how close you would have totally lost this coal.
Yeah, I would have.
Siphon funds didn't raise from 90%. I wasted those turns.
Oh, damn it. What is that? Ooh, an industrial zone. Let's go there. Let's sleep and then we'll hit the coast. We'll raid that shit. Get the fuck out of there. I think I am done with my city unpowered.
How's MacArthur looking?
I can buy him. I'm still ahead of the Maya, but I'm gonna wait until you pass before buying. I can almost buy him with gold.
I think you should buy him even before, because who knows? I don't know exactly how passing works.
Okay. I'll buy him next round.
She's got a settler out. Her culture is still insane.
I was hoping that's where the aerodrome was going to be put. Hell yeah. That's fucking great. Yeah, and the production on French Hitlerberg is fucking wild. Get the fuck out of my territory, you stupid rock band cunt. She settled a city. I can kill a city. Amazing.
Where did she settle it?
Right on the...
right on the front there.
Desert tiles, yeah.
Leave it, Caroline. Hi, Kyle.
Won't take long.
What is a valid national... How do I build... Can you tell me what the tile needs to be for the national park, for fuck's sake? Shut up. Oops.
Hey.
I was trying to type in park and pressed P.
Try and build my builders in there. Need them builders. And
I was saying, is it legal to use sonic weapons?
Dunno. How did the fucking submarine almost die? What?
Is it the appeal?
I don't know. With a video.
That might be what it is, actually. The tiles are too ugly. Oh, I didn't add the video. Fuck. Because I hear it in my monitor. How long has there not been a video?
5
Stop,
minutes,
YouTube!
maybe?
Fucking pause! 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 Here, I'll just go back to here. I'm sitting here talking about the video, and you're responding when there's no video.
I didn't realize. I am on a two-front wall.
Loading up what little they have in trucks, these Kurdish Syrians are leaving a place that could soon
Heard this one.
become a war zone. Fears of escalating violence between the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces and the government have forced tens of thousands from their homes in recent weeks. And humanitarian groups estimate that half of the displaced are children. Many are now seeking refuge in government shelters outside of territory owned by the SDF, but getting there hasn't been easy.
Lucky I've got some artillery.
Wait, I probably should have done a Casus Belli.
The SDF has blocked the road with rocks. We've been waiting since 7 a.m. and people are just sitting on the road. No one will let us out.
Kurdish civilians are now trying to flee an area east of Aleppo near a place called Deir Hafir, where the Syrian army has brought in reinforcements to push the SDF east of the Euphrates River. The SDF
Damn,
still
look at
controls
that
territory
pressure.
in the northeast and has resisted
35
efforts
pressure.
to be integrated into Syria's new government.
55 from me,
President
that's
Ahmed
nuts.
al-Sharaa, who
I
took
might get
over after
that.
the fall of Bashar al-Assad in 2024. Turkey's foreign minister said on Thursday he hoped the conflict could be resolved peacefully, but understood
See,
that
now I'm
might
gonna
not be
take it.
possible.
The use of force by the Syrian government, when necessary, is no longer an abnormal occurrence, because
next
as you
turn,
can see,
I'm
there is no
move
other
the
option
units
left.
out and then buy artillery.
Despite a ceasefire, fighting in Aleppo last week was said to have killed dozens of people. More than 150,000 fled as the Syrian army retook control of 2 pockets of the city that had been held by the SDF since the start of Syria's civil war in 2011.
I settled my city on uranium. I put a preserve on uranium, and I have a uranium mine
We're
sitting
in
right
Ruk
next to
Nadin,
Berlin.
a Kurdish majority.
Wild. I got so lucky. So the oil now doesn't fucking matter because I'm moving off it.
That's the spirit.
Fuck oil.
Fuck oil. Russia's been naughty.
Neighborhood in the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. Syrian Kurds have been living here for over a century, but many say they feel cut off from their Kurdish roots and their language. We're talking to people here about the ongoing crisis in the north of the country between Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces and government troops. We're also asking people what they think about President Ahmed al-Sharaa's recent decree to protect Kurdish rights, linguistic, cultural, and national. Here's what people had to say.
I am like any other Kurdish Syrian living in this country. I wish for peace. We Kurds really don't like war. I hope the latest conflicts and confrontations end peacefully from both sides.
My mother is Kurdish. I can't tell her that I'm afraid to take her to celebrate Nowruz. I'll take her wherever she wishes to celebrate. Now it's a recognized holiday.
The decree is very important to guarantee the rights of Kurds in Syria. Now people feel that they can have equal rights like other Syrians living here. Learning the Kurdish language is a great decision. Most Kurds living here have weak Kurdish. When our grandparents first came a long time ago, they used to speak Kurdish. But slowly we began losing our Kurdish identity and language. We wish to always preserve our language.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay ahead.
I did it! National Park! Really late game National Park that I realized I could build.
There were no surprises in this election. President Yoweri Museveni was declared the winner with 71% of the total votes cast, extending his 4 decades-long grip on power.
Ruhabura Kaguta Museveni, the duly elected president of the Republic of Uganda.
His main challenger, Bobi Wine, got 24% according to official results. The main opposition party, the National Unity Party, has already rejected the result. It says the voting procedures and tallying were marred with irregularities. Its leader, Bobi Wine, who says he's gone into hiding, issued a statement saying that his home was raided by security forces on Friday.
And we want to call upon the people of Uganda to non-violently protest and reject any effort to subvert their voice and demand that the rightful results are announced.
Ugandan police gave this version of events.
Kyagulanyi is in his home. That's the first statement we want to cement. He is in his home. People are asking about whether there are restrictions on his access and matters incidental to that. Certainly, he is a person of security interest.
There were widespread delays on voting day. Biometric kits where voters' details are keyed and retrieved failed. officials had to check people's names against a manual list. But the Electoral Commission says this had no impact on the outcome of the poll. On the streets, the president's supporters celebrated. Catherine Soy, Al Jazeera, Kampala.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share,
They must
stay
really
ahead.
like him to elect him that many times, huh?
Must be. It's the only thing that makes sense.
أتشرف اليوم أن أصدر مرسوما خاصا لأهلنا الكرد يضمن حقوقهم وبعض خصوصياتهم بنص القانون، وأحث كل من هجر من أرضه قسرا أن يعود آمنا سالما دون شرط أو قيد سوى رمي السلاح، وأدعوكم للمشاركة الفعالة في بناء هذا الوطن والحفاظ على سلامته ووحدته وأن ننبذ ما سوى ذلك.
إن شاء الله على الحسكة، إن شاء الله على دير الزور، على المحافظات حلب الشرقية كلها إن شاء الله، تحرير لكل سوريا بإذن رب العالمين. تكبير!
I reckon it's funny that I don't know Arabic, but I could understand because when it comes to militant chants, they kind of sound similar. I could understand what was happening there.
Clashes between government troops and Kurdish-led forces in northern Syria's Aleppo killed at least 9 people on Tuesday, mostly civilians. The implementation of a March deal to merge the Kurds' semi-autonomous administration and military into Syria's new Islamist government has largely stalled. Both sides traded blame over who started Tuesday's fighting, which the Kurds said included artillery and missile shelling, drones and sniper fire. It's prompted the suspension of flights to and from Aleppo, while the governor said schools, universities and government departments would close this Wednesday. Well, to help break down this story for us, I'm joined by Rochelle Ferguson-Buyahi in the studio. Rochelle, explain to us first what's behind this latest fighting.
Well, look, this latest fighting comes just a few days, 2 days to be precise, after the senior leadership of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces met in Damascus with members of Ahmed al-Shara, that's the interim president there. Both sides are indicating that no progress were made in those talks. Let's go back to March of last year. In March of that year, there was a deal, if you will, signed by the SDF and the Syrian government forces. The idea was to merge the SDF with the Syrian government forces. However, those talks stalled. Why? A number of reasons. There were disagreements over command structures. There were disagreements over territory and who would maintain what aspects of Syria, and plus the future of the SDF. The SDF saying it's not clear what will become of us if we are integrated fully into the Syrian army. So that's one of the reasons that this latest fighting erupted. Now, it has to be said, these are the worst clashes since 2024 and the fall of Bashar al-Assad. You mentioned their heavy rocket fire, drones used. It's worth saying that if we bring up a map of the area in Aleppo where this happened, 2 Kurdish majority districts, Sheikh Maqsoud and Ashrafia, both of those are areas in Aleppo. They're shelled, civilians killed there. The SDF has issued a statement saying we're not behind.
I just found another artillery while I was sitting.
Factions affiliated with the Damascus government are to blame. So both sides, as we've mentioned, levelling the blame at one another. The government forces, for their part, say we are now deploying more troops to that area, a sign that they expect this escalation to continue. Already 9 dead, but this could go further. It's important to remind our viewers, Karis, that the SDF represents the biggest obstacle, if you will, to unity in Syria. The Syrian government now saying we want, a unified government. We want the SDF to lay down their arms. But that, of course, is proving, as you can see from escalation on the ground, that's proving very complex indeed. Well, remind us then, who exactly are the Syrian Democratic Forces?
Well, look, the Syrian Democratic Forces are a multi-ethnic
Why did Stalin do
alliance,
that?
a multi-ethnic alliance that formed with armed groups
He's not even ready
in
to negotiate.
2015. That was during Syria's civil war. I hope you can bring you up some more information here. Now, that group, then, this multi-ethnic alliance composed of Arab, Assyrian, and other local factions. The backbone of this, though, is the Kurdish People's Protection Units, otherwise known as the YPG. They played, of course, a central role in helping to fight ISIS in Syria. The SDF is also interesting because they have risen to prominence, if you will, because they are backed by the United States.
She's been building up since, because I ended the war with her. You stayed fighting her. So nobody was actually killing her military units on her territory.
She wasn't taking peace.
Huh?
She wouldn't take peace. So.
Yeah, you have to actually damage their cities to get them to do it. But because of that, she was in a war state, so she's been producing units. And watch. It's just fucking... She does have some artillery, but, like, field cannons, special forces, and then she had one line infantry. And none of them are actual armies either. Like, all my shit is armies, so I just one-shot everything. And they're amped by generals and supply convoys. Yeah, this infantry has 5 movement. That's as much as cavalry will have.
Hilarious.
That means that they've received military training, weapons, continued logistical support from the US, and that helped them, if you will, to be able to, face ISIS or be one of the main players in helping to defeat ISIS in Syria. It's important to speak as well because of this backing by the US, they've been able, not just because, but one of the reasons, to control 1/3 of the country's resources. Now, when we talk about resources, we're talking about areas of the country where there is oil, where there's gas, where there are key crossings, and also major cities within the country Syria. And so this is a group that we know ultimately has a lot of things going for it. They don't want to give up this and just be integrated into the Syrian government's army without some real assurances of what will happen next for them. In terms of this question of autonomy, that is another key point of contention. The SDF wanting to maintain some autonomous, and that's of course problematic for Damascus.
Bro,
a last player in this is
because I have
Turkey.
a balloon,
Turkey
I'm hitting the artillery from all the way over here.
Forces, which are, of course,
I didn't even need to move that artillery up that I just lost.
They see them as a threat because they're linked to the PKK. The PKK, of course, have been fighting with the Turkish state for decades now. So that affiliation is problematic for Turkey. Turkey, in its own kind of step forward, has made sure that forces from the SDF who are along their southern border have been repelled. So again, you have Turkey saying we'd like them to be completely disarmed. But again, there's a lot of work to be done before that can be implemented.
The United States Special Operations Forces, who captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on January 3rd, used a sonic weapon to disable his guards without firing a shot. The claim stems from an anonymous accounting of events attributed to a Venezuelan guard who said that U.S. forces deployed some kind of sound-based system that caused intense head pressure, nosebleeds, and physical collapse without conventional gunfire. The claim was amplified on social media and picked up by multiple outlets and quickly took on a life of its own. At this point, it's important to be clear about what we know and what we don't. There is no on-the-record confirmation from the US government that any such system was used. The Pentagon has not acknowledged employing a sonic weapon, and there is no publicly available documentation, imagery, or independent corroboration backing up the more dramatic details of the account. Task and Purpose has reached out to both the White House and the Office of the Secretary of Defense for clarification. As of 13:17 on Monday, January 12th Eastern Time, we haven't gotten a response. If and when we receive a response, we'll update this reporting, but until then, the responsible approach is to treat this as
great work heist.
A claim someone made on the internet. Personally, I think this claim is incredibly flimsy, and I really don't want to lend any credence to it as a journalist or just as a human being, but it is being talked about all over the place, and it even got a signal boost from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on social
Caroline.
media. So we wanted to discuss it and give you all the information about non-lethal systems that we do know exist. Welcome back to Task and Purpose. I'm Kyle, and today we are going to talk about that claim,
Where's Chris?
why it is still only a claim as of right now, and then get into the systems we know exist that have similar capabilities. Quick disclaimer, this video, once again, is being edited by me so that we can get it out sooner, so it won't be as polished as when Savvy handles it. You're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. I'm not going to apologize. It's okay. Anyways, let's get right to it. At its core, the claim is that U.S. forces deployed some kind of system that produced an intense sound wave, after which he, and he is the guard, and others experienced extreme head pressure, nosebleeds, vomiting blood, and an inability to stand or move.
It's called being
It's important
drunk.
to be clear about what this account is and what it is not. It is a single anonymous eyewitness narrative presented without corroborating evidence. There is no independent verification of the technical claims, casualty figures, or medical effects described. As of now, there are no publicly available records that confirm mass casualties or the use of a specific non-lethal or directed energy system. We also have to mention that accounts like this could also be genuine battlefield confusion, psychological shock, and information warfare. Things like flashbangs and concussion grenades could explain the nosebleeds, maybe the vomiting blood, and the inability to stand after suffering a massive concussion. Modern military operations routinely involve drones, electronic warfare, loud commands, explosions, and extreme stress, all of which can distort perception and memory, especially after the fact. That does not mean that the account should be ignored out of hand. But it does mean it should be treated carefully and evaluated against what is actually known about U.S. military capabilities. And dismissing the claim outright also misses an important point. The U.S. military has spent decades developing and testing non-lethal and intermediate force systems specifically designed to deny access, disperse personnel, or compel compliance without firing bullets. Some of those systems can look and feel deeply strange to anyone encountering them for the first time, and they are often misdescribed as sonic weapons even when they are not. To understand what may or may not be behind this, it helps to start with the systems that we know about. If there is a known U.S. military...
He did say he edited it himself, but I love the full screen graphic with no audio, and you can hear his audio click. Like it's like him turning it off.
Anime Girl
misdescribed as sonic weapons.
Listen,
even when they are not.
It's because I pushed my hair back with my headphone.
Listen.
It is a good one.
Listen.
May or may not be behind this, it helps to start with the systems that we know about. If there is a known...
I paused for emphasis to make it seem longer than it was.
That is very funny. Christian news? Yes.
I got a
U.S.
spooky
military capability that most closely matches how these allegations are being described. It is the active denial system, commonly referred to as ADS. ADS, though, is not a sonic weapon. It does not use sound at all.
I know what that means. That's from Call of Duty.
It relies on millimeter wave directed energy in the 95 gigahertz range, which penetrates only the outer layer of human skin. When a person is exposed, it rapidly heats the skin, producing an intense burning sensation that most people instinctively flee within seconds. The Pentagon has a lot of videos of it being used, and it was even demonstrated on our very own reporter Jeff Schogel back in 2007 when he was with Stars and Stripes. From the user's perspective, ADS can feel like an invisible force. There's no projectile, no explosion, and no obvious source of impact. People often describe it as overwhelming pressure or heat.
I'll build the galleys for the tech boost in the beginning, right?
Mm.
And then just send them out to explore. So I've explored every tile, so the galley ran out of things to do because I revealed the entire map. I'm just shocked it's alive.
To move. Feeling something powerful without seeing
strange.
what caused it is one
do we
reason
got?
ADS can get
Military
mislabeled
aid
as a
request.
sonic or microwave
Negative.
weapon in public discourse.
It's
The
gonna
U.S.
be you.
military has been testing and refining ADS
know, I
since
have a
the
lot of
early
favor.
2000s
I'm gonna
as
vote
part
10
of its
down.
non-lethal weapons
No,
program.
just leave
the
it.
intent is
Just leave it,
straightforward.
'cause
Deny
if
access to an
Mansa
area,
Musa votes for
disperse
it, that
crowds,
helps
or
us, 'cause
stop
we wanna
individuals from
invade him, too.
advancing without
Okay.
causing permanent injury. In
But I can
testing,
vote for
exposure
it, which
typically
is funny
lasts only a
because
few
I'm the
seconds,
aggressive
and
enemy,
long-term
right?
injuries are considered
Yeah.
unlikely when the system is used as designed. ADS has seen limited operational deployment, like in Afghanistan, where it was never used, at least publicly,
Any downsides?
and it's primarily used in force protection roles, and its use is highly constrained by rules of engagement and political considerations. It has also been controversial, in part because of how it looks on paper, as kind of a heat ray aimed at people, even though it is explicitly
Michael, any
designed to
downsides?
be reversible and non-lethal. Critically, however, ADS does not line up neatly with all of the more extreme claims circulating about the Venezuela operation. While the sensation it produces can be described as intense and
I like his
disorienting,
axe.
vomiting blood and internal hemorrhaging are not effects typically associated with millimeter wave exposure. The systems that we know about
Convert
are also
to battery
huge,
power
require a lot of
station?
power,
What?
and are not
Yeah, that's
something
part of
that
the
could be
climate
man-portable.
overhaul we
In
have.
2020, the
Cool.
Army was working to get its system to under 2 tons.
That's
just
a
to
great
give you an
addition.
idea of where we were just 5 or 6 short years ago. The next system, often labeled a sonic weapon, is the Long Range Acoustic Device, or LRAD. These systems are
Rad.
essentially
That passed.
highly directional loudspeakers.
Nice.
They are designed to project clear voice commands or warning tones
voted
over
for it.
long distances, sometimes hundreds of meters,
Is it against
in
you?
noisy or hostile
Probably.
environments. When operated
Always
at
against
high
me.
output, they can also produce extremely loud tones that cause pain and discomfort, compelling people to move away from a protected area. LRAD type systems are widely used
Everyone
by
voted for
militaries,
it.
Coast Guards, and law enforcement
Suleiman voted
agencies around
10
the world.
for it, this
They are
cheeky
common
cunt.
on naval vessels, at checkpoints, and around sensitive facilities where personnel need a way to communicate or warn without immediately escalating to lethal force. Unlike ADS, LRAD does rely on sound, and prolonged exposure at close range can pose a risk of hearing damage. People exposed unexpectedly may experience disorientation, stress response, or loss of balance, particularly in chaotic environments. But there are limits to what acoustic systems can realistically do. They are loud and not really subtle. Their effects degrade rapidly with distance, obstacles, and environmental noise. And while they can cause pain and confusion, they do not typically produce the sort of dramatic injuries described in that anonymous account.
Your city
Still, in a fast-moving raid or
Your,
perimeter
your city
operation, a
rebelled.
directional acoustic system could easily
Yeah, I
be
got it.
remembered as something more exotic than it actually is, especially by someone unfamiliar with such tools. In 2021, the U.S. Navy drew public
Timbuktu's over
attention
here,
to a
looting your
related
territory.
but distant concept
Wait,
when it
really?
received a patent
Yeah,
for what it
I killed
described
it.
as an acoustic hailing
They
and
happened to
disruption
be right
system,
next to my
or
robot.
AHAD. Unlike traditional LRAD systems, which focus on projecting voice
Wow,
or
the
warning
bomber-
tones, AHAD is designed
The
to
infantry
interfere with a
damaged the
person's
bomber.
ability
What
to
the
speak
hell?
by manipulating how they hear their own voice. The
Yeah, they
concept
can.
relies on a well-documented
great.
phenomenon known as delayed auditory feedback,
What's
where
interesting
hearing one's
is
speech
like
slightly delayed.
Like when you launch a nuclear missile, right? Even with the AA guns,
Ah, you took my
there's
builder,
a
you
chance
fuck.
that they'll miss.
Oh, yeah.
So like you can buy like 10 AA guns, and every one is a dice roll that they'll miss the nuke.
That's very funny.
So you also want the fighters too. But that never happens. That's the thing, is it's like they added these things to the game, but the AI can't utilize them very well.
Can
I don't know,
disrupt
maybe
speech
it will
production,
happen
cause
sometime.
hesitation, or make it difficult to continue
Maybe.
talking. In practice, the system described in the patent uses directional or parametric audio to project altered versions of a person's own voice back at them.
I
to
love
someone
that
experiencing
fucking
it, the effect could feel
railways.
deeply disorienting, not painful in the conventional sense, but psychologically disruptive and difficult to immediately understand. This is where headlines and online discussions often overreach. The Navy's patent does not describe a battlefield incapacitation ray or a system designed to cause physical injury. It describes a potential non-lethal compliance tool intended to interrupt communication, stall hostile speech, or complicate coordination. There is also no public evidence that AHAD had ever been operationally deployed. A patent is not a procurement decision, and it is certainly not proof of use. But the existence of the concept matters because it shows that the U.S.
tank was able to move, pillage,
beyond simply
and then move again.
If someone unfamiliar with such a system were suddenly unable to speak or coordinate during a chaotic operation, it would not be surprising for that experience to later be described as exposure to a sonic weapon, even if the underlying mechanism was far more limited and targeted. So we talked about what the claims were, roughly, and then the systems that are kind of closely related to what those symptoms from the sonic weapon were described as. Now, what would confirmation actually look like? If the claim that a non-lethal or directed energy system was used in Venezuela is ever going to be confirmed, it will require more than anonymous accounts. That confirmation would likely include medical evidence, multiple independent witnesses with consistent descriptions, visual documentation of a specific system, or an on-the-record statement from U.S. officials acknowledging the use of an intermediate force capability. For the record, we do not treat White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's retweet of the original claim as confirmation because we did reach out to them and we did not get anything saying, yes, this actually happened. So as journalists, we can't say it did. So far, none of the things that we would typically want to see for confirmation exists in the public record. Until it does, the most responsible conclusion is this: the claim that a sonic weapon was used remains unverified. But we do know that U.S. forces possess and train with non-lethal, area denial tools capable of disorienting or dispersing personnel. That much at least is well established. If the White House or the Pentagon provides clarification, we'll update this story, but until then, separating what is possible from what is proven matters more than chasing the dramatic explanation. Alright, so I wrote this script and I edited the video because this is pretty big news, all things considered. It's getting talked about a lot. We weren't going to do a video on this, but then Caroline Leavitt retweeted it on Twitter.
Leave it, Caroline.
Twitter. I just can't get around X. So we wanted to discuss it
because we know a lot
of people out there have questions about it and want
this point, I feel like we probably
reliable
should.
information about it. So when you have questions about those things, you see something, you're like, oh, no way this actually happened. We want
I heard
to
someone
be
call
the
it
source
shitter the other
that
day.
you go to and be like, I wonder what these people are saying about it. I wonder what Task and Purpose has to say about it. So if you feel like we are that source and that we are doing a good job presenting information as it is, not as we think it is,
Where's Chris?
go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It really helps us out. Other than that, I don't really apologize for the quality of the edit. It is what it is.
Look, bro, it happens.
You know, I'm not a video editor.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
a
You
guy
got
who
it.
writes stuff down and
There you
presents
go.
it.
You got it.
So, you know, if you don't like it,
It's like
I
if
don't know
I
what to
edited
tell
an
you.
LTEC, it would be
got
shit
it.
ass.
Bummer, dude.
Okay, buddy.
Other than that, I'm
I
Kyle.
know,
Wolf
you're
from
Kyle.
the
You
Ginger
said this
Producer
already.
Man. You are all dismissed, and we will see you next time. Thank you
You
so
can't
much.
dismiss me. You're not the
war
boss of
with
me.
Suleiman. I guess
That's funny.
because I was in alliance with him.
It's funny that Suleiman voted for me because I'm in an alliance with him. Like, voted in
they
favor
do
of
that
it.
sometimes.
Very strange.
Today, Nobel Peace Laureate Maria Corina Machado met with President Trump and said she presented him her Nobel Peace Prize. Their lunch came after the president spoke yesterday to Venezuela's acting president, a woman who in the past
Do you know how much respect I would have for Trump if he said, oh, thank you, that's very nice, but I can't accept this. I'll earn my own. But he doesn't know the concept of earning, you know?
Or humility.
I've been working on the railroad.
disparaged Machado and is now empowered by the Trump administration to lead that country. Nick Schifrin examines the country's current and would-be leadership.
What do you do? Form out unrest.
In Washington today, the woman who won a Nobel Peace Prize for advocating democracy brought her prize to the man she says can deliver democracy.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
Ms. Machado, how did your meeting go with the president?
Machado met with bipartisan senators who call her Venezuela's rightful leader. Whether she one day becomes that, she said today was up to Trump.
Know that we count on President Trump for the freedom of Venezuela.
It was 2 years ago that Machado was banned from running for president, but she handpicked a candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, who defeated then-President Nicolas Maduro by 2-1, according to the opposition's tally. And on his third day as Secretary of State, Marco Rubio called Gonzalez Venezuela's, quote, rightful president and reaffirmed the United States' support
oh my God,
for the restoration of democracy.
Why did you declare war, you idiot? You're so stupid.
But then the U.S. captured Maduro, and faced with a decapitated Venezuelan regime, Machado was sidelined.
She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Nobody likes that bitch.
Instead, the Trump administration empowered now interim President Delcy Rodriguez.
We just had a great conversation today, and she's a terrific person. I mean, she's somebody that we've worked with very well.
But Rodriguez was Maduro's handpicked deputy. Most recently, she oversaw the oil industry, but activists accuse her of helping hand over the country's security and economy to American adversaries, Cuba and Iran. And she was, for decades, a follower of the country's nationalist Chavismo leadership.
And here we are, the peoples, dozens and hundreds who came together here, precisely to tell the North that there is no way they can subdue us or subject us to their imperial orders.
Recently, she's proved open to working with the country she used to call the imperialist, releasing 70 political prisoners, including 5 Americans, and opening up the world's largest oil reserves to American investment.
You're welcome for my builder, by the way.
Activists say she cannot deliver the rule of
law. What, did somebody take it and then it went to my territory?
And they say
no,
she
you
killed
the
PBS
the
NewsHour.
Free City guy who took my...
And we turn now to Laura Dibb, Director of the Venezuela Program at the Washington Office on Latin America. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your invitation.
Maria Corina Machado is wrapping up day one of a 5-day visit to Washington. How should we assess her visit and her
maybe I
meeting
should
with
take it,
President
actually.
Trump and other U.S.
Leave that one
policymakers,
for
what it
me,
says
actually.
about her standing?
After she had been dismissed by President Trump on January 3rd, after his remarks right after the strike, he said that she didn't have the support of Venezuelans. So there was a lot of concern among members of Venezuelan civil society that Venezuelans were being left out of the decision-making process.
You just break Stalin. You should be powerful enough for him, right?
And that their agency was being undermined. So I think that the fact that President Trump met with Maria Corina Machado, but also a group of bipartisan senators is a good sign that they're listening to members of the Venezuelan
opposition. Oh, this city's broken.
How much influence does she have in Venezuela right now?
It's hard to
I was
have
going to say leave it for
when
me.
you're dealing with an authoritarian government. Between Chavez and Maduro, they ruled for 26 years.
I wanted that one because it connected to my shit.
So
but
I
whatever.
would understand also
I'm not
concern
keep
from
any
the
of these.
administration
It's gonna
that
rebel.
she, even though she has popular
In 4
support,
turns.
she has limited capacity
I just used them to spawn more units in her
hold power
territory.
in this context.
Yeah, okay.
And you've noted that Edmundo Gonzalez won roughly 67% of the vote with her backing. If that
But
level
I'll
of support
move off
exists
of
within
the
Venezuela, what
other
is
one.
the missing piece that prevents real political change?
Authoritarianism. I mean, Venezuelans have
you can
committed
take Stalin
themselves
cities
to
if you
fighting
want.
for democracy through
'Cause
different
I was
means.
gonna
I mean,
take
5
her
different
side and you
rounds of
take his side.
negotiations, peaceful demonstrations, participating in elections despite the lack of free and fair election conditions.
Well, then I'm gonna
the Carter
end
Center,
up
the UN
sandwiching
panel
you
of
and you're gonna
experts
lose
have said
loyalty in
this.
these cities.
Maria Corina Machado was
So I'm
banned
gonna
from
move
running
off
for
of-
office
I'm gonna move
just
off
as
of
other members of the
Coppin, right?
opposition. So it was impossible
Coppin will
for
be open for you to
the opposition and for civil society to
grab on the
mobilize
next
and
rebellion, which
actually
happens in one
exercise
turn.
power when Maduro,
Yeah, I should be able to get
that
Chichen
election,
Itza
decided to hang on to power
to-
through repression. And one thing I would notice is after Maduro was taken, there has been silence in the streets. And a lot of people are wondering, well, if he was so unpopular, why are the streets empty? And the answer to that question is the brutal repression that came afterwards. 2,000 people were detained. Just today, around 1,000 remained detained. People were killed in the streets. So people are very much afraid of going out and speaking out their minds.
So on that point, how should we understand the interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, within the current power structure in Venezuela?
Delcy Rodriguez has been a member of the government since the beginning of Chavez. I mean, she has held different positions. She was the Minister of Oil. That's important because she has a relationship with the private sector that other members within the Chavismo government didn't have. And she was the vice president under Maduro. She was also the Minister of Foreign Affairs at some point. But given all of these conditions, one has to wonder whether she will actually be the one that opens some doors towards democratization. So far, that doesn't seem to be the case.
If there is no political transition and if repression continues, does Venezuela realistically become a place where major oil companies, to include U.S. firms, can invest?
The meeting that President Trump held with some of these oil companies was very telling because, for example, ExxonMobil, who has owned billions of dollars, said that that Venezuela was uninvestable because there needed to be a change. And I think that's a clear message also that oil companies should send. It is impossible to invest without a certain rule of law and legal certainty. You can invest in a country where there are no democratic openings. The reality is that, and I think that's something that not only the U.S., but other countries, democratic countries, should be sending the message that in order for the complex humanitarian emergency in Venezuela to be reverted, there needs to be some sort of democratic opening. This cannot just be a change in actors without a real democratic transition.
Is there a realistic pathway where economic engagement could actually create pressure for democratic openings in Venezuela?
I believe that should be the case. And I think that, sadly, we have seen how the administration is more driven by economic
I can't believe you played Germany and then tell somebody else they can have Soviet
and for
cities.
democracy. The national security strategy that the administration published doesn't mention the word human rights, not even once. So this is a context in which realistically and from a pragmatic standpoint,
you make a good point.
then this economic actors have the potential to actually create those openings. But I also have the responsibility to say that all the literature, all the research on transitional justice explains how no process of democratic transition can be sustainable without the participation of civil society. And this is something that is definitely lacking right now.
Laura Did, thanks again for your time this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, why did you go into the water?
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS News.
Without you, we simply wouldn't be able to provide the news and the information that you trust.
So thank you from everybody here at PBS News.
No, thank you.
Support journalism
thank
you
you
trust.
didn't seem very
Support
genuine.
PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
Boom.
My main train line is done.
Oh, you got the Miura score?
So, huh?
You got the Miura score?
No. So like, I just have one engineer. So every turn I've been doing one more on my train in my home territory. Just like the movement I have is already insane. I don't really need to take too much time building the railroad.
Sure. Why I have...
President Trump's threat to invoke the Insurrection Act is sparking
well.
concern among critics who warn that the law's sweeping powers make it easy to misuse, especially in moments of domestic unrest. To help us understand what's
easy
at stake,
to misuse.
we're joined now
I'm
by
sure
Elizabeth
Trump is
Boyd
responsible
Keene,
with the
Senior
power he's
Director
been given.
of the Liberty and National Security
wants to make
Program
peace
at the
with me.
Brennan Center for Justice. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Based on President Trump's past rhetoric and past actions,
She wants to
how
give me some
seriously
works.
should we take the prospect that he might actually invoke the Insurrection Act?
I think we need to take it seriously. He has certainly threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act in the past.
Can I not loot
but this is
Spaceport?
coming
Oh,
on
it's
the
not
heels of a
finished
Supreme
yet.
Court decision
Never
that
mind.
rejected his efforts to use a different law to deploy the military in U.S. cities.
They take a while to
but that
finish.
left open the possibility
That's
of
why you need
using
high
the
production.
Insurrection Act. And so I think in the wake of this sort of defeat that he faced in his attempts to deploy the military elsewhere, he might be looking for
I love that
an
the
opportunity
city-state
to
is also
show,
sending troops
that
into
he can
Stalin's
still
territory.
make good
Yeah.
on his threats to use
Bro,
the
I saw a
military as a
city-state
domestic
literally
police
kill
force
Alexander the
inside
Great
United States.
that he
And practically
declared war
speaking,
against.
how would he do it?
So I realized
under the Insurrection
that the
Act, he would
city-state
issue
was
a
going to destroy him, and I
proclamation,
said, I should declare war on him and
then
also
he
fucking
would
grab these
have
cities
the
real quick
authority,
because
at
they're
least
just going to
unless the courts
disappear.
held that he
Like
didn't,
multiple of his cities
to,
disappeared. Out of like
deploy either
7, he only had
active
3
duty
left I was
troops
able to
or,
take.
to federalize the
Crazy.
National Guard and deploy National Guard forces, and under the Insurrection Act, he can, at least in theory, use them to conduct law enforcement activities. So the Insurrection Act is generally considered to be an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, and that's the law that normally prohibits federal armed forces from engaging in civilian law enforcement.
How often has the Insurrection Act been used, and in what situations?
It's been used very sparingly, and I should say that even though the law on its face is written in vague and archaic language that seems to give the president quite a bit of discretion, the Department of Justice has long interpreted it more narrowly and has opined that it should only be used as a last resort. And in keeping with that approach, presidents have invoked the Insurrection Act only about 30 times in our nation's history. And in virtually every one of those instances, either a governor requested assistance because state and local law enforcement were completely overwhelmed, or the state itself was actively obstructing federal civil rights laws.
If a president were to deploy federal troops to a state like Minnesota
tank.
over the objections of the governor and local officials, what would that mean legally? Where does state authority end and federal power begin?
Well, the president has the authority to federalize National Guard forces and remove them from state command and control when authorized by statute. And so if he invoked the Insurrection Act, he would take command and control of the National Guard. Now, the states could file challenges in court and could argue, and I think they would have a strong case, that the president was exceeding his authority under the Insurrection Act and that the actions of the military were, in fact, violating the Posse Comitatus Act. In that case, a court could enjoin the president's use of troops. But in the initial, invocation of the act, the president does have the authority to assert command and control over federalized National Guard forces.
So why, in your view, would this be an illegitimate use of the act?
Well, there is chaos in Minneapolis, but it is chaos that is of the federal government's own making. The vast majority of the violence and lawlessness in Minneapolis is coming from ICE. And the purpose of invoking the Insurrection Act would not be to quell that violence and lawlessness. It would be to enable it. That is clearly an illegitimate use of the Insurrection Act. And more than that, it would set an incredibly dangerous precedent.
Bro.
And that plays into what critics argue, that the deployment of these ICE agents to Minneapolis and the protests it sparked, that this was all just a test case to justify invoking the Insurrection Act and potentially deploying the military to Democratic-led cities in this election year. That was the plan all along, that immigration enforcement was really just a pretext, to which you would say what?
Well, the president has certainly been very clear that he does not view the use of the military in U.S. cities as a last resort. He actually has said that he thinks that U.S. cities should be training grounds for the U.S. Armed Forces. And, if you look at the last 9 presidencies combined, not including the first Trump administration, presidents have deployed troops to quell civil unrest or enforce the law only twice. President Trump has deployed troops or requested or attempted deployment of troops 7 times in his first year in office. So he certainly intends to use the military very differently from the way that presidents have used it in the past and the way that the law has been interpreted to permit the use of the military in the past.
Elizabeth Goitein with the Brennan Center for Justice. Thanks again for your time this evening.
Thanks for having me.
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS News.
You're welcome.
Without you, we simply wouldn't be able to
start a monthly.
Look how long. It's like an extra 30 seconds at the end of the video. They really need the money after Trump defunded them, huh? Who's jamming? You're getting rock banded. We'll teach her for playing music.
Did I come second place? Where did I come?
Did you train athletes? You only needed to train 1.
Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't even train 1.
Yeah, I trained like 2.
Stalin wants to make peace. What a doofus. Nah, bro. Fuck you, Stalin.
You brought this on yourself, Stalin.
Exactly.
Literally, there was no reason for you to get involved with what was going on.
See you later, tank.
His other headlines, President Trump stepped up his threats about taking over Greenland today, suggesting that he may place tariffs on countries that don't support U.S. control of the territory.
Yeah,
Mr. Trump made the comments during an event at the White House today where he repeated his claim that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security reasons. It comes as a bipartisan delegation of U.S. lawmakers were in Copenhagen today. They met with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland in an effort to, as they put it, lower the temperature. Alaska Republican Lisa Murkowski told reporters the majority of Americans disagree with President Trump.
Greenland needs to be viewed as our ally, not as an asset. When you ask the American people whether or not they think it is a good idea for the United States to acquire Greenland, the vast majority, some 75%, will say, we do not think that that is a good idea.
Murkowski also told reporters there are, quote, tools at our disposal for Congress to rein in President Trump's ambitions towards Greenland, though he himself has said that anything less than U.S. control is unacceptable. The U.S. Supreme Court says it will hear an appeal from Bayer to block thousands of state lawsuits claiming its Roundup weed killer causes cancer that could potentially save the company billions of dollars in damages. Bayer contends that the EPA's approval of the weed killer without a cancer warning should rule out further lawsuits. Some studies have linked Roundup's key ingredient to cancer, though the EPA says it's unlikely to be carcinogenic when used as directed. The court has not yet said when it will hear the case. Virginia lawmakers passed a constitutional amendment today that would allow the legislature to redraw voting maps ahead of this year's midterm elections. The vote landed along party lines in the Democratic-led state Senate. If Virginians approve the measure, it could help Democrats gain as many as 4 seats in Congress. Before the vote, lawmakers from both sides laid out their cases.
This isn't about payback. It's about restoring and preserving balance to our system.
And I will grant that we started it. But a number of states have stood up to bad ideas.
You know what?
Earlier this week, Virginia's Democratic leaders said that a new map would be made public by the end of the month with a referendum to follow in April. Democrats currently hold 6 out of Virginia's 11 seats in Congress. The Trump administration says it will delay involuntary student loan collections, meaning it won't be garnishing people's wages to claw back federal debts. In a statement, the Education Department says the delay allows them to implement major student loan repayment reforms to give borrowers more options to repay their loans. The department had said it would notify borrowers this month that their wages would be garnished. According to the Congressional Research Service, more than 42 million Americans have student loans totaling more than $1.6 trillion in debt. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney announced today that his country is cutting its 100% tariffs on electric vehicles from China.
We've started a new era, a new chapter of our partnership.
Carney made the announcement during a visit to China, the first by a Canadian leader in 8 years. In exchange, Canada will get lower tariffs on some farm products. Carney and Chinese President Xi Jinping also pledged to work on building stronger ties between their two nations after years of tensions. Canada has largely followed the U.S. in imposing tariffs on Chinese products. But Carney said today that they are building a new partnership for what he called current realities. In South Korea, a court has sentenced the country's former president Yoon Suk-yeol to 5 years in prison. In Seoul, Yoon's supporters held banners that read, "Make Korea Great Again," as he pulled up to the courthouse in a bus. It's the first verdict out of 8 criminal trials stemming from Yoon's failed declaration of martial law in late 2020.
Oh, it's this fucking guy.
That triggered nationwide
Hilarious.
and led to
Hilarious.
his ousting. Yoon has argued it was within his powers to declare martial law. He still faces other charges, including that his actions amounted to rebellion, for which he could face the death penalty. And on Wall Street today, stocks ended a bit lower.
They don't fucking around.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped about 80 points on the day. The Nasdaq fell around 14 points, so a small loss there. The S&P 500 also ended just barely in negative territory. Still to come on the NewsHour, David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart weigh in on the week's political headlines. What to watch for as Miami prepares to take on undefeated Indiana for the College Football Championship. And the latest episode of the PBS News podcast, Settle In, explores changing old habits.
Feel accepted.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA.
Oh, look, a fort. How'd that go?
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
Oh,
we want to
my
say
God.
a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS News.
Somehow PBS has done it. They got the most annoying fucking ad at the end.
Do the Kagan one, is this the start of World War III? Seems alarmist.
Is that PMC probably claims, right?
Probably, yeah. I got 2 military builders.
So at least 60 people are
They're
facing
going
charges
crazy.
for interfering with federal law enforcement in the
Yeah, you like them.
Twin Cities.
I do.
Anti-ICE protests are showing no signs of
I like trains.
letting up.
And now President Trump is sending a direct message to the father of the woman killed in last week's agent-involved shooting.
Matt Finn joins us now from Minneapolis.
What great works do you have?
Good morning, everyone. It's been 1 week since Renee Good was shot and killed here in Minneaporis, and since then, the federal government has surged hundreds more agents into the city.
Do writing, I guess.
Do moon landing. Vote for moon landing.
To
Agents
cancel
used
it, or
flashbangs last night to deter protesters outside the federal facility
to
that
launch
ICE is
it.
using as a detention center.
No, actually, do Manhattan Project. Do Manhattan Project. Fuck
even
it.
launching fireworks at them.
We
And when it
wanna-
turns violent, federal
Nancy
officers
Musa, we
use
wanna
crowd
vote
control tactics
to
and take
stop
people
his
into
space
custody.
operation.
Now, clashes between
Okay.
anti-ICE
He's
activists
on.
and immigration
So-
agents, they're not cooling down in the Twin Cities.
He's
Yesterday,
landed on the
protesters
moon, so
surrounded
Mars
federal
colony,
officers
50%
as they
against
were
Mars
apparently
colony
taking
is
people
what we
into
want.
custody.
Okay.
Minneapolis police tell Fox yesterday they
Against writing or for
protesters
writing?
within the city since demonstrations
Against writing.
began.
Because we want to slow down her tourism.
Okay. Done. Climate Accord? Sure.
Now, we caught up with Border Patrol on a targeted
And then vote for
enforcement.
yourself
Now,
for
all
Diplo
around
victory.
the Twin Cities, you hear these ear-piercing whistles. Activists blow the whistles when they see agents to alert the anti-ICE network.
Sounds great.
There's all these ear-piercing whistles going on around us right now. What are these people blowing those whistles for?
This is a
You know,
big
it's
World
interesting you
Congress.
ask
This is the
that,
most
Matt.
important one yet.
Oftentimes these individuals have no reason
or they have no clue
Fashion
why
alarm.
we are in an area. We could arrest, again, a child molester or a child rapist
okay,
or a murderer,
but you don't.
illegal alien, and they don't
What
seem
happened to
care.
it's just
They
the worst of the
don't,
worst?
They don't agree with that for some odd reason.
I love it. Protesters are defending child predators coming from Fox News.
That's great. Didn't they completely ignore the Epstein stuff?
I want to say
That's
to
neat.
you,
Look who it is, a rapist.
all of our people. They can be on the other side, as you say, he might be on my
A
side.
child
he's on your
rapist.
side. And I think that's great. And I do. I think it's great. And I would bet you that she, under normal circumstances, was a very solid, wonderful person, but her actions were pretty tough. When I've seen it many ways and many different shapes and forms.
Now, yesterday here in Minneapolis, there were a number of sudden resignations inside the U.S.
Damn.
Attorney's Office here, including Joe Thompson. He is the second man in charge here. Governor Tim Walz posting about Joe, quote, Joe is a principled public servant who spent more than a decade achieving justice for
Launch
Minnesotans. This is a
laser
huge loss
station.
for our state. It's also the latest sign
They all
Trump
voted
is pushing
against the Manhattan.
nonpartisan
Wait, does that
career
slow it
professionals
down?
out of
I may
the
have looked at
Justice
it wrong.
Department,
But we did
replacing
get
them
great
with
work.
his sycophants. Now, two federal sources tell us that in light of these resignations, the Trump administration is sending additional federal attorneys here into
bro.
Minneapolis, and that those newer
Nice.
attorneys are going to
You're
be
12 of 20.
aligned with the Trump
You're in the lead for
administration's
Diplo
agenda
now.
on immigration
Hey, I got
and
4 Diplo
prosecutions
victory
here
points.
in the Twin Cities. Back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, because he voted correctly as well.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado told an audience in Washington, D.C. today that she's confident democracy will return to her nation.
Almost 2 weeks after the U.S. arrest of now former President Nicolas Maduro, Machado revealed little of her own plans. As Nick Schifrin reports, that hasn't stopped the Trump White House from engaging with the rest of the Maduro regime it left in place.
Today, the first image of what U.S. officials billed as a historic meeting. CIA Director John Ratcliffe greeting
I always
interim
return on
Venezuelan
foot. I ain't
President Delcy
risking that
Rodriguez.
shit.
That handshake and Ratcliffe's trip to Caracas would have been unthinkable just weeks ago. Especially to visit U.S.-sanctioned nationalist politician Rodriguez, handpicked successor to captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. But a U.S. official says the meeting was a sign of an improved U.S.-Venezuela relationship.
Nosotros destruimos la droga.
And that Venezuela must block drug trafficking and provide the U.S. economic opportunities.
This has nothing to do with a tension or decision between Delcy Rodriguez and myself.
But in Washington today, opposition leader Maria Corina Machado urged the U.S. to proceed with caution.
Delcy Rodriguez, yes, she's a communist. She's the main ally and representation of the Russian regime, the Chinese and the Iranians. But that's
you
not
destroyed
the
Chicken
people,
Plaza?
and that's not the armed forces.
Yeah.
Last night, Machado
Why?
gifted the
That's
president
that's-
her Nobel Peace Prize.
because I didn't want it, 'cause
Only
it's too close.
150
Fuck
have
that.
ever been awarded, and one will now hang in the White House, dedicated to President Trump's, quote, principled and decisive action to secure a free Venezuela.
And she gave me her Nobel Prize, but I'll tell you what.
The population isn't even that high.
I got to know her. I never met her before, and I was very, very impressed. She's a really...
Yeah, that's why
this is
she's
a fine
got
woman.
strong tourism
Machado praised
still
the
because
president,
it's based
but
on
did
her
not pull her
population.
punches, especially in Spanish, in her criticism of a politician whom she believes cannot deliver long-term stability.
Hay algunas cosas.
There are some things that Delcy Rodriguez may be able to deliver, forced by power because she is terrified of President Trump. But there are things that Delcy Rodriguez or any of the members of the criminal structure will never be able to provide. Trust, rule of law, reconciliation, citizen participation and support. Never, never. Therefore, it is not sustainable, and she knows it.
But if that's what she argued to the president, he was not persuaded.
Why align with Delcy Rodriguez and the representatives of Maduro and not with Machado, who has to support us?
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired. Every single person. The police, the generals, everybody was fired. And they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS.
Last month, I spoke to Grey Bull Rescue's Brian Stern, who organized Machado's daring escape from Venezuela.
She has rock star level status in the country. She got on a boat, and that boat was not what most people think. It was a very small boat. The seas were between 5 and 10 feet.
And now, for the first time, Machado admitted she thought she would not survive the journey.
It was very risky,
rock
dangerous,
band.
Moment, I have to
Builder.
say. And it lasted several hours.
Just using my helicopter to hit every rock band.
As I say, we
I took out like 10 on that turn and got a builder and pushed her scientist back.
Thanks to the hand of God.
Can you imagine how annoying that would be?
And so Machado continues her campaign to deliver democracy back to Venezuela and convince President Trump of its potential. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Thanks, Nick.
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS News.
Without you, we simply wouldn't be able to provide the news.
I understand that there are many concerns regarding the transition in Venezuela and compared to previous events
Fishing
in other
boats.
parts of the world.
My pantheon.
And I always insist
coming
in
in.
the difference between what is today compared to Middle East countries that went through change in governments or regimes. We're talking about a society that is perhaps the most cohesive in the region. I would dare to say even in the world. I ask you to
so much of my progress has been
society
achieved
in which 90% of the population
through burning.
wants the same. Not only that they reject
I will
the
have to be
actual
going
regime,
soon.
but we want the same. There are not religious tensions within the Venezuelan society, or racial, or regional, or political, or social. I mean, there was one longing that brought Venezuelans together, and that was, we want our children back home. And it was that demand that I heard all around Venezuela in 2023, when we were moving forward to the primary process, that made me realize how powerful it was to unite a country, to tear down the barriers that the regime had built to divide us, between rich and poor, black and white, left and right, military and civilians. And we brought a country
Look at that, I got
together.
Golden Gate Bridge, one of the meme wonders.
You know what, Maduro's going to go. We're going to get rid of him one day or the other. What's important is the country that's coming afterwards.
That's me stunting.
And it's a country
It is an
based on
American
shared
wonder, though.
values. We want to live with dignity.
I like how you
We
haven't
want
built
to
the
live
road
with
so
the
it connects to
result
nothing.
of
That's funny.
our-
What do you mean?
Our work, our effort.
Look at it on the actual
merit,
map. It connects to
and
nothing.
not if you know the
bridge?
Chavista who's in
Yeah, it's
certain
just
place at
connected
certain
to nothing.
time. Women do not want handouts. They don't want to live in a box, give their children a box of food
I don't
that has
know.
a high cost.
I guess the
because
trader
then you
hasn't
have to
driven
lower
over
your
it.
head and repeat
One
what
is
the
coming.
religion wants you to say or dress
Maybe it'll draw
as
a
they
path then.
expect you to dress.
Maybe.
I don't know if it draws
They
a
want
path.
to live with their job well done. That's dignity. And that's what Venezuela deserves and wants
something
today.
got killed
And
that
that's
was
what we
linked.
represent. So, of course, the result of this hard process will be a society based on these values.
Just seeing you looting.
A society that is profoundly pro-America. And I want to insist on this. Delcy Rodriguez, yes, she's a communist. She's the main ally and representation of the Russian regime, the Chinese and the Iranians. But that's not the Venezuelan people, and that's not the armed forces as well. So I am profoundly profoundly confident that we will have an orderly transition. This is a complex phase we are right now. Some of the dirty work is being done by them. But then the result of a stable transition will be a proud Venezuela who is going to be the best ally the United States has ever had in the Americas.
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
Lady.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS
Okay, stop
News.
being so fucking
Without
annoying.
you, we
Do
simply
really need it at the end of every fucking thing, PBS? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
I love how we haven't even
You had a
touched
very good
Russia's
meeting with
cities.
the president yesterday, but he still maintains a positive relationship and positive language about Delcy Rodriguez. The CIA director was just there. So what's your message to the president and to the United States when U.S. policy is still to support the Chavismo government that still exists in Caracas? And I have to ask, your statement last night said that you felt like you were going to die at one point when you left Venezuela in the boat. Can you just tell us exactly what happened in that moment when you were in that boat? Thank you.
Well, regarding all the details of how and when I left Venezuela, for the protection of those involved and help me get here, I will wait until the regime is no longer in capacity to harm them, to share that in detail. Yes, there was a certain moment in the trip, in the boat, where I was hurt because the waves were very high, over 6 feet, and it was a strong wind, and we got lost in the ocean. We lost the sign of the GPS, and satellite phone stopped working, and Starlink antenna did not work as well, all at the same time. So it was
it's Elon's fault.
Very risky, dangerous, and scary moment, I have to say. And it lasted several hours. But at the end, as I say, you know, we have moved ahead de la mano de
Ooh,
Dios.
she still wants peace.
And that's why I believe
She wants
it
to
is
give
a
me my
miracle,
spy and
I'm
43
here.
gold per
And
turn.
I know that someday I will be able to tell you all the details and thank personally all those that risked their lives in order for this to happen, because they knew it was very important for our cause.
What is this?
That I was able
Deal
to
accepted.
leave my country at that moment. Regarding your first question,
Stalin
look,
wants peace. Stalin,
this has nothing to
you
do
had your chance for peace.
with a
fuck that guy.
tension or decision between Delcy Rodriguez and myself. This is about the cartel and justice. This is about a criminal structure that is the regime and the mandate of the Venezuelan people. That's what's at stake at this moment. I'm just one member of a huge movement of millions of Venezuelans that have decided and are committed to be free. And I have no doubt that President Trump, his administration, and the people of the United States support democracy, justice, freedom, and the mandate of the people of Venezuela.
1,000 gold now,
Absolutely
96
no
per
doubt.
turn. Whatever,
Not
I got
only
enough. I just want
because
this real quick. I
it's
need this
the
gold real
well-being of
quick for
Venezuelan people,
something.
but as I say, because it's crucial for the American people. The United States today is a safer nation after January 3rd. And once the regime is out and the transition
Nice, get that
is
unit out
accomplished,
before the
the
city
United
falls.
States will not only be a safer nation,
Exactly.
but
That's
one
why
that will
I took a
have more
deal. I'm giving Mance
prosperity
Musa basically 100 gold per
and-
turn, but he
and
gave me
strength.
$1,000.
in our hemisphere.
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching and supporting PBS News.
Without you, we simply wouldn't be able to provide the news and the information that you trust.
So thank you from everybody here at PBS News.
Yeah, I'm on it. There you go.
Damn, Mansa Musa is already on solar power. He's got a fucking boat. I love when the AI does this. He's got a fucking boat stuck in his lake in the center, and it's a fucking melee boat.
Hilarious.
It's not even one that can shoot.
Alright, I sent you 2.
Thanks. Now, that's fucking awesome. Mansa Musa just gave me $1,000, and then I just stole $1,000 from him, too.
Epic.
Bitch.
Is the U.S. going to intervene militarily in
This
Iran?
is what we watched.
That's the question that we're going to try to answer today
This is what I
in
put
this
on that I said this video is boring, and I clicked off.
video. Now, as many of you are probably already aware, there's been a lot of troop movements. There's a bunch of pre-positioning and repositioning of all kinds of stuff going on. There's been some increased rhetoric from President Trump, and the protests and anti-government movement in Iran is now experiencing its like 3rd week of protests, because it started in December of 2025, and as of January 15th of 2026, it is still continuing to experience significant unrest in the country. Now, this is primarily triggered by a catastrophic economic collapse of not only their currency there, but also food shortages, all kinds of stuff, hyperinflation, and this is the largest protests and
the ones
unrest
between
in
the lines,
Iran since the 2022
just play
Women
those
Life
ones.
Freedom movement that was fueled over the death of Mahsa Amini, who was killed for not wearing a burqa in public, not covering her face.
Yep.
Now,
so the first one above the line could be Ryan Macbeth.
So at least 60 people
You
are
click the
facing
button.
charges for interfering with federal law
I don't know,
enforcement in
bro.
the Twin Cities. And
I just
anti-ICE
clicking what's
protests
there.
are showing no signs of letting up.
And now President Trump is sending a direct
Stalin was
message
trying to go to
the
space.
father of the woman
I burned
killed
his
in
shit.
last week's agent-involved shooting.
Matt Finn
killed my
joins
tank.
us now from Minneapolis.
killed my tank.
Latest.
Shooting.
Hey,
Yeah, they're strong.
Good morning, everyone. It's been 1 week since Renee Good was shot and killed here in Minneapolis, and since then, the federal government has surged hundreds more agents into the city. Agents used flashbangs last night to deter protesters outside of the federal facility that ICE is using as a detention center. Protesters taunt officers day and night at this location, even launching fireworks at them. And when it turns violent, federal officers use crowd control tactics and take people into custody. Now, clashes between anti-ICE activists and immigration agents, they're not cooling down in the Twin Cities. Yesterday, protesters surrounded federal officers as they were apparently taking people into custody. Minneapolis police
Grabbed
tell
another
Fox
one.
yesterday they've arrested 31 protesters within the city since demonstrations began. Now, we caught up with Border Patrol on a targeted enforcement. Now, all around the Twin Cities, you hear these ear-piercing whistles. Activists blow the whistles when they see agents to alert the
Did you click this one
anti-ICE
already?
network.
You already did this one. Click the other
There's
one.
all these ear-piercing whistles going on around us right now. What are these people?
GOP leaders in the Senate today squashed a Venezuela war powers resolution after 5 Republicans voted to advance the measure last week. That, combined with articles of impeachment introduced against DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and threats to hold the Clintons in criminal contempt of Congress, made it a busy day on the Hill. Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins has been covering all of this and more from the Capitol, where she joins me from now. Lisa, it's good to see you. So let's start with Venezuela. That big Senate vote today about blocking President Trump from using the military in or around the country without congressional approval. What do we need to know?
Right. That effort is now over. President Trump is unrebuked now because of Senate action today. What happened was Republican leaders found a workaround, essentially a procedural way that they could sidestep this vote altogether, a point of order. And they took a point of order by convincing other senators, other Republicans, that this vote was not in order in the means they were taking it because, in their words, there is not a conflict that the U.S. has. The U.S. is not actively engaged in Venezuela right now. Effectively, what that did, Amna, was it gave those Republicans on the fence, some of them, a way out. So what happened was we had 2 Republicans flip their vote from last week to this. Let's take a look at who those are. Those are Republicans Josh Hawley of Missouri and Todd Young of Indiana. They supported this resolution overall, but today they voted to set it aside. There were still 3 Republicans who voted yes, though. Those were Susan Collins of Maine, Rand Paul of Kentucky, and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska. So, Amna, what this means, as I say, is that the war powers remain completely intact for President
third rank,
Trump. He can use whatever military might he wants or not, but he knows that Congress is watching him. The other issue here is there really was no thorough debate, which is what those senators said they were fighting for.
All right, Lisa, take us to the House now. A major issue there, the expired Affordable Care Act subsidies. I know millions of people are watching this and tracking it. You spoke to senators involved in those talks. What did they tell you?
This will actually brief. Those talks right now are at a standstill. Those bipartisan senators, talking to them, they've agreed on some broad outlines of an extension, 2 years, with some more limitations, but mostly moderate limitations. But they've hit some hard walls, including debates over abortion policies.
We'll
be watching it closely, but right now,
me take
the truth is the path for extending these subsidies is getting narrower and narrower, and it may disappear in coming weeks.
We mentioned in the intro to this conversation talk of impeachment, but not for President Trump. Tell us about that.
Right. We're talking about Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Today, Democrats led by Illinois Representative Robin Kelly filed articles of impeachment against her on several grounds, including that she has violated public trust in the way she has
look, he's got like a whole row of these offshore wind farms we can loot.
Violently acting against US citizens. There are other articles of impeachment here as well. But the Homeland Security Department responded quickly, saying this is not legitimate in their words. This is what a spokesman said precisely, said how silly during a serious time as ICE officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them. Representative Kelly is more focused on showmanship and fundraising clips. Representative Kelly, for her part, responded to that.
We're being fascist and you don't like
Secretary Noem, you have violated your oath of office and there will be consequences. I am watching you. Members of Congress are watching you. The American people, most importantly, are watching you. And most of all, we are not liking what we're seeing. If you believe impeachment is silly, then you are not taking your job or our Constitution seriously.
This is privileged, so Representative Kelly can bring up that
got
on the
to
House
space
floor
and then never went on coal.
And lastly, Lisa, we know House Republicans are preparing to take action against former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former Secretary Hillary Clinton. What should we know about that?
Quickly, this is from the House Oversight Chairman, James Comer. He said he will hold a vote next week on holding them in contempt because they have refused to testify behind closed doors despite the committee issuing a subpoena. This is related to the Epstein investigation, but former President Clinton said, no, he questions that. He says they are being held out among all those subpoenaed for special treatment that he questions. And he also criticized the committee for not pushing hard enough to get out more of the actual Epstein documents from the Department of Justice. So we will keep watching this.
Busy day, as we said, on Capitol Hill. Lisa Desjardins covering it all, as always. Lisa, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey,
Hey,
just a minute before you move on. I want to say thank you.
7-turn spaceport. Holy shit. That's wild.
So we're in Copenhagen, normally very quiet Copenhagen. And why do I say normally quiet?
Vice
Because
claims it's Viacom.
Fucking Viacom. Corporate dogs.
Hang on, there's an archaeology video somewhere. I hope I saved it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, there's a lot of videos on here suddenly.
Maybe it all of a sudden actually worked.
I have already watched this, which is why I know that this video is gonna get your jimmies.
Okay.
How is Stalin missing so many?
Every
health
year, archaeology is full of
on
unexpected
this
revelations.
Leningrad.
Sometimes it's a small find that is a crucial piece to a larger puzzle. Other times, it's something much bigger, a tomb, even a whole city turning up. And in 2025, it was no different. Again and again, archaeologists ran into things that added a whole new section to the picture of the past that we had. In more than a few cases, the discoveries forced us to go back and rethink what we thought we understood. In this video, I'm counting down what I think were the 20 greatest archaeological discoveries of 2025. As usual, I'm focusing on ancient times. Let's get into it. Number 20, the Harappan world reaches the margins. For a long time, the Harappan civilization, also popularly known as the Indus Valley Civilization in what is now Pakistan and India, was explained through its great river cities. Places anchored to floodplains, where water and agriculture seemed to define what was possible. That model worked well until archaeologists started finding cities that didn't fit it at all. In Rajasthan, near the edge of the Thar Desert, archaeologists excavating at Ratadiya Rideri this past year uncovered clear evidence of a mature Harappan settlement, roughly 2600 to 1900 BCE. Beneath the sand were occupation layers, pottery in classic Indus styles, tools, and kiln remains. The Harappan world was not confined to river valleys or a handful of monumental cities. It spread into deserts and marginal zones. These discoveries change how we understand one of the world's earliest civilizations. It was not fragile or narrowly constrained. It was flexible, resilient, and far more geographically ambitious than we knew. Number 19, Christians and Zoroastrians side by side in late antique Iraq. On the Sharizor Plain of northern Iraq, archaeologists from the Gita University, Frankfurt, returned in late summer 2025 to a site called Gird-i-Kazau. The goal was to better understand a structure in the city that had already produced hints it might be Christian. What emerged from the ground this year showed that to be true, reshaping how we think about religious life under the Sassanid Empire. Excavations focused on two areas. In Area A, the team opened trenches around a group of stone pillars. As they dug, they uncovered brick walls and rammed earth floors, later rebuilt with stone and reused bricks. More pillars appeared, enough to reconstruct a large three-aisled building with a central nave running northwest to southeast. Pottery decorated with cross motifs helped identify the structure as a Christian church, likely built around 500 CE. Just nearby, the excavators uncovered something equally important, the remains of a Sassanid period fortification dating to the same centuries. The church and the fort were contemporary, standing side by side in the same settlement. That matters because the Sassanid Empire was officially Zoroastrian. The fort represents state authority and Zoroastrian power, while the church shows a Christian community practicing its faith openly in the same place at the same time. Christians and Zoroastrians lived as neighbors here. Now that's interesting because the Sassanid Empire is often remembered in ancient Roman sources for periods of tension and sometimes outright persecution directed at Christian communities, especially when relations with the Roman Empire were strained. But 2025 excavations revealed a settlement where religious communities were not neatly segregated or erased by conquest. Instead, we got walls, floors, and pillars showing continuity, proximity, existence. It's a rare case where archaeology lets us see everyday religious pluralism. Number 18, Hittite archives at Kayali Pınar. In central Turkey, archaeologists have been working for years at Kayali Pınar, a low, open site on a broad plain. Ancient Hittite texts mention a major city here called Şamlıca, but its importance has been difficult to see on the ground. That began to change recently. As teams cleared floors and workspaces inside a set of buildings, small clay objects started turning up exactly where they had been left.
It's fucking
they
sick.
were cuneiform tablets, not scattered around, not reused. They were lying in place on floors and along walls. By the end of the season, the count reached 56 tablets, along with 22 seal impressions. The tablets are small, some only a few centimeters across, and many deal with bird divination, a ritual practice central to Hittite religion. Others record official matters, naming priests, administrators, and members of the royal household. The seal impressions belong to people at every level of authority, from kings and princes to officials whose job it was to authenticate documents.
The fuck is that?
It's a wonder.
Ah. Is it like an American unique one, is it?
No, it's Broadway. It's one of the wonders.
Oh. I didn't even know. Huh?
Take me to the wonders page, please. I guess is it loading?
These texts were found together inside working rooms, giving them context. You can see where records were written, sealed, consulted, and stored. We now know that Şamlıca was more than a provincial town. The tablets show it as a place where ritual, administration, and royal authority came together. Names, decisions, and practices that once existed only in copied texts are now anchored to a real location. These tablets capture moments of thought and action from more than 3,000 years ago, preserved where they were used.
Start it over.
Fuck you, Stalin. That's mine. This city will rebel and you can take it.
Every year, archaeology is full of unexpected rebels.
Well, my infantry got killed. That's sad. Did we lose him?
Ah, it's playing in the corner. Oh my god, the technical difficulties right now with YouTube. Please pause YouTube! For fuck's sake, just pause it! I'm like zoomed in on the page and shit instead of pausing it. Pause! It's ridiculous. It's Broadway is plus 20 culture from the city. 1 free random Atomic Eric civic boost must be on flat land adjacent to theater district. 20% culture is pretty good.
Yeah. Having a bad time.
I'm just trying to get back to where we were. But YouTube hates its life.
Everything.
Every year, archaeology is full of unexpected revelations. Sometimes.
Oh my god. Stop restarting the video. I'm telling you where to go.
Every year, archaeology is full of unexpected revelations. Sometimes it's a small find that is a crucial piece to a larger puzzle. Other times, it's something much bigger, a tomb, even a whole city turning up. And in 2025, it was no different. Again and again, archaeologists ran into things
had this whole thing where I can buy units of faith this whole time.
Of the past that we had.
That's great.
In more than a few cases, the discoveries forced us to go back and rethink what we thought we understood. In this video, I'm counting down what I think were the 20 greatest archaeological discoveries of 2025. As usual, I'm focusing on ancient times. Let's get into it. Number 20, the Harappan world reaches the margins. For a long time, the Harappan civilization, also popularly known as the Indus Valley Civilization in what is now Pakistan and India, was explained through its great river cities. Places anchored to floodplains, where water and agriculture seemed to define what was possible. That model worked well until archaeologists started finding cities that didn't fit it at all. In Rajasthan, near the edge of the Thar Desert, archaeologists excavating at Ratadiya Rideri this past year uncovered clear evidence of a mature Harappan settlement, roughly 2600 to 1900 BCE. Beneath the sand were occupation layers, pottery in classic Indus styles, tools, and kiln remains. The Harappan world was not confined to river valleys or a handful of monumental cities. It spread into deserts and marginal zones. These discoveries change how we understand one of the world's earliest civilizations. It was not fragile or narrowly constrained. It was flexible, resilient, and far more geographically ambitious than we knew. Number 19, Christians and Zoroastrians side by side in late antique Iraq. On the Sharizor Plain of northern Iraq, archaeologists from the Gita University, Frankfurt, returned in late summer 2025 to a site called Gird-i-Kazau. The goal was to better understand a structure in the city that had already produced hints it might be Christian. What emerged from the ground this year showed that to be true, reshaping how we think about religious life under the Sassanid Empire. Excavations focused on 2 areas. In Area A, the team opened trenches around a group of stone pillars. As they dug, they uncovered brick walls and rammed earth floors, later rebuilt with stone.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking take it. My helicopter's right there.
Construct a large 3-aisled building with a central nave running northwest to southeast.
Though I had no units to take it, my infantry decided to go an idiotic route
church, likely built around 500 CE.
Morons.
Just nearby, the excavators uncovered something equally important, the remains of a Sassanid period fortification dating to the same centuries. The church and the fort were contemporary, standing side by side in the same settlement. That matters because the Sassanid Empire was officially Zoroastrian. The fort represents state authority and Zoroastrian power, while the church shows a Christian community practicing its faith openly in the same place at the same time. Christians and Zoroastrians lived as neighbors here. Now that's interesting because the Sassanid Empire is often remembered in ancient Roman sources for periods of tension and sometimes outright persecution directed at Christian communities, especially when relations with the Roman Empire were strained. But 2025 excavations revealed a settlement where religious communities were not neatly segregated or erased by conquest. Instead, we got walls, floors, and pillars showing continuity, proximity, and coexistence. It's a rare case where archaeology lets us see everyday.
Hey, my galley finally made it home.
Number 18, Hittite archives at Kayali Pınar. In central Turkey, archaeologists have been working for years at Kayali Pınar, a low, open site on a broad plain. Ancient Hittite texts mention a major city here called Şamlıca, but its importance has been difficult to see on the ground. That began to change recently. As teams cleared floors and workspaces inside a set of buildings,
hey, a ranger.
Small clay objects
hey,
started turning up exactly where they had been left. They were cuneiform tablets, not scattered around, not reused. They were lying in place on floors and along walls. By the end of the season, the count reached 56 tablets, along with 22 seal impressions. The tablets are small, some only a few centimeters across, and many deal with bird divination.
This is the wrong
practice central to Hittite religion. Others record official matters, naming priests, administrators, and members of the royal household. The seal impressions belonged to people at every level of authority, from kings and princes to officials whose job it was to authenticate documents. These texts were found together inside working rooms.
Nice artillery you got there.
You can see where records were written, sealed, consulted, and stored. We now know that Şamlıca was more than a provincial town. The tablets show it as a place where ritual, administration, and royal authority came together. Names, decisions, and practices that once existed only in copied texts are now anchored to a real location. These tablets capture moments of thought and action from more than 3,000 years ago, preserved where they were used, and they add new detail to how one of the ancient Near East's great powers actually functioned day to day. Number 17, an Etruscan healing sanctuary. In southern Tuscany, there's a small hill town called San Casciano del Bagni. People have come here for warm, mineral-rich water for thousands of years.
Damn, she
Recent work
first built
focused
a
on an
theater
area
square.
known as
Why?
the Bagno Grande, where hot water still rises
Why did she build
from
a
the
theater
ground.
square first?
Long before modern spas, these springs were treated as sacred,
Maya,
and excavations had already shown this was an important.
Oh, her first district? Because she's going for a cultural victory. She was. That's why this war started. Because she was gonna win in like 30 turns.
Not anymore. What is that?
Hey, a meteor.
Dibs.
I already clicked it by the time you said dibs.
Damn it.
It's gonna give me a better unit anyway. I have more tech.
Finally.
Important sanctuary used by both Etruscans and Romans. In 2025, archaeologists expanded their work to better understand
if you get
how the site
Statue of Liberty, it
developed
gives you 4
in its
Diplo
earliest
victories.
phases. As they dug deeper around the springs, they began to document parts of a large enclosure wall and associated structures that pushed the sanctuary's origins back to at least the late 5th century BCE. Among the offerings deposited around the springs were numerous anatomical votives made of terracotta. Hands, feet, limbs, and organs appeared one after another, each left by someone seeking healing. A detailed terracotta model showing internal organs. The quantity and quality of these offerings suggest this was a sanctuary that was carefully organized, with ritual spaces arranged around the water, and offerings placed in deliberate ways. San Casciano del Bagni matters because it opens a window onto how healing, religion, and knowledge came together in Etruscan society. This was a place where people brought their bodies, their hopes, and their understanding of health to sacred water.
Good, I can remove the sheep.
What has emerged from the ground is evidence of a long-lived healing tradition that shaped how people understood illness and recovery in ancient Italy. Early walls at Jinan. Yes, in eastern China, the city of Jinan sits on ground that has been occupied for thousands of years. Today, it's a modern provincial capital. In antiquity, it lay at the heart of powerful states and much older societies whose names we don't even know.
Is that the Colosseum?
In 2025, there were 2 discoveries in and around the site. The first major find involved new excavation along the Qi Great Wall on the hills and ridgelines outside the city. For decades, archaeologists believed the Qi Wall was mainly a product of the late Warring States period, built around the 4th or 3rd century
come and take that city
BCE.
as well.
when warfare between states had reached an intense, almost constant level. The assumption was that larger defensive walls appeared relatively late.
Start attacking the other city.
2025 excavations changed that picture. By studying construction layers and pottery found alongside the wall near Jinan, archaeologists showed that parts of the Qi wall were already being built in the spring and autumn period around the 7th century BCE, roughly 300 years earlier than previously thought. That means Qi began fortifying its borders at a time when regional states were only starting to define fixed territories. In the oldest part of the core Jinan settlement, archaeologists uncovered the remains of a much older rammed earth city wall dating to the Longshan culture around 2600 to 1900 BCE. This wall belonged to a prehistoric settlement that existed long before writing, bronze metallurgy, or formal states. We knew about a settlement.
I'm being told I need to go,
but
so we
not
need to
about
wrap
the
it up.
defenses. The Longshan wall was thick, carefully constructed, and it shows that a large community was already organizing labor, defining urban space, and protecting territory more than 4,000 years ago. Number 15, a major Celtic settlement in Czechia. In eastern Bohemia, archaeologists were doing routine rescue work ahead of a new stretch of highway. The planned route of the D35 motorway passed near Hradec Králové, and before construction could begin, the ground had to be checked. No one expected what followed. As the first trenches went in, features began to stack up quickly. House remains, working areas, pits filled with material. The excavation kept expanding, and it became clear the team was standing inside a settlement far larger than anyone had predicted. By the end of the work, the site covered dozens of hectares, making it one of the largest Celtic settlements ever identified in this part of Europe. Hundreds of gold and silver coins came out of the ground, along with jewelry, glass beads, fine ceramics, and large quantities of amber. Some of the coins appear to have been minted locally, pointing to real economic power in the region. Evidence of metalworking, glass production, and other crafts showed that this was a busy, organized community. The settlement dates to the La Tène period of the Iron Age, around the last few centuries before the Christian era. The discovery shows that Celtic societies in Central Europe supported large populations, specialized crafts, and long-distance trade networks. And written sources tell us almost nothing about daily life in Celtic Europe at that time. Sites like this fill that silence. Number 14, a Bronze Age city on the Kazakh steppe. In northeastern Kazakhstan, above the wide bends of the Irtysh River, there's a terrain cut by shallow valleys and ravines. For years, archaeologists assumed this part of the steppe had been used mainly by mobile herding groups who moved with their animals and left little behind. The assumption started to change when researchers returned to a site known locally as Semiyarka, sometimes called the City of Seven Ravines.
I took the city with the Panama Canal.
But only recently was it studied in detail using modern survey and excavation. Excavation revealed a settlement covering roughly 140 hectares laid out with rows of rectangular buildings, many divided into multiple rooms. Near the center stood a much larger structure, possibly a communal or administrative building. But what truly set Semiyarka apart was what lay in one corner of the site. Archaeologists uncovered slag, crucibles, ore fragments, and finished metal objects, clear evidence of large-scale bronze production. This was industrial activity. Tin bronze was being produced here in quantity around 1600 BCE.
Whoa.
Semiyarka forces a rethink of the Bronze Age steppe. It shows that settled, organized communities with complex production systems existed alongside mobile herders.
I'm meant to
in a region long thought to leave little trace, an entire city devoted in part to metallurgy had been hiding. Number 13, a 3,000-year-old urban triangle in Guatemala. In northern Guatemala, deep in the forest of the Petén, archaeologists have spent years scanning the jungle for signs of early Maya culture. Much of what we know about the Maya comes from later famous cities. The earlier chapters are harder to see, buried beneath thick vegetation. Near the long-known site of Washatun, archaeologists used LiDAR to look beneath dense forest cover. What appeared in the data were large platforms, pyramidal forms, and planned spaces spread across several nearby locations. The layout suggested something unexpected, an early urban landscape dating to the Middle Preclassic period, around 800 to 500 BCE. In 2025, excavation and on-site investigation confirmed that the LiDAR signals
Sail has
corresponded
just
to substantial
offshore
architecture.
wind farms in a row.
At a site now called Los Abuelos, archaeologists
Well, that's right, I was
uncovered
gonna
stone
loot
monuments,
Stalin's wind
including
farms.
2 carved human-like figures, an ancestral couple.
Get
gave the
ready
site
to
its
take
modern
that
name.
city back when it
Nearby,
rebels, by the way.
at Petnal, they documented a massive pyramid about 33 meters,
Can I loot
108 feet
wind farms with
tall.
the infantry unit?
Remarkable not only
Or do
for
I
its
need a
size,
boat?
but for surviving painted murals from this early period. At Cambrayal, excavation revealed a palace complex connected to a carefully engineered canal system. Together, these sites form what archaeologists described as an interconnected urban triangle spaced only a few kilometers apart. This discovery matters because it shows that by the Middle Preclassic, communities in the Peten were already
Can you move your
building large
military engineer
monuments,
off my spot?
organizing
One
landscapes,
second.
and experimenting with urban life. This is a period when the Maya were traditionally thought to live in smaller, less centralized communities. The scale and layout here tells a different story.
Oh, you've already put
12,
rail down.
Wooden
Nice.
houses in Zhejiang, in eastern China, in the city of Shaoxing. A handful of archaeologists found something unexpected while surveying land slated for development. As is customary, they checked for buried artifacts before construction began, but as they began digging, the soil started to give up something unusual. What emerged first were dark patches in the earth, remnants of ancient river channels and wells. That immediately told them this wasn't just a random scatter of pottery sherds. As the team expanded the trenches, they began to uncover large terraced wooden foundations laid out across a wide area. Radiocarbon dating showed these remains go back to around 400 BCE during the early Warring States period. The site known as Baijiao Yuan isn't notable for a palace or temple. Instead, the wooden structures are stilted, terraced houses built with posts, interwoven wooden walls, thatched roofs, and reed and bamboo coverings, an architecture adapted to the coastal environment. One foundation stretches roughly 35 meters long, and in total the exposed area covers about 1,300 square meters. This is an exceptionally rare find from the Yue state, a coastal polity that once
next
dominated
turn,
this part of southeastern China.
once the turn loads,
Wood,
save and
almost never survives in ancient sites
done.
because it decays
Tell
so
me to
easily.
fill policy
In this
slot,
case, however,
and I can't.
wet, oxygen-poor soil around
I already
ancient
picked
river
my
channels
policy slots,
preserved
and
not
now I
just
have a
floors
card
and
available.
posts, but traces of the original roof materials and binding techniques. This discovery helps us imagine ancient life much better than just the usual artifacts that we find. Number 11, an undisturbed Etruscan tomb at San Giuliano. In the rolling hills of northern Lazio, archaeologists have been working for years among the rock-cut tombs of San Giuliano, about 70 kilometers northwest of Rome. All the burial chambers found up to that point were opened long ago, sometimes in antiquity, sometimes by early modern looters.
just shift enter,
Intact
my ship was
tombs
broken.
are so rare that most teams don't expect to find one. But during a recent Baylor University-led excavation, researchers noticed a sealed entrance cut into the bedrock. The blocking stones were still in place. There was no sign of disturbance. When the team carefully removed the fill and opened the chamber, they realized they were looking at a tomb that had not been entered since it was closed more than 2,600
No
years
way!
ago. Inside, 4 people were laid out on carved stone beds. What on sight appeared to be 2 male-female couples, but scientific
fucking
analysis of the
helicopter
bodies is
died.
forthcoming. There were more than 100
Give me a
grave
second, I'll
goods.
buy another one.
Everything was still where it had been left. Ceramic vessels, iron weapons,
Unfucking
bronze
real.
ornaments,
You know what it
silver
was?
hair
It's because
spools.
there's
The burial dates to the
your
late
military
7th or
engineers
early
still on my
6th
spot.
century BCE, a formative period in Etruscan history. Because the tomb was untouched, archaeologists could document the full burial ritual as it was practiced, from body placement to the arrangement of the offerings. The San Giuliano discovery preserves a moment frozen in time, allowing us to see how the Etruscans honored their dead before centuries of disturbance blurred the picture. Number 10, a Moche Palace at Panamarca, Peru. On Peru's north-central coast, the Napeña Valley is a dry landscape where adobe ruins blend easily into the hills. Archaeologists have worked at Panamarca for years, drawn by fragments of vivid murals that hinted at something important nearby. Now, archaeologists have uncovered a large elite palace complex dating to around 600 to 700 CE, during the height of the Moche civilization. The palace includes multiple rooms arranged around courtyards, thick adobe walls, benches, platforms, and restricted access spaces. The layout
I
and
can
scale
loot with the
indicate this was
aircraft carrier.
Not a domestic compound, but a residence
It's also
administrative
melee,
center
so you can attack
tied
cities
to
with
high-ranking
it. You can just
Moche
drive it
elites.
into the city to take
It
cities.
became clear the murals
And that's how you
belonged
actually
to this
have to
large
do it.
palace.
You have to
They show
use it as a melee
elaborately
unit
dressed
to get
women
it to
in
level
formal
up.
scenes,
Oh, that's
seated,
funny.
standing, and participating.
Okay,
in
this city's ready
processions.
for you to take.
Their scale and placement
I don't
within
need
the
it.
building suggests that
I don't want it.
women played central roles in
What
Moche
was this
power
about?
structures. Yes,
A German
in
not
quiet
wanting a
valley,
Soviet city?
a palace
I don't want the
long hidden by
Soviets.
dirt
Fucking.
is reshaping how we
Your
understand
units are there.
Moche
This one's
power.
about to rebel.
Number 9, Lydian
And then you can take
Palace
both
at
of them, and then
Sardis.
you'll have a connect.
In
Almost
Western
have
Turkey,
the whole
at the site of
peninsula.
Sardis, archaeologists have been working. Sardis is best known as the capital of the Lydian Kingdom, a power that rose in the early 1st millennium BCE and later entered Greek memory as a land of wealthy kings and early coinage.
Oh, my
For
battleship
a long
died.
time,
That's
that
fun.
history was clearer in text than in the
The
archaeology.
military engineer's still on
Recent
my
excavation
fucking sheep.
changed that balance. While working beneath later Persian and Roman layers, archaeologists began to expose heavy stone foundations, and soon it became clear they were uncovering a large palace complex dating to around 800 to 700 BCE, early in the Lydian state's development. Large interior spaces suggest halls meant for administration, ceremony, or royal residence.
Thank you.
Its position within Sardis points to a center of authority, built when Lydia was consolidating power over Western Anatolia. This discovery matters because early Lydian palaces are almost entirely missing from the archaeological record. Greek authors describe Lydian kings and courts, but physical evidence has been scarce. The Palace of Sardis gives those accounts a real architectural setting. Number 8, an early Coptic city in the desert. In Egypt's western desert, near the Bahariya Oasis, archaeologists have been carrying out work to understand how people lived beyond the Nile corridor in late antiquity. As excavation commenced, mud brick walls appeared beneath the sand. Those walls formed houses laid out along recognizable streets. Continued digging revealed storage rooms, workshops, and several church buildings with basilica-style plans. Don't think this was a hermitage or a small monastic outpost. This was a planned urban settlement dating to the early Coptic period, roughly between the 4th and 7th centuries CE. The city had clearly been occupied for generations. The buildings show repairs and rebuilding, suggesting long-term residence rather than seasonal use. Its churches point to an organized Christian community with established religious
Look at
life,
Solomon's
functioning
science and
far from
culture.
the administrative
What?
centers.
Oh
of
my
the
God!
Nile
Solomon
Valley.
lost his
This
city.
discovery shows that Christian
His
communities were
capital
not
got
confined
taken
to
by
river
Mali.
towns and monasteries near the Nile.
Amazing.
They built real cities in the desert, managing water
Everyone's
and
at
food
war right
storage
now.
and daily life.
That's great. This
Now,
is chaos.
Solomon is the only
Christian history in
people
Egypt
are cool
was
is,
more geographically
is
ambitious
Solomon with
than I
us.
once imagined.
This is
Number
the
7,
snowflake
a
of
Thracian
chaos.
palace at
I'm gonna
Vratsa.
declare an embassy
In
in his
northwestern
borders.
Bulgaria, the modern city of Vratsa sits at the edge of a region that was once part of ancient
but
Thrace.
save, we're done.
Classical
Alright?
authors wrote about
Hang on.
Thracian kings, their wealth and their power, but archaeology has often struggled to
No.
show where those rulers actually
Just give me
lived.
1 second. I need to.
Thrace is
It's
famous
ten.
for its tombs.
Yeah, I know.
Palaces are another matter. This discovery began
I'm trying
during
to
Oh, you're
construction
still-
work in the city
rocketry.
center.
You're
when
still
rescue
doing your turn.
archaeologists were called in to examine
no, it's
what lay beneath
loading.
the modern streets.
But I need to.
As the upper layers were
upgrade this
removed,
submarine, I think,
large
and then I
stone
can
walls
nuke.
started to appear. This
Okay,
was no ordinary
I need
building.
to go.
Continued
I'm just-
excavation
it's
revealed
loading.
the
It needs
foundations
to load.
of a substantial palace complex built with massive blocks and designed on a scale meant to impress, dating to the 4th century BCE, a period when Thracian dynasties were actively negotiating power with Macedon and the Greek world. This
I wish
find
it
helps
would
turn
tell
Thracian
me if now I
history
can
from something known
launch
mostly
nukes.
through outsiders' descriptions into something rooted in material evidence. At Vratsa, a ruling dynasty has finally left behind not just its dead, but its home.
Got it.
Number 6, the tomb of Caracol's first ruler. Deep in the forest of western Belize,
Okay.
archaeologists have been excavating at Caracol for
Saved.
Cool. Saved. Cool. Fuck it. This is gonna be a hell of a year.
Fucking Todd Young. Nobody likes that bitch.
Who's Todd Young?
I don't know. I didn't see that when it came in.
I think we were watching. It was this video, I think.
I don't know.
Alrighty. It is over. We back on Tuesday. Monday, I guess. The fun stream. Movie. Hell yeah. Can't wait. Wonder what movie we'll watch this week.
Probably something gay.
Probably. Alright. Alright. Goodbye, everybody. Stream and